Of all the planets in the galaxy, they chose ours. They've come a long way, and they're hungry. Critters, they bite. Grover's Bend.
We need a sheriff! Oh, who are we gonna call? Critterbusters?
We're gonna end up tomorrow's leftovers.
And they're getting bigger!
You're not as smart as you think you are.
You got nothing to lose but your life.
We don't have a gun up here or anything like that.
Dad's all torn up and Mom's got like a harpoon thing in her neck and they're getting bigger!
Those 2 eggs are the last 2 eggs. You are instructed to place the eggs in the pot.
Christ.
That's the critters! I'm a bounty hunter.
They're aliens!
Aliens in the base.
You've been floating around in that pod for over half a century.
What are these? Those are eggs. They've been busy.
The killer hairballs have relocated.
Where are the eggs?
You do not come in here with your goddamn stormtroopers.
Transform.
Oh, she's so cute!
What the hell is that?
And they love
What's that sound?
fast food.
Aliens are real.
They hide. They light the dark.
How about a meat cleaver?
It's the only ship, you idiot! You know those, man-eating hairballs that you do not believe in?
And they'll eat anything.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 291 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with the homie JP, also known as the Mexicant. And of course, we have Mr. No Fact Checks Tyler, also known as Mr. Saucedo in the house. And welcoming back to the show for the very first time, we have the Critterbuster, also known as Chris in the house. And I'd be your host from the foreign land of Canada, the toxic offender.
Where they say slivers
Moodz.
instead of splinters.
Yeah. Okay, Jeremy.
Well, hold on. What?
You just interrupted me again. That's 2 weeks in a row.
No. That was not.
That is
That was
2 in a row.
not. That was not an interruption. You were done.
Well.
You were in the outro of your intro.
Okay, fair enough. Whatever. Yeah, Chris, man, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Welcome, guys. It's the one show of the entire podcast you guys do. You had to get me on here.
You know what's crazy, man? Like, I mean, I think you've been listening to the show for a long time. I'm really shocked that we've never actually had you on before.
Yeah, there was an episode where you were talking to JP about it, and you said, yeah, he's been on several times, hasn't he? 2 or 3 times. And JP was like, he's never been on.
Man, we've had so many guests on the show. Like, I forget who's actually been on the show and who hasn't and stuff. It's just crazy. Like, I always forget that, like, Kyle's been on this show, like, pretty near, like, a dozen times. It's crazy. Yeah. Like, he's actually been on the show a ton of times. It's pretty wild. But yeah, sometimes my memory, I mean, I am getting old. The memory is fading a little bit. But yeah, to say that you've been on the show 2-3 times and you've never been on there, I'm just straight up dumb as shit. Right there. That's bad.
Tyler has taken over the record.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, honestly, man, he's been on the show. Well, because this season alone, we've done, I don't know, close to 25 episodes, but
I'm at almost
last season
50,
too. So yeah, it's quite a bit.
Like, yeah. I mean, like more than Jeremy. Like, I don't think you're quite there yet, are you?
No, I don't think I'm more than Jeremy.
No, but you'd be surprised though, like, because there was different eras of him too. But
I assume he has to be second next to Jeremy at this point, right? I would think he passed Dave by now.
Oh yeah, I would assume so. Yeah.
It's something close to 50. So I don't know if you know exactly how many times Dave was on.
I don't know.
I actually don't have a clue. I don't have a clue because he did the show for a while and then he was sporadic on other episodes and stuff. So I don't know. He's been on quite a few.
My first episode was 238, and I think there was like a handful after, and then I did the first like really old year, like 46 or something. I forgot what it was.
41? Was it
41? Yeah, I did 41. Then I was just on every episode after that.
Yeah, 41. Did you do 35? Or no, was it 36?
Yeah, 36 was the last one we did.
Oh yeah, that was, man. See, again,
I was just like the one poor soul. They're like, I'll watch all these 40s movies.
Right. Yeah, man. That seems like a while ago too. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we had Tony on 30. We had Tony on 36 though, too.
Yeah, Tony was on 36.
Right.
Yeah, now we're winding down to 59 already.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, man, I'm like, I got like 2 movies left, and then I'll probably watch some of my top 10 again, but I'm pretty much done that prep. So
yeah,
moving along on 92 also, like I was looking at my list the other day and I've already watched 41 films. So
including this episode has a 92 movie.
Right. So yeah, man. But yeah, Chris, so what we usually do on this show is when we have a new guest, which you probably know, like to play a little thing called 5 questions, which is never ever 5 questions. It's usually a question with like 3,000 sub questions. So you want to indulge in this little game?
Yeah, I knew you were going to do this. Everybody that's on the show that comes on, they always fuck it up and they always don't know how to answer. So I'm ready to fuck it up too.
Okay. I always like to start off with like the simple question. And this is like, for not only us to get to know you better too, because there's like some of these questions, like I don't know the answers to, I really don't. But it's also for the listeners to kind of get a feel for you also too. So we'll start off with usually a pretty simple question, but some people oddly enough have problems with this one. I don't remember who we had on the show and they're like, I don't even
Dan,
know.
What, he couldn't give you an answer to anything?
Yeah. Yeah, Dan. Oh my God, Dan. It was like, okay. So
literally couldn't give you an ansor to any question.
I know, it's so bizarre. I'm like, dude, you're overthinking this, man. That's the point of this. Don't overthink it. Just spit whatever comes to mind. But yeah, first question, what's your all-time favorite horror film?
Oh, I mean, it's Critters.
It actually is Critters.
Yeah. It actually is Critters, yeah.
See, I wasn't actually 100% sure if that actually was your favorite movie of all time or if you were just like obsessed with the whole Critter franchise kind of thing and stuff. But yeah, that makes complete sense. And that's kind of what I was thinking the answer was going to be. Do you have like a top 5 kind of thing like that you could round out?
Yeah, so outside of Critters, it goes Tremors as my number 2.
Nice.
Ice Cream Man number 3, Rumpelstiltskin number 4, and Brain Scan at number 5.
Wow, dude, like that is the most unique top 5 favorite list I've ever heard in my life. That's just really wild.
I know.
So did you pick up that, speaking of Rumpelstiltskin, did you pick up that TerraVision release?
Yeah, I got the Blu-ray, the 4K, but I didn't get the bundle that had like the T-shirts and the postcards and all that shit with it.
Right.
I just got the basic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a title I'm gonna have to grab at Wasteland this year because TerraVision's like really, really expensive to ship to me. So I'm sure me and JP will probably hit up that table again and bullshit with the guy and clean him out. So that's definitely one I want to get. I haven't seen Rumpelstiltskin since probably the 90s. Like I never owned that DVD that was like super rare. I still don't even have it.
I remember seeing it in the video store like all the time.
I used to rent it all the time.
I never rented it for some reason.
Yeah, I've rented a couple times, but it was in the 90s. Like I probably haven't seen it since the later 90s.
I think that's one of the titles that was like never there. There was a handful of titles that like I always wanted to rent that were just literally never there, and that was one of them. Dead Alive was another one. That was like the holy grail of this, like is never in stock.
Really? I never had a problem renting.
The movie that was never there for me was Clown House, and I just think that somebody just took it and never brought it back.
Yeah,
I think that's what I was Dead Alive too. Because you figure by the time I would have been like going to like Blockbuster and like wandering the horror aisles, like let's say like 97 maybe. Like it's it's like there's probably not a whole lot of copies of this like 5-year-old New Zealand movie that doesn't have this big following yet.
One thing I do regret about Clown House though, man, we had this mom and pop. It was like a Hollywood Video, which is like it's like a chain, right? But it was owned flat out by like this lady or whatever. So it was like an independent one. And this was like probably prior to me doing YouTube. So it would have been probably 2010, 11 or something like that. And I think it was about that time. And she actually had a copy of Clown House that she was renting in there on DVD. And I was like, this is crazy. So I should have rented it and just kept it because I actually don't even own a copy of it. But been that scumbag that just fucking copped out the Clown House movie. But so your history with horror, like do you remember when you got into it? Like what age and like what got you into it and stuff like that?
I don't know the exact age. I was really young. I had to be at least anywhere between 3 to 5. I watched pretty much anything I could get to. It started off watching Scooby-Doo as a kid, and it just kind of grew from there. Anything that was the Halloween season or spooky, I was interested in. And Critters and Tremors were the first 2 films that I think that I watched first. And I just fell in love with the creatures and the effects and everything. I was never scared by it. Didn't think anything was ever scary. I was more intrigued by what the effects looked like and how they did this stuff. And it just made me interested in finding more horror films. I mean, I was watching, at the age of like 6 and 7, I was watching I Spit on Your Grave and stuff. I know I should never have been ever watching this stuff, but nobody had a limit on what I could see. And we had a video store that would just rent to anybody. So I got to watch pretty much anything.
I had a place like that too. Actually, it was a mom and pop place that had the 5 for 5 deal thing, and they were the same way. I would go in there like as an 8-9-year-old kid and rent whatever I wanted. It was crazy. Like it's so hard to believe that they would actually rent out the tapes that they were, that they're, like to such a young kid. But
we never had a problem either, man. It was just like nobody gave a damn. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, I was in Blockbuster where like you actually couldn't get away with that.
Yeah, because they were like corporate and had like rules and like stuff that they had to follow.
Once I got to be like 11, 12 years old, then my parents like, we don't give a shit. You can just rent whatever.
Yeah, Blockbuster literally had like a code, right? Like they would train their employees.
Yeah, but it's like when I was like a kid, like running around like the horror VHS, like it was hard for me a lot of the time to find like a movie to rent because I knew it was just. Sometimes my parents would let me watch like a random R-rated horror movie on TV. Like I remember, like my mom like made me watch Nightmare on Elm Street when I was like fucking like 7 years old, like even younger. But it was on TV, so all the bad shit was cut out of it.
Right.
But yeah, like so it was kind of hard for me to find movies sometimes. Once I was like 11 or 12 years old, that I could like get free reign.
But watching I spit on your
Monster Vision really helped with that too because my TV was on constantly, and I would watch Monster Vision growing up when I was 10 or 11, and it would show all the films, obviously cut like Tyler said, but it gave me a chance to venture out and see a lot of stuff I hadn't seen before. But yeah, I remember watching or going to the video store and renting Video Violence 1 and 2, and they didn't even give a look at it. They would just grab the tape, scan it, and here you go.
And like and that's one of those titles too. You almost smile when you're walking out there, going, "This movie's literally called Video Violence," and they're renting out to like a little kid. Like
exactly, yeah.
So blatant, man. So blatant. That's crazy though, man. That like Critters and Tremors were like 2 of the first films that you remember watching, and they're like still like your number 1 and number 2 film. That's really interesting. Like the films that got me, and you've probably heard the stories a million times, but it was Fright Night for me. Like about the time it came out, probably on video. I would assume it was like probably 1986. I would assume. Maybe it was 85 when it came out on tape. I'm not even 100% sure, but it's like one of the earliest films I remember watching. And, it's still one of my all time favorite movies. We actually had a conversation about Fright Night, I think last show, didn't we? How it should be a complete masterpiece, except for that fucking club scene that just goes on way too long. And I do agree with that. It's kind of
because JP said he's elongated it so much because of the love stuff in it.
But it's all there is a nostalgic factor to it too, because it was one of those movies I was infatuated with. But it actually did scare me because back in the day when I was 6 years old watching Fright Night, I was naive to the fact that. Well, I was 6 years old, so yeah, I was probably a pussy.
I was watching Friday the 13th. Part 7 and not a pussy.
Anyways, so Fright Night actually did kind of terrify me a little bit because I was naive to the fact that it was like a comedy. I never got the comedy until I was older. I really didn't. Same with House. I remember watching House.
I was like that with
about the same time. I didn't know. I didn't know it was funny.
Leprechaun scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. It never played on the Sci-Fi Channel.
But Leprechaun was.
That's a lot when it comes to horror films. It's like all the comedy films, you don't find them funny. You just find them entertaining. And then later on, you find out they were made for comedy, and it's a completely different aspect now.
Yeah, when Leprechaun came out in 90, when Leprechaun came out in like 1990 or whatever, like I was 10, like I understood that was supposed to be kind of goofy. Was it?
I think it's 93, right?
Is the first one 90? Yeah, 93. Yeah. No, or is it 92? Did the movie actually come out in 92 or is it 93? I'm not.
It always was listed as 93, I think, but
I think it's one of those movies that's changed dates on there a couple times too.
Yeah, it's listed as 93 right now.
Okay, because I think at one time it was 92 and then it was 93. Yeah, but
I was
anyways,
about to sneak onto a list there for a second.
yeah. So 93. So I would have been 13 years old, and I was obviously hip to the fact of watching Leprechaun was meant to be a little tongue in cheek, right? So, but yeah,
did you watch Monster Vision growing up?
He was talking about Monster Vision.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that was one of the few things that let me venture out and seeing a lot of stuff that wasn't at the video stores. My video store only had like half the Friday the 13th films, so I got to watch a majority of those cut on TV. And so by the time I was able to actually buy the VHS tape when they weren't like $90 a piece, I saw the uncut version of it and just fell in love with the franchise even more. Because I know that's one of your favorite franchises, JP.
Yeah, it is. It actually is my favorite franchise, but also I'm a big Tremor. I like the Tremors films a lot. Me and Moodz have talked about that a lot. It's like one of our favorite franchises.
It's legitimately one of the only franchises, one of the bigger size franchises, I would say, that doesn't really have any misses in it. Like I think there's 7 solid films in there, and to be honest, Tremors is one of those franchises that like. Even the last movie, it had me tearing up a little bit. I'm like, this shouldn't be happening, man. This is a fucking Tremors film. Why am I feeling like all teary eyed? And there you go, JP. I'm a pussy. I'm a fucking pussy.
When I was at not Wasteland, Gettysburg 2 weeks ago, I didn't even mention, but Finn Carter was there. The woman who played Rhonda Shear in the movie.
Yeah.
Tremors, and she did like a in photo costume thing. Bro, she looked exactly fucking the same, but like she was like way older, like without the wig on.
Right.
Her hair's like all short and gray and stuff, but like with the wig on and the curly wig with the stuff on her nose, like she looked just like the same, bro. It was like, wow. I didn't even realize, I didn't know, because if you look at her filmography, she really hasn't done like much. But
I think she had a drug problem or something, and she spent a lot of time in jail.
Really? Holy shit.
I think so.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Something to that nature. I don't know what exactly it was.
But yeah, she looked exactly. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Like, I didn't even expect, like, because Tremors is like got Kevin Bacon in it and stuff like that. And it's like got a pretty big, like, Reba.
It's got Reba McEntire, man.
Yeah. So it's like, I didn't really expect somebody from that movie to be there, because it always felt like a bigger movie. But yeah, it was pretty cool. I didn't meet her or anything, but it was neat.
Yeah, like going back to your top 5 favorite films, man, I would really like to see that list flushed out into like a top 20 or 30, because you started off so unique there. It just really intrigued me, man. I was like, it's so cool to hear someone's list favorite films be so different, like that's just unbelievably different. And I really, really respect that, because you're so true to yourself and you're not like, yeah, my fucking favorite movie is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Like, what kind of idiot says that shit?
Fuck you.
It's like, that's so fucking stupid. Like, what's your favorite film? Dawn of the Dead. Like, we're so corny. Like, we're the biggest cornballs in horror. But like, I really respect that. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I don't base my favorites off of how well a movie is made. It's just by how much I'm entertained by a movie, and that's how my ratings go too. So the more I enjoy it, the more I can rewatch it, the more I think it's a good movie. Yeah,
that's exactly how I do mine too. Like we actually talked about this last week about rewatchability, and my favorite movies they're my favorite movies because they're movies I love to watch. Like Dawn of the Dead is a well-made movie, but I wouldn't say it's Romero's best made movie by any means, kind of thing. Like, I think Day of the Dead's a way better movie, but I mean, but Day of the Dead is like, it's still in my top like 3-4 films, right? But again, those are all favorites. I don't make lists based on best either. It's always just favorites, right? Because Video Violence is literally one of my favorite movies, going back to that. So that was, I think when we did our top 50, Video Violence was in my top 50 list. So, but again, so cool stuff. I know that you're a collector. When did you start collecting?
From the earliest time as well. As the first time that our video stores started selling copies of VHS tapes, whatever their X rentals were that they didn't rent anymore, I would go in and pick out every single horror title I could find and however much I could get. And I mean, even all the way up to from the middle of the 90s all the way up to the early 2000s when video stores were kind of going out, I was going around to those little mom and pop video stores and asking them, what will you sell off the shelves? And they would just pick out a bunch of them for $1 each or something. I would just take out all those video store tapes, and I had thousands and thousands of VHS tapes, and then I upgraded them to DVD and Blu-ray. So it's just been an ongoing thing my entire life.
You downsized a lot of your stuff a while back, though, didn't you? Weren't you selling off like a lot of VHS tapes and stuff?
Yeah, every single tape, every one of them that I didn't have on DVD, I copied to a bootleg DVD of it and sold the VHS tape because I just didn't have the room for it anymore. I mean, thousands of tapes. Every time you move, it's almost a pain in the ass just to get like 1 or 2 boxes, and I was filling up 50 or 60 boxes.
Yeah, tapes are very bulky and heavy. Like, and if you're being very nomadic and stuff, like, honestly, that's one of the roughest things ever. Like, I dread. Like, I've been in my house for close to 20 years. Like, if I ever moved, I don't even know, my head would explode.
You'd need a whole ass U-Haul just for like your CDs.
We actually joked about that one time. We would need like an entire U-Haul just for the movie and music collection. Besides, like, it would be so stupid. I don't even want to think about doing it.
Because those are behind you right now. Those are all the CDs, right?
I'm in my music room. CDs, yeah. But
is that just one wall?
Yeah, it's like that around the whole room. It's fucking stupid.
That wasn't it.
Yeah, that's just behind me. But yeah, like I respect. Oh my god, dude! But tapes, man. Did you have any like good rare ones and shit like that? Did you got some good money for and stuff?
Yeah, I sold a bunch of them on eBay a long time ago. There was Kyle, who was on your all show for a while. He got pissed off at me one time because I was going to get rid of a bunch of tapes and I was going to trade with him and sell them to him. And I had this whole lot that I had listed on eBay. And before I was like making deals with him, and this guy just offered a big amount for a bunch of tapes, and I accepted, and he like got pissed off at me and like blocked me from like the group chat. And like I reached out, I thought the whole chat was like gone. I couldn't find 22 shots anymore, and I had to message Moodz. Like, this was years ago. Wow. I was like, what happened to your old page? He was like, it's still there. There's nothing wrong with it. He's like, oh, you've been blocked.
What? I didn't know about that,
dude.
Kyle got really serious into VHS collecting for a while.
He did actually, yeah. He was all about those tapes, man. That is crazy, man. Funny. That's a fucking crazy story. Wow, he got real salty, man.
He did.
Dude, that is wild. That is wild, man. But yeah, like, what were some of the bigger tapes that the rare tapes that you got rid of and stuff? Because I'm always intrigued with that, man. Because I mean, some tapes are worth so much money still. It's fascinating to me.
Yeah, there was one. I mean, I had Blood Diner. That one sold really well. I think I sold that tape for like $70 or $80. There was a tape that was called Dark Harvest, which is like a shot on video 90s slasher film. It's not very good.
Yeah, but I think Intervision put that out on DVD.
Yeah, it's a double feature, I think. Yeah,
it's a really bad slasher film, but it went for really well. I think I sold that for over $100. Wow. And then I had the Video Violence 1 and 2 VHS tapes. I ended up selling those before they had that DVD, like the double feature release a while back. Just a few of those. I mean, nothing real big after that. Just the common, like Stepfather 3, Stepfather 2. Those were just the main ones. Yeah,
some of the ones that aren't on DVD, like Stepfather 3, will be a decent little sale.
Yeah, I actually don't even own that anymore. I used to have the tape of that, and when I purged off all my tapes, it was kind of the same thing. Like, when I was younger, I was moving around a little bit and stuff, and it was kind of the same deal. I just got sick of fucking lifting these boxes, and it became a room thing and stuff like that. And I just got rid of all my tapes. I really didn't keep anything. It was crazy. So I purged off all that shit, but Stepfather 3 was one. But it's the shittiest movie in the franchise. So
no, the remake is.
Oh yeah. I was going to say in the trilogy, but the remake sucks. But yeah, no, that's cool, man. The Video Violence, I always wanted. I just love the artworks on those so much. I would have probably kept those just for display pieces because I just love the artwork so much. Like, I literally have a Video Violence shirt. Did you ever buy that huge? I think it was like the DVD set, or it was the big double pack of Video Violence. It came with the tapes and stuff, and it came with the DVD. Are you talking about also
the basement or whatever?
No, not the basement. There's a Video Violence set that comes with two. It's a double tape set, but it came with a DVD also. It's like it's.
No,
It's really
I
cool,
had the
man.
original VHS separate releases, and then that I can't remember. I think it might have been Cat Motion Pictures that put out just the double feature DVD.
Yeah, it was
I
them.
had that one, so
It was also
that's the
Camp
only
that
one
put
I
out
had.
that huge double tape edition and stuff. It's really cool. But it actually came with like a pin and like it came with a shirt and stuff like that. Like I actually still wear the shirt. I think I was actually wearing it on Sinbin recently. But yeah, I love the fucking artworks on those. Pretty awesome stuff. So you started collecting, like, what year was that?
This was mid '90s.
Mid
Somewhere.
'90s.
I don't know the exact time. Yeah, I was real young, but it's just always been a part of my lifestyle. I didn't even realize I was collecting when I was doing it. It was just something I did for fun, and then got older and realized what it was and what I was doing.
Yeah, I can totally relate, man. Like, I mean, I think it's like the mindset of any collect or like any person that is into something. You just want to have like more and more of it. Like I was like that with hockey cards back in the day too, and baseball cards. Like I would buy that shit like going out of fucking style. Like I still like I have a walk-in closet in this room, and I literally have a huge shelf, and I've got like boxes and boxes of cards that are still in packs. Like, remember when you walk into like, a hockey card place back in the day or a comic place, or whatever, and they'd be all perched up on the shelves like for sale and stuff like that. That's kind of what my room is like in there. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I just wanted like so much more of that stuff. And when it came to movies, I mean, and music, like my whole life revolved around just trying to get money to buy shit. That's like what I did when I was a kid. In the wintertime, I would hand out basically business cards, and I would shovel people's driveways for money. And in the summer I would mow their lawns. And then I just built up so much revenue. And like, I just started buying shit like that when I got to high school. I was making mixtapes, because back in those days, it was before the internet, right? Kind of thing. So I would sell mixtapes out of my locker. I would literally buy albums, make mixtapes, and then sell them for like $5-6 a piece, whatever it was. And just had like my own little business going and shit. It was crazy. It's fucking awesome, man. So, but yeah, I get it though, man. It was just like, I need more. It's like, you're a fucking fiend. It's like a drug when it comes to collecting, man. It really is, man. But
I didn't have to work as hard as you did to get those tapes, though.
Yeah. Breaking back, shoveling driveways. Oh my God. I couldn't even imagine going back and doing that. Like, I'm like thinking back on it, I'm like, damn, dude, I was always out there shoveling driveways. And back in those days, like we actually used to get winters. Like it barely even snows anymore. Like you couldn't, as a child now, you'd be fucking broke. If I was trying to play that game, shoveling people's driveways, I would have no money. It doesn't snow anymore. It's weird. So, but so you started with VHS into DVD, Blu-ray. I mean, the life of a collector, man. Like I was just talking to the wife about this the other day, like, because I have like 2 or 3 stacks in the hallway right now that I've purged out, and I'm like, I'm getting rid of all. I'm going to bring some of the DVDs out to my cabin, but I'm going to purge off like all the shit. And she's like, "Are these all going?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I'm like, it's because like I've upgraded a lot of this stuff to Blu-ray. I don't need the DVDs anymore. So I imagine it's probably the same thing with you, right? It's like, VHS to DVD to Blu-ray. Like, how many times can we buy the same goddamn movie? Like, it's fucking incredible. It's so incredible to me. Like I've owned the Beyond on so many like different formats. Like, I've got like Maniac. I've got laser discs. I've got a beta tape. I've got a VHS, fucking DVD, Blu-ray, 4K. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, when does it stop?
Yeah, that's the same thing. Is like, I see a movie. It has to be at this point in my life, whatever movie that I really love, that's what I'm getting on 4K to upgrade. But if it's nothing that's real special, I'm okay with the DVD or Blu-ray nowadays.
Yeah. I was actually just talking about this with like a lot of the new collectors on YouTube and stuff like that. They've been getting into collecting like in the last 4 or 5 years kind of thing. And so they're all buying like all the Scream Factory 4Ks because they weren't around when they were dropping all the Blu-rays. But for us, like me and JP probably have 95% of the back catalog.
Yeah.
We're not buying all the 4Ks because this is all they're doing is just re-releasing all their films that they sell the rights for. And I'm like, I'm not buying the 4K of Life Force. Like, I don't fucking want that. Yeah. Like,
when Scream Factory first started putting out when they did their first announcements, I was going through and I was printing off a list of every movie that they were releasing, and I was picking up every single Blu-ray and every DVD. And then they started releasing those online exclusives, and then it just got to the point where it was just so much and too much money to spend, and I just fucking gave up on it.
I remember actually. I remember back. This was fucking forever ago, but I remember you uploaded a video of Michael Felsher like doing some kind of panel or something talking about like Scream Factory releases and shit. And I was like so hyped when I saw that pop up in my feed. Do you remember that? Chris?
Yeah. I used to go. I used to go to like horror film conventions all the time, and any type of panel that was there, Michael Felsher from Red Church Pictures I would always ask him, "Hey, do you care if I just record your panel with you?" He'd be like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." So I just record it, upload it, and I had a lot of people reach out to me, and they were asking me questions about Blu-rays, and I'm like, I'm not Michael Felsher. Like, ask him.
That's funny.
He's super cool. I've talked to him a few times at different conventions and stuff. He's nice.
Yeah, he's real cool. He's very informative. He knows everything about every single movie ever made, pretty much.
That's why I've always been super confused by Red Shirt Pictures, is because like it's his label, but he distributes it through Synapse Films. Why doesn't he just do his distribution himself and like have his own website and stuff like that? I've always been a little bit confused by that.
Kind of does, right?
Because like his titles are on the Synapse page. And of course, Synapse is like, you know, their logo's on the back because they do the distribution for him and stuff like that. So I just thought it was really interesting that, you know, he's such a big name. He knows a lot about this type of stuff. You think that he would be like independent about this and have his own webpage and have his own distribute his own films.
Him and Don May Jr. are real close, and Don May runs the Synapse part of it, and he does everything himself in-house except for the distribution part, which Don May handles for him.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, it's almost like a sub-label of, it's not really a sub-label, but it's just like a distribution deal kind of thing. But yeah, I just always thought it was kind of interesting because, you know, like how he does everything. I'm surprised he doesn't distribute his own films. It's just interesting to me, but I mean, nevertheless, man, it's Synapse. I love Synapse films too. So, but pretty cool stuff. Yeah, you were talking about like conventions and stuff. Do you still frequent them?
Not as much. I mean, ever since The Walking Dead came out and the convention market just got flooded with non-traditional horror fans, it's just been a headache after headache to go to one of these things.
The part-time fans.
And the
I call them the part-time
have
fans.
just gotten insane too. Like before it was like $20 and they would sign all your items, take pictures. Like now it's like $20 is like rare if you see somebody
$20 and they might look at you.
That's what I liked about Wasteland for years and years. I think it's kind of lost its touch with that. But like even when they did the Day of the Dead convention, like they had pretty much everybody there, and I got like 6 or 7 signatures on the Blu-ray kind of thing, but it was $20 a person. It didn't matter who you were. It was like Tom Savini was $20, Joe Plata was $20, fucking everybody was 20. It didn't matter who you were. I'm like, that's the way it should be. Like this $180 for an autograph and another $80 for a picture shit is like, what? Like, who the fuck are you, William Shatner? Like, I'm not even joking, dude. William Shatner came to my city one time. We had a fan con. And of course, the lineup for him was literally like fucking 3 miles long. It was insane. And I looked at the prices, and I think it was $180 for an autograph, and it was like another $120 for a picture or something like that. So it was like $300 to get a picture and autograph and meet William Shatner. I'm like, I get it. Well, it's William Shatner. He's pretty fucking cool, but I'm not paying $300 fucking dollars. Like it was.
Yeah, I just remember the one horror hound that I went to. It was like the first convention that the Walking Dead cast. They had like a full cast reunion there, and it was so fucking busy that the fire marshal got called. They shut down half the convention so they could let people out of the building, and it was just, I mean, you could not walk. You just stood there waiting for an hour just to get back in, and from that point on, it was the same from then on out. It was every single convention I've gone to has just been massively just busy. And you don't even want to like walk through it.
Yeah, see, I don't enjoy that at all. Like that's what I do like about smaller conventions like Cinema Wasteland, where there's really no lineups for any of the celebrities and stuff. It's kind of like a one room thing, you know, and it's real. Like the majority of people that go to Cinema Wasteland aren't part-time fans. Like they're real horror fans, right? So the crowd is on your level. You know, it's not a bunch of people dressing up like you're at a fan con or some shit like that, or those other fucking geeky conventions where people are dressed up as superheroes and shit. But yeah,
which state are you in? Kentucky, or where are you at?
Yeah, I'm in Kentucky. So Wasteland is only like 2 hours from where I live.
You should come up, man. Like we're meeting up again in Wasteland in October, and of course I'm coming from the West Coast, right? So it's pretty much like 3,000 miles for me. Like I fly to Ontario and then drive down. So I mean, it's a truck for me. but it's what we do. It's just kind of what we do. But you're 2 hours away, bro. I like again this year. It's going to be me, JP, fucking Mr. Saucedo. Like everyone's going to be there. Dan, fucking Carly, of course, Mr. Parker. And then, of course, you know, I mean, Horseball, Tom's going to be there this year. I just talked to Tom the other day. He booked his hotel. He's going to be there. It's going to be, and plus
I think Mason is
Mason and Tony, Mason and Tony. And then, of course, there's all the other people that we're not like specific friends with there, but like we know from the conventions, like they're always there. Talk to people. Like it's fun. I love it, man, because it's a little bit more personal. I don't like those big things. Like I heard that like Texas Frightmare has gotten out of control too. I've seen people, you know, talk about Texas Frightmare where it used to be really good. Like the prices were decent. The crowds weren't as bad, but it got so flooded that it's just, it feels like you're at Disneyland. You're waiting in line for 2 hours for some autograph that you're paying way too fucking much for. And it's just not fun. I would never wait in line for 2 hours to meet anybody. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck if you're the princess or the king of the world. I don't care. I'm not waiting 2 fucking hours for you, bro. It's just not happening. It's just the way my mentality is. I'd rather spend my time talking to these guys, you know, than spend 2 hours. I just don't understand that. So it's not for me.
For what I've been doing recently is any convention I go to, I hardly ever even get an autograph anymore. My main thing is just to go to the panels and listen to the panels and then go around the actual vendor tables and buy Blu-rays.
Yeah, I mean that's
what I do.
The majority of the thing that like I spend obviously a lot of money at the conventions and stuff, but I do like to get things signed. But it's not really about getting like I personalize everything to myself just because to let them know I'm not reselling this. Like I get everything to Moodz, and I really don't like when people go to conventions to get things signed and then fucking purge them off. I hate that shit more than anything. I've actually talked to celebrities about that, and they're just like it's just so corny to do. Right. They really respect when you're like, hey, to Chris, you know, from fucking D Wallace, you know, it's like, which I'm sure you probably met D Wallace. And she's actually one of my favorite people I've ever met. Like she was so awesome. Yeah. She was she's fucking nice.
Super sweet.
Super nice. Like didn't want to stop talking. It was great. I met her in Calgary here in Canada.
Some of the nicer people I've ever met, Jill Sholin was super nice.
Mm-hmm.
Felicia's always really nice. But also Adrienne Barbeau was really nice as well.
Yeah, I've never met Adrienne Barbeau. I've always wanted to meet.
Linnea was really nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's some people out there that know like that it's like lucky that they were in these cult films that people love and it gave them like a second income, a way to make a second wind of income in their later in their life and really appreciate that. And then there's some people who think that like they are more valuable than they actually are. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree.
You get the odd asshole.
I've never really met
I've been pretty lucky as well. Honestly, the biggest asshole that I didn't even meet him, but they just seemed like a jerk was Corey Feldman.
I mean, I could see that, I guess.
Like he was at a convention and he just seemed like
I've only ever had one really bad experience at a convention, and it was with Robert Zadar from Maniac Cop.
You know what's funny? And actually, I was supposed to meet him. The very first Cinema Wasteland I ever went to actually was the Maniac Cop reunion, and he was supposed to be there, but he actually was sick. This is shortly before he passed away. He got really sick and he didn't make the convention and stuff. So I just spent my time with Tom Atkins, which is pretty cool, man. Because Tommy's awesome, man. I've met him at a couple different conventions, but again, a super, super, you know, obviously he's like a hero to us, man, but like he is super down to earth. Really, really nice guy. Told me so many stories about Maniac Cop. Like, it was crazy. Like he just doesn't want to stop talking. I love people like that. But anyway, sorry, go
on. I was at a table with Jeff Burr and I was talking to him about all of his movies, Night of the Scarecrow. He signed my script for me. By the way, Jeff Burr, I know he passed away about a year or so ago, but he was one of the nicest people I'd ever met at a convention as well. But he stood there, I mean, probably an hour just talking to me by myself about movies and his, you know, all the movies he's made. And his table was right next to Robert Zadar. And I'd stepped aside so somebody else could come up and talk to Jeff Burr. And Robert Zadar was on the phone with his manager or agent or somebody, and he started accusing me of listening into his conversation with his manager, trying to get scoops on his next movie project he was in. And I stepped. He was like, like yelling at me. Like people at the convention were looking, and I was like, "Why? Why? You're not in anything. Nobody cares what movie you're in." And he got super pissed at me, and he started screaming at me again. And like the person who ran the convention came over, and he was like, "What's going on?" And I was like, I don't know what's going on. I'm just sitting here talking to Jeff Bird. Jeff was like, he didn't do anything. And they went over and was like, "Hey, you need to cut it out with Robert Zadar." And he was like, "I'm just trying to have a phone call in peace." And he was like, "Well, take it somewhere where there's nobody standing." And so ever since then, like I hated Robert Zadar. Like I never liked him at all. Can't watch Maniac Cop the same way anymore.
Wow.
I mean, I get that too, man. When you have bad experiences with, and I've actually mentioned this many times on the podcast. Sometimes I get a little bit nervous on meeting celebrities because I don't want to have that bad experience and then ruin it for me like that. Like if that was my, we probably would have never have done the Maniac Cop trilogy on this podcast if that was my experience with Robert Zadar. I'm like, dude, I get it, man. Your chin fucking rules, but that's not cool, bro. You can't be yelling at people, man, like for no fucking reason. Yeah. It's like he lost his fucking mind or some shit. Like, what is that? Like, but you're right though.
That would have been so awkward, man.
But like, what the fuck, dude? Like, who is he to start yelling at people? Like, what he dude, he's just Robert Zadar. Like, this guy's on a big star. That is wild, dude. That is a really wild story, man. Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff, man.
That's the only bad experience I've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, that just makes me think. I'm like, shit, dude, I could have met him at that convention if he didn't fall ill. And then what year was this? Do you remember? Was it shortly before he passed away kind of thing? Because
I think it was a year or so before he passed. It was probably 2010, 2011.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, crazy. That's fucking wild, man. Really wild stuff. Yeah, I mean, I love me some conventions, but I really don't want any experiences like that. That's wild. That's wild. Yeah. What else we got for questions? That's kind of cool that it kind of bled into the whole convention thing, because that's actually what I had written down and stuff. So it's pretty cool. Do you listen to podcasts regularly?
Well, I listen to you guys. There's only two horror podcasts I really listen to. You guys and the Dead Pit Radio guys. Mm-hmm. Those are really the only horror ones I listen to. And the only reason I listen to them is because I was friends with them. We were from the same state when we lived a couple hours away. So I knew them personally, listened to them. I had a lot of cool times at conventions with them. Other than that, I listen to different podcasts like about movies just in general. But yeah, not a lot of them.
Yeah.
I don't listen to barely any anymore, honestly. I used to listen to a lot of podcasts, but I really don't much anymore.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of funny, actually. Like when we started this podcast, I had never even listened to a podcast before. Never once. So I didn't even know what we
get through your alls.
Yeah, I know.
I listen to it when I go to work. I go to work and I turn on one episode of your all's podcast, and it'll get me the entire week going back and forth to work because you all have like 6 hours on the episode.
we're not as elongated as we used to be, but some of our obviously our top 10 shows and franchise shows can be a little bit longer, but our regular shows aren't as long as they used to be because we don't do all the segments and stuff. I think it was like the dubs and stuff. It would always really kind of stretch out the time. But an average show is now about 3 hours.
Whenever I try to record my own podcast for anything, it's very hard not to start off a podcast going, yo, 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 yo. And I'm like, damn it, I'm doing Moodz again. Like,
copyright it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So do you have, like, what are your favorite boutique labels out there? Let's talk a little bit about boutique labels. I'm always curious what people's favorites are and stuff. I mean, there's some that are kind of running the story right now, but I mean, we definitely have different tastes and stuff. So
Vinegar Syndrome is a really good one because you never know what they're going to release.
Yep.
I did like the Vestron video titles that they had, but they haven't had any of those titles out in probably 2 years or so. But here recently, TerrorVision has been announcing some really cool titles. We talked about Rumpelstiltskin earlier. And they always do like the cassettes and vinyl records. And it seems like nowadays they're starting to do more Blu-ray. So every time that they announce a Blu-ray, There you go. Video violence. And I just really like Terrorvision, Vestron, even Arrow to an extent, but Arrow's more regular studio films and really anything.
Arrow has really fallen off, to be honest. Like one thing about Arrow that really, I mean, it's like they used up because they started out as a major kind of cult boutique label, and then obviously they kind of ran out of those titles, and then they started to get into like a little bit Asian stuff, Westerns, all that stuff. But they are releasing a lot more studio titles that I'm not interested in at all. And another thing I've noticed, their packaging has gone to shit too. Like everything is like really flimsy boxes now and shit. I'm like, I just got the Hellraiser 4K set in, and I was surprised to see that the box was like a really thin, shitty one. It wasn't like a hard box. I was like, what the fuck is this? I'm just like, dude, like this thing could fall apart at any minute. It was weird to me.
Like Arrow, like the early days of Arrow, like before I started, when they were just a UK company, they reminded me of like the UK Blue Underground.
The window boxes were some of the coolest releases, man.
And then they came to the US and they still released a lot of like cult stuff, House, stuff like that. Now I feel like they're sort of like no different than like a Scream Factory for me. So I don't really get into the Arrow stuff as much as I used to. But yeah, Terrorvision is probably like out of like the newer ones, like that's like the coolest one that's new. They've been putting out a lot of cool stuff from all over the place, different countries, different eras, all kind of different shit. I like their content.
Yeah, Terrorvision's all over the place. Like they're literally putting out like silent films to like modern films. It's like there's like the range couldn't be bigger with Terrorvision. So it's pretty cool. I really like what they're doing. I
actually just picked up their WNUF or the Halloween mega tape at Gettysburg.
Yeah, that's actually one I have written in my phone to grab when I'm at Wasteland. I got to grab that second one. So that and Rumpelstiltskin are on the top of the list for those.
I got to get that one still too.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm just craving to watch it again. Like it's been so long, I really don't even remember it. But yeah, no, Terrorvision. That's a good one. That's a good one. What are some of the other labels, Chris?
I still get excited for anything whenever it comes out for Severn Films because they always do like those. They do a lot of just obscure titles as well, stuff you never really heard of, just comes out of nowhere. Yep. They did a line of those, like I think it was Severn that did like a line of like those nunsploitation and oh my gosh, like the
Psychotic Women, House of Psychotic Women.
Yeah, stuff like that. They did a whole line of movies like that. And
that box set, by the way, is absolutely brilliant. It's a brilliant box set. The first one.
Which one?
The House of Psychotic Women.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant box set, man. Like I've watched all the movies. Like it's just so incredibly good. And then one thing I love about Severn, man, they do such good work with their box sets. They put so much effort. Like they release the craziest like filmographies of guys that like you would never believe that would have these crazy editions. Oh, it's fucking wild, man. Like I love Severn because again, kind of like Vinegar Syndrome, you never know what they're going to be announcing. Like they pull some crazy shit out of left field, man. It's wild. It's really, really wild to me. I mean, they just released Lamberto Bava's, Mask of Satan, which has never had a release before, which is cool. And Severn does this like a few times a year. They just pull shit out that's never been released. You talk about the nunsploitation, they put out that box set, like all the Bruno Mattei shit that they've dropped. Like it's always good shit, dude. I love Severn.
That fucking all the Haunts box sets, both of them are amazing as well. Those are
it's like unbelievable. It's like unbelievable. Like those sets are incredible. Yeah, I agree about Vestron though, man. Like I like that line too, but they're so far in between that you almost forget about them. Right? Like if they just drop something, you're like, oh shit, Vestron's still around. Like what the fuck? Like it's weird. Like their output is so sporadic to the point where, like I said, it's so easy to forget about them. But one thing I will respect about Vestron is that they went from being really expensive at one point to like the cheapest boutique label you could possibly buy, which is crazy. Like I don't know why that happened because they were so expensive to I don't know, but pretty cool.
Started fighting about Walmart for like $10 each.
Yeah, it's wild. Super wild. Yeah. I mean, there's so many companies. Like the one thing I love about collecting, man, is like these companies are popping up left and right, man. Have you ever heard of Error 4444? Like they're dropping like these crazy fucking like kind of like Cat 3 films and shit. It's just like Asian stuff. It's fucking wild, man. So many crazy companies out there. But yeah, like I think with Vinegar Syndrome, man, like you made a good point about like you never know what they're going to drop, and that's what I do like about them. Like, I mean, we obviously do the Sin Bin podcast, and we watch and review a ton of their titles and shit, but it's just like it's great, man. Like you never know. Like they've unearthed some crazy ass films in the last couple of years that I just like. It's just wild to me. It's so fucking wild. Like the Mexican Chucky film, like.
Yeah.
Like that's the type of shit that I get so excited for as a collector because, going back to Scream Factory and not to shit on them because it seems like we're always shitting on them, but they're just dropping the same things over and over again. It's so boring. And then you got like the guys who's dropping like these totally obscure Chucky ripoffs and shit. Like just the best thing about collecting. But Severn does that for me though too, man.
Every company's got their little niche.
Yeah. I wouldn't say Scream Factory really does anymore, though.
I think that like what they've been the last like however many years kind of just is their niche. Like there's not a whole lot of inventive stuff coming out, but they got 4Ks of like all these like classics that they got to release before anybody else was releasing anything.
They still have the odd title that's dope.
Every once in a while they drop something that's pretty cool, but it's so far in between with the unique releases.
They're gonna be the ones that like starts putting out those movies that like JP always talks about that kind of got caught in the middle of the DVD and Blu-ray transition.
I hope
if they can
reinvent them for me,
right? If they can acquire the rights to those things, but yeah, I mean that's an era that's kind of untapped right now.
That would like seem like the natural moving point to me. And I feel like they've already kind of like dipped their toes in that. Like they'll do the occasional like modern movie like Happy Death Day, or they did like the Evil Dead remake that was like kind of close to that era. So it's not like uncharted territory, but that would probably be like the most logical place for them to go.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it all comes down to like acquiring rights and stuff like that too. But are they going to sell? That's the biggest thing. I mean, Scream Factory as a company, or Shout Factory, I should say, as a company, puts out a ton of stuff. Like,
yeah,
I mean, besides re-releasing like all their back catalog and stuff, but like the Shout Factory line puts out a ton of stuff. Like they're like Kino, but in my opinion,
I love Kino.
It's way more diverse though, because like they're dropping shit in every genre with like really, really good stuff though. And like
I was
good
really
transfers.
I kept it under $100 in the last Kino haul, and I got stuff from like all over. I got like a silent movie. I got like a Western. I got like a 4K of like a 70s drama. I got like a horror movie in there. There's just like the variety on Kino is unmatched.
It is, man. And it's just incredible too. Like they're cheap, they're affordable. They do good transfers. They actually give you features. Like Kino is so underrated. I always every time we talk about Kino,
movies for like $95 on that sale, and two more 4Ks.
Yeah, it's fucking wild. It's so crazy. Like every time you're thinking of a movie, you're like, I wonder if Kino releases, and I look it up, and I'm like, oh fuck, they did too. Like that happened to me like 2 days ago. I literally I punched it in. I was like, fucking Kino did release this. That's crazy. So. Yeah, I think I was looking for 12 Angry Men or something like that. I'm like, yeah, they dropped the fucking 4K.
They put the 4K of it out.
Because Criterion put out the Blu-ray and then Kino put out the 4K. And I was like, fuck, they did drop the 4K.
I wonder what's going to happen with some of those, though. Because, all right, so Criterion put out the Blu-ray of Some Like It Hot. And then Kino put out the 4K of it, and it went out of print. In the month it went out of print with Kino, it got announced as a 4K on Criterion, the next, coming soon announcement.
Right.
So, I'm kind of wondering, is this just the same transfer from Kino, and they got the rights back? Like, we're going to use this.
Well, I mean, Kino and Scream Factory are fucking hilarious right now. Like I said before, like all the Kino titles that went out of print, Scream Factory picked up and is releasing them, and vice versa.
Yeah,
it's so fucking weird. Like all the Scream Factory titles that went out, fucking Kino's releasing them all. I'm like, this is ridiculous. But it's good for like the newer wage collectors that didn't have these things before. At least they're back in print with different transfers or whatever it may be, but at the same time, for us that have these huge ass collections here, we're like, fuck, it's the same movies again. Like, I don't need the boogans again. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. But it was an old release.
Upgrade them to 4K, like if it's something I like, and if it's like on occasion. Like when I go to rewatch Candyman for 92, I'll get the 4K this time.
Yeah, I was happy to get one copy of the boogans, but whenever they started, if they announced a 4K re-release of it. I'm like, nah, I'm good.
I never grabbed the Kino one because I have the old
Yeah,
Olive
I don't
Films
have
one. I have the
one,
Olive
and I
Films one.
always wanted to pick that up, and then now
Yeah.
it's like you can get it like on every Kino sale on 4K, and I pass on it every time.
I just didn't need to I'm not. I mean, it's one of those movies I can't even like. It has a 4K, right? Is it they put it on 4K?
Yeah, that's a Kino 4K.
It's so crazy
It's like on
because
every sale, and it's cheaper than most 4Ks, so it must not sell very well.
like that's the type of movie you don't show people that are kind of on the fence about 4K. You don't show them the 4K of the Boogans because it can't look that good. Because that movie just it doesn't look good.
I don't think Kino transfers in general are like that great, but I'm not buying Kino because they look amazing. Like they're good in their value.
I think that they're definitely way above average though. I think Kino does really good work with their stuff. Like there is certain lines like the old Redemption line where they would just kind of put those shits out. Like some of the Jess Franco and like, Jean Roland films and stuff, they don't look the greatest, but they're still fine for what they are.
Yeah, well,
right?
that's what I mean. Like their value, they're good value.
Yeah.
I feel like the best Kino transfers I've seen, like on their 4Ks at least, it's like color films from like the 50s and 70s, like seem to be like the best 4K upgrades that I've noticed.
Yeah. Yeah, Kino is, man, I swear, like if you're looking for a film, just go to Kino. They probably released it.
Yeah, check there first.
It's so fucking wild. It's so wild. Actually, I had something really weird happen to me this morning. Check this out. So I woke up this morning, I grabbed my phone to check out what time it was. I was like, oh shit. And I flipped open my phone and my Facebook popped up. Anyways, the first thing on my Facebook was Sean Donahue had posted a picture of the Judgment Night Blu-ray from Warner Brothers. And the caption was, hey, for people out there that have this, whatever, make sure you check your copy because my copy doesn't work. And apparently there's like a bunch of Warners. I mean, this is old school news. We know like from 2008 to 10 or whatever, the factory that was pressing up all the DVDs, the shit basically rotted and they don't work anymore. But I went back through my catalog and checked out all my old DVDs, my Warner Brothers and all my Blu-rays and stuff, and everything works fine. So, but the weird part of the story is, so I saw that posting by Sean Donahue and I was like, oh shit, that's crazy because I literally had just ordered the Blu-ray last night. So I get my fucking doorbell rings and I get a big package and I get a record in there and my Judgment Night Blu-ray came the same fucking morning I saw this post. I'm like, this is so weird. I haven't checked it out to see if it's like not working properly or whatever, but I'm like, it better because that'll fucking piss me off. But it was just kind of a weird story. I'm like, what are the chances of that, right? Like, who even talks about Judgment Night? And then all of a sudden it's like he's posting, I'm buying it the day before. It's really, really strange. But I really just wanted to rewatch it because I've had it on DVD forever and it's got one of the best soundtracks ever. So, but anyways, I thought that was an interesting kind of weird story. But could you actually make a top 5 boutique like right now as a maybe all time? What are your top 5 all time boutique labels? And I mean, that could even include like Old Anchor Bay,
Well, I have a soft spot for Scream Factory, even though they suck nowadays. Just the whole nostalgia of when it first started. So I kind of like them for that. Vinegar Syndrome is a love. So that's probably Vinegar Syndrome is probably number 2. Terror Films right now is my favorite one to at least look for and for announcement wise. Vestron Video. I love Old Anchor Bay because they would always get those. They would get like Argento films. And those were like the first time that I was able to watch Argento films. They had some slasher films too. Like I think The Burning was the first time it got released on DVD was the Anchor Bay. And like Hello Mary Lou, Prom Night 2, the first time I got to ever watch it was through the Anchor Bay DVD that came out. Yeah. So those are really good, but for a collector, I really enjoy finding like old Full Moon titles.
Nice.
Yep.
Blue Underground is really good too for collecting. But they kind of like Blue Underground don't really put out their own stuff anymore. They're all distributed through like other people now. Like I think Full is it Troma or Full Moon? One of the two has the distribution rights for like all Blue Underground titles.
I think they have the streaming rights. I don't know if they have like
Blue Underground. They do a lot of. They release the films. I think that William Lustig actually bought out. I think he owns a lot of those
there's
films.
like some that they, but I've seen. I think they've licensed stuff to other people now too. I think they've slowed down a lot. I think like one of the last like good releases that I saw from them that I still didn't pick up was Death Dream, the 4K of Death Dream.
Yeah. I didn't grab the 4K. just have the Blu-ray of it. But like William Lustig is like notorious for, I mean, I have like, I think like 9 different copies of Blue Underground Zombie. Like what the fuck? But remember that fiasco a couple years ago when he dropped like the 3-disc version of like Zombie and House by the Cemetery, and there was a few other films. And then like 3 months later, the 4Ks came out. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. You put out this huge ass, awesome lenticular cover, Blu-ray box set kind of thing. And then 3 months later, you drop the fucking 4Ks. I'm like, you motherfucker. It kind of pissed me off a little bit. It actually, to the point where I still didn't even grab the House by the Cemetery one. And it's like, you know, Fulci's my favorite director. I should have that. But like, I don't know, it just kind of annoyed me. But yeah, they re-release like just the stuff that they kind of still, I think, outright own. I think
I used to love Code Red. Used to be a really good company too, but I think they were releasing titles I don't even think they had the rights to. Like they were just pumping stuff out, and you didn't know if it was going to be a legit release or not. I think like Madman was one of them that I don't think they fully had the rights to that they released. It was just like a basic copy of the Anchor Bay release.
Yeah, I think Bill from Code Red used the Charlie Band tactic for a while, where like they would put out something that they didn't have the rights to, and then by the time anybody like noticed, like it was already sold out anyway.
yeah. But Bill was notorious. Like he was one of those guys that didn't try to acquire the rights. He would try to outright buy films. So like a lot of the releases, old Code Red releases, he actually owns the rights to. That's why no one else is re-releasing these things. And it's kind of
he don't own anything anymore.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of a fucked up thing with Code Red and Scorpion right now, because Bill and Walt both died, and Walt was also a guy that would buy up the films too that he was releasing. So their estates own these movies. That's why they're not being re-released. So I wonder what's going to happen. Like, I mean, the estate probably have to release them or sell them off.
Some of that stuff definitely, I think, ended up in Kino's hands. Because we've seen like Butcher, Baker, Nightmare Maker come out.
Well, that was one of the films he didn't own. Like he didn't flat out buy that one. That's why that one ended up getting re-released, because his rental agreement or whatever ran out. He probably had the rights for 4 or 5 years, right? Which is normal. And then so that was definitely one that got re-released.
I think Dark Force also, like, didn't they coincide with Code Red there for a little bit too? Dark Force Entertainment. Yeah,
it's kind of like the offshoot of Code Red, and I believe that that guy's kind of a fucking head case too that owns Dark Force. Like he's notorious for freaking out and saying some crazy shit and like just being a fucking dick to people and stuff like that. But he's again one of those dudes I think that is acquiring. He's buying up films too, which I do respect.
I hated Code Red. That's probably my least favorite one ever.
Oh god, I
only liked buying their stuff off of Kino.
I hated them so much because, in my opinion, they were the first ones to really fuck up the pricing market. Like they would put out like a limited copy of like 2,500 for $35, and they were doing it before Scream Factory was doing.
Yeah, it's all Smith, whatever, man. I mean, but the point is, for me, like I get what you're saying, but like they were putting out a lot of good stuff though, a lot of films that were never seen. Yeah, but
that's the problem. That's the problem I had with them is like they would hoard that shit. And they would release it so limited, and like it was just
not everything was limited. Their early runs when they had the barcodes and stuff, like those were wide released films, like the Dead Pit and stuff like that. All those things were like they were wide release films when they had the barcodes, and then when they pulled their stuff from the stores and then went to the websites, that was a little bit different. So I mean,
well,
everybody was doing limited stuff.
Era, I didn't even collect probably before.
Yeah,
the era of the non-barcoded stuff.
I'm pretty proud of the Code Red collection that I have, and I still try to acquire like some of the titles that they have because, like, I mean, obviously they're out of print, like they're not being printed anymore and stuff like that. So, but you can still find them here and there.
I have a couple titles.
Yeah, love me some Code Red. I honestly, one of my favorite all-time boutique labels is Anchor Bay because what did they were like? You know what's so funny?
I think Anchor Bay is like the the innovator, the one that really turned it into a commodity. Like it was just Anchor Bay. Like of course you have 17 versions of Halloween 4 and 5 and Evil Dead, but they really understood the collectability aspect of it. And
absolutely,
that was one of my favorite.
Yeah, that was Michael Felsher. He did such a good job with that stuff. I saw you made a post the other day. Good.
He did the Evil Dead book, the Book of the Dead. Like they gave him like the reins to design and get that created as well. Which
Yeah.
I mean, they just pretty much gave him free reins, and he just went with it.
Yeah, I saw a post he made the other day about like he created like Anchor Bay's first website or something, and I think it just was like he just met the guy, one of the people from Anchor Bay, like as a younger dude, and started working with him.
Did you guys like
cool.
when you were like out in the wild hunting and stuff like that? You go into like some random place and shit. This is the way I used to dig. I would literally scan the DVDs and I would just look for the sailboat.
Yeah.
I would literally just, if I found a sailboat, I'm like Anchor Bay, and
I still do that just to see what it is. Like I was at a place the other day that had a bunch of DVDs, and I would just like look for that sailboat just to see what it was. I didn't buy any of them, but because I don't really buy a lot of DVDs.
A lot of them still sell for like crazy money, dude. Like the Midnight Hour.
They had those old like Argento box set, the DVD box set the Bava, I think was it maybe it was Bava. Was there an Argento one too? I can't remember.
I can't remember if there is. I have there's two Mario Bava ones though.
Yeah.
There's two different
that
boys.
Place had those. They had some old window box Anchor Bays or arrows and stuff.
I saw that. It was fucking cool to see that out in the wild. So actually some of my favorite collectibles in my collection are actually the old Anchor Bay tins that they did for like Halloween 4 and 5 and like the Beyond and Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, Maniac and stuff. Like I actually have them all lined up and on top of my Anchor Bay collection. I just love them. I think they're super cool. And like even the Maniac soundtrack is in like, it's just his head. It's Spinell's head. That's the shape of the CD. It's fucking cool, man. I've never seen anything like that before. It's just such a cool thing. But yeah, those are awesome, man. I miss Anchor Bay, man. They dropped, Midnight Hour, man. Where is the re-release of that movie?
Mm-hmm.
Like it is like who owns like there's got to be an explanation for this, man. Like I don't know if Anchor Bay actually owned that or I mean
probably music issues or something.
I mean they put out the VHS and then they put out the DVD and that was all we ever got. And it's been out of print for probably over 20 years. It's crazy.
I should next time I see Felsher, I should ask him. I bet he would know.
Because I mean that's one of the biggest titles that's missing from my collection that I love. And like, I mean, that shit made my top 10 that year. I love the Midnight Hour. I think that movie's fucking great. So yeah.
Which question are we on?
I don't know. I think that's pretty much it for that. I do have like a little bit of a scenario question. So if you were to able to like finance, like write, direct your own film, do you know what it would be about? Like who would you cast?
Critters film, I would assume.
who would you get to do the music? Like, have you ever thought about that? Is it ever something that's, kind of that you've thought about?
Yeah, because I'm interested in filmmaking and I've always wanted to make my own movies. And I just never, I live in Kentucky. It's extremely hard to find anybody remotely interested in filmmaking or horror films in this area, really. I'm working on trying to make one right now, and it's just a slasher film. So we came up with the idea of Biohazard, a guy who gets killed in a chemical plant, and years later, his zombie body returns and starts killing off individuals from the town one by one. And we're going to do this very, very cheap, very, very low budget. Nothing real like special or anything. So it may not even happen. It just depends on how much time I can get and who I can get involved with it. We reached out to Felissa Rose, who said that she was interested in being a part of it, but I just haven't had a chance to really like send her anything yet and get time to film anything. So if it happens, cool, but if not, then I guess it's not really a big deal.
That's crazy, man. I mean, honestly, like the idea right there is, the setup right there is, that type of setup we've seen a million times, but what would really separate that is the actual look of the killer. Like, do you have a design in your mind? Because if he got killed in a chemical plant, motherfucker's going to look pretty bad. Like, he's going to look pretty bad.
We were going for just the basic, like as cheap as possible. So we already filmed a scene for it and we have it up online for everybody to look, to watch, but it's just basically one of those yellow, oh my gosh, what's that? but the biohazard
The hazmat
CDC
suit
type.
yeah
Yeah,
hazmat
hazmat
suit.
suit. Yeah. It's just him wearing the hazmat suit with one of those hazmat masks, and then we kind of ripped the suit up a little bit, bloodied it up, and we're gonna. It looks really cool. Like it looks like an actual original like killer look, but as far as like original ideas, it's not really anything special.
So is he getting revenge on the people that caused his death, like in the factory, say like management or people that were involved, or is he just dies and he's like, okay, I'm gonna kill fucking everybody. Like fuck this.
Both.
Both.
Yeah, both. Yeah, we have a scene set up where we're gonna have one of the guy who is like owns the land, and he's trying to buy more property and to like rebuild like all the chemical plant locations and stuff. And he's gonna go into this guy's house. He's going to take a bottle of acid and he's gonna slam it into the guy's head, and his head is just gonna start melting away. So we figured out ways to do it on a really cheap, low budget scale, and just a lot. I think we have like 12 death scenes planned out right now for the movie, so we wanted to do as many as possible.
Nice.
And those are on-screen kills.
Yes.
Man, see that's one of the biggest problem that plagues a lot of slasher films, even from back in the day, is like, man, this movie has quite a few kills, but like half of them are off fucking screen. It's like the worst thing ever when you're watching a slasher film. You never want to see off-screen kills, or even like really lame kills and shit like that. But like slasher films are about two things: the look of the killer and how you execute the kills. Right? That's really what we're watching them for. Right?
Yeah, and I'm a fan of just very basic slasher-esque films. So I mean, I come and loving Ice Cream Man and Rumpelstiltskin. I consider that a slasher film as well. But the Friday the 13th films, everything is just very simplistic as long as the gore and violence are really there. And that's what we aim for, is just to have really cool looking kills and just over the top. It just needs to be like over the top kills to be real cheesy and fun. And I think if we're able to do it, it's going to be a really fun film. It might not be like the story might not be the best and the writing might not be the best, but I think overall people would enjoy the kills.
What's do you have a title for it?
Biohazard.
Oh, it is just Biohazard.
Yep.
Nice. Like the band.
I'll send you the trailer that we made up for it after the show.
Dude, you know what you should do? You should reach out to Biohazard to see if they'll do the soundtrack for it. The actual band Biohazard. That'd be fucking awesome. I've actually seen them live a couple times. They're pretty cool.
Do you know where Owensboro, Kentucky is?
Yeah, I'm about I think 4 hours from Owensboro.
Oh, okay. I just was gonna say, I know. So we have the Tom Savini Makeup Effects School up here, in like my area, and back at the other hotel that
I almost attended that one for college.
Really? That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you would have been really close to me. But we hired a lot of, when I was working at this other hotel, we hired a lot of people who went to that school, and one girl that in particular was from Kentucky, and she's like an effects artist, and she lives in Kentucky now. After she graduated, she went back, but I think she's in like Owensboro or something.
Yeah, there's a few people I know that were part of that school, and I would have been there around 2006, 2007, 2008, and I pretty much got accepted and was going to go to the school, but it was just one of those things where money didn't line up, and I just couldn't afford to do it.
Yeah. I think it's a bit pricey. There's like the filmmaking side and then the special effects. Were you going to go for special effects or the filmmaking aspects of it?
Filmmaking, totally. I'm not really good when it comes to special effects. I don't know how to. Yeah, I can't do any. I can't draw. I can't do any of that stuff. So it's all just knowledge of operating cameras and just writing, because that's my go-to.
So many people. I went to so Carly went to that school because it's not only like effects school, but there's also like other programs too. Like I think she went for like some kind of medical coding or something. I forget what she went there for, but when I went to her graduation, Tom Savini was there speaking and stuff like that, because it was a graduation for all aspects of it. And like he listed off like all the people who have went to that school and like projects that they've done, and like it just went on for like so long, where it's like, this person worked on it chapter 1 and chapter 2, and like it is like, wow, like people really do go there and become successful. I'm sure there's tons of people who don't as well, but it is cool that there's so many people that went through that school and then went and had like really successful careers. Like a lot of people from like Face Off, that if you guys remember that old sci-fi show that was about special effects and stuff, which was a really cool show, honestly. I think it lasted like 12 seasons or something. But
yeah, it was really cool. Face Off.
Face Off. It was just like a show on the Sci-Fi Channel.
I don't know if I ever watched it.
It was like a special effects like competition show.
Yeah, it sounds
cool.
vaguely
Like reality TV shit.
I don't know if I ever watched it though.
So do you have any idea what kind of like score and soundtrack you would do for the movie? Because like for me, who has a music background and stuff, like it's one of the first things I notice in movies, and sometimes like really terrible scores and soundtracks can kind of ruin a good movie. You know what I mean? Or a really bad movie can have such a great music score or soundtrack, whatever you want to call it, or both. And then just elevates the movie to the point you're like, man, I can totally watch this all the time because the music is so fucking good. And like I said, like music is a big thing for movies. Like one thing I notice about a lot of like old school films, you know, they use a lot of like catalog type movies or music for the films. Like you're watching a film from the 50s. Use like catalog music and stuff like that. It doesn't really fit the movie properly. I would love to like rescore some of these movies and put like synth in there. Like I obviously wouldn't really fully work because it is black and white and stuff, but like I find that there's so many movies out there that just suffer because the music is not good. It's fucking terrible. I know GP, he's like one of those guys that like doesn't really notice it. But
well, it's one of those things where like if I was making a movie, like I hire or get a sound guy to do it, and like that's their job. I don't fucking know how to do any of that stuff. I don't like. I expect them to show me something that sounds good. Like,
would have an idea.
If I was gonna do it, I would go with this guy who scored Maddie's movie, Bathtub Shark Attack, because I thought that was really good for you know, a no budget movie. Even Parker, who was like sitting next to me when we watched the screening at Wasteland that year, you didn't come, Moodz.
Yeah.
And he was like, who scored this? This is actually really good. And I was like, yeah. I know, dude.
But yeah, I'm musically challenged. I can't do anything related to music whatsoever.
See, I feel like if you're doing a slasher film, like if I was working on the film with you, I would probably suggest going like some type of synth route.
That's like what I want. Yeah. Like the 80s synth.
Yeah, because like I fucking love synth like music in general, but like synth soundtracks obviously was a big thing in the 80s and stuff like that. But like obviously you wouldn't be able to afford like John Carpenter to do a synth soundtrack, you know, kind of thing, but or a score. But like on that level, like Lumantos and stuff, like there's a lot of groups out there that do these really amazing synth scores and shit like that. That it's like a game changer, right? You put that score to that film, and it's like holy fuck, man, like that's pretty wild. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, I want the score to be something along the lines of like a Phantasm type theme.
Ooh,
like that just sounds the way I'm going for that whole look and stuff that we're going the aesthetic with a Phantasm score would just be great for it.
Yeah, well, that's a good one to go for, man, because that's good stuff in that one. I love me some Phantasm, but yeah, man, dude, I just so many times I'm watching the movie going, oh, this music sucks. It's ruining it for me. It like literally takes me out of the movie sometimes. Like, I'm just like, oh my God, it's horrible. But a good score, man, can just suck you in. All right. So that, you know, that's it for 5 questions kind of thing. Last little thing that we do here is a thing called 22 shots rapid fire. So basically it's just quick answers. I'm sure you've heard us do this before. And I literally was like drinking on Friday night and I was like just writing down shit that was coming to my mind. So they're not to be taken serious. You just one or the other kind of thing, right?
Gotcha. I won't fuck it up either.
Here we go. The Howling franchise or Children of the Corn franchise?
Children of the Corn.
Hell yeah.
Pizza or burgers?
Burgers.
American horror or foreign horror?
American horror.
Carpenter or Craven?
Craven.
Nice.
Sports or no sports?
No sports.
Rob Zombie, yes or no?
This is one we'll fuck it up. I'm 50-50 with him. I'm going to say yes for Rob Zombie. I know you just did that on the that March Madness thing you guys did. And he He took a lead, and I was very happy that he did. But he's 50-50 with me. It's like every other movie he makes. I like the first, or like I didn't like House of Thousand Corpses very much. Fucking love Devil's Rejects.
Yeah.
Didn't really like Halloween. Liked Halloween 2. Didn't like 31, but I like Lords of Salem. So it's like every other
this
movie
is
he
hilarious.
made.
So I think so far I would have answered every question differently than you, but I agree. That's exactly how I feel about Rob Zombie. Like to the movies you named.
Yeah, Rob Zombie didn't really miss for me until like
31's the only movie that I think, and even that movie, I can like. I think now that some time has passed, I'd probably enjoy a little bit more. But he was like on such a hot streak when that movie came out. He just came off of Lords of Salem, and I was expecting it to be awesome. Set on Halloween, you know, the cast listing was great, and it just was such a fail for me.
Speaking of fucking music and movies, Lords of Salem, man, that fucking really score, like that music that they came up, that music piece that they came up with for Lords of Salem is so fucking haunting and creepy, man. I love that music, man.
I remember I saw that in the theater with my brother. My brother like despised it.
Lords of Salem, really?
Yeah. That was terrible. I was like, that was really good.
Oh man, the first time I watched it, I think I just like restarted the movie, man. I loved it. I thought it was great.
I've always liked that movie.
Yeah.
That's like the one of his. Well, and I've always liked Devil's Rejects too, but like that one, like that's easily my go-to of his films.
I really like it. House of Thousand.
I like that one when I was younger.
Came up with so much. I didn't.
See, that
like
one's
it that much
fallen for me, like over the years.
It's one of the only movies that makes me feel physically ill while watching, man. There's something about like all the blood and carnage and stuff. I don't know what it is, man. Every time I watch it, I'm just like, ugh.
That scene with the slow-mo and like the cop, like when he opens up the thing and sees like the horrific shit, and then like the way the shot like just stays on it for extra long, like I'm just like, yo, that fucking shit is fire.
Yeah. That scene in particular is really good. That's my favorite scene of the movie. But the whole running through the field at the end of it with Sherry Moon Zombie, I don't know.
That was always my biggest problem with the movie was like the final like act in the underground cavern with like Dr. Satan and shit. I just was like, this is fucking stupid. But
I never disliked that. I actually kind of liked it. It's interesting, but
it didn't like bother me ever. I liked it at first, like when I was younger when I saw, but over the years, like I've just like really not liked the second half of the movie too much.
Right. Okay. So Dawn of the Dead or TCM?
Dawn of the
Dead. Freddy or Jason?
Jason.
Wild movie hunting or Amazon?
Oh, wild movie hunting.
Exactly.
You got to find them out in the wild.
Yeah, it barely exists anymore.
That's why I asked the question, because it's like it seems like everybody is just buying
as like Kino sales is like my hunting. Because you just like never know what you're gonna see.
Right.
I almost hate shopping online just because there's so many choices, and it's just you don't know what to get, and it's like everything is available for you, and whenever you're out in the wild, that's the only thing you can get is what's right in front of you.
Yeah.
You got to get it, or you don't get nothing.
It's that whole rabbit hole thing, man. Like you search one thing on Amazon or one website, and you're like, oh, it suggests this, and then you're like this, and all of a sudden your cart has 31 items. You're like, no, I'm not. Like, this is crazy. What the fuck is going on? So 70s horror or 80s horror?
80s horror all the way.
Slashers or monsters?
Slashers.
Mountain Dew or Dr. Pepper?
Mountain Dew. I'm from Kentucky.
Right. That's actually why I have. That's interesting.
How many Mountain Dew flavors have you tried?
Every one of them.
I asked that because I always saw you doing the reviews of Mountain Dew and shit like that. I'm like, yeah. But I personally like Dr. Pepper better. Mountain Dew is so fucking. It's like literally the worst pop for you of all time.
Yeah, I know.
It's so crazy. But I really like the taste of Dr. Pepper. But Victor Crowley or Mike Myers?
Michael Myers.
Frankenstein or Dracula?
Ooh.
Or the monster from Frankenstein. Yeah. Martyrs.
Yeah, Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah. Martyrs or Inside?
Inside I thought was a much more entertaining film. Martyrs was just it was just depressing all around. I gotta go with Inside.
That's my favorite.
I go with Inside as well.
I go with Inside also. Martyrs is like
Martyrs.
we actually referred it to as it's almost like work watching Martyrs.
Martyrs is
It's
like
so exhausting. Yeah,
that's like a top 100 favorite like all time movie for me.
Inside is great, man. I rewatched it. I got that like second sight big edition. Man, that movie's crazy. It's fucking gory, man. It's just savage. It's so savage.
I
Rock.
feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty mean spirited to be honest. Rock or hip hop?
Hip hop.
Bella,
I didn't expect that.
I actually was thinking
Yeah,
you were gonna
especially
go
from
with Rock.
Kentucky. I definitely
Yeah,
thought,
usually
Rock was
usually
standard.
like Southern is more rock, I would say.
Yeah, I stand out from everybody around me in this area.
That's awesome. Bella Lugosi or Chris Lee as Dracula?
I gotta go with Christopher Lee.
Ah, he's my favorite too, man.
Yeah.
Those Hammer films that he's in is just golden with him, and he's so good.
He never misses.
His eyes, like his eyes, is what really sells everything.
It's so funny too. Like, you know, we always talk about like the screen time with like Doug Bradley as Pinhead in Hellraiser. And like the first movie is only on screen for like what, 8 or 9 minutes. Second film, like maybe double that. Like there's a couple of those Dracula films where Christopher Lee is only on screen for like 5 minutes, but he steals every minute he's in, you know, every scene. It's crazy. Yeah, he's so good, man. Those eyes just beady and awesome. Camping or no camping?
No camping.
Really? Crazy. Oh man. All right. Subtitles or dubs?
You're all going to hate me for this. I like a good dubbed film. I don't like
I don't
reading
hate you.
subtitles
I
very
like
much.
dubs too.
I only watch dubs if it's like a Godzilla film or like a Kung Fu film.
Yeah.
Like I can't watch serious movies with a dub because it just doesn't.
Yeah,
I feel like
that's it.
Godzilla.
I don't like serious movies with a dub.
Yeah, it always ruins. I just can't take it serious, man. But okay,
It depends which one for me. Like I agree with you. Like I try to watch the more serious stuff in subs, but
with the Godzilla,
I like
thing,
a good dub. A good dub is good, you know,
Yeah.
but it has to be a good dub.
I mean, when it comes to Godzilla, like I watched Godzilla films growing up, and they were always dubbed. And then I went back and like I watched some of them with the original language. I'm like, this isn't the same.
I
It was
actually
weird.
hate watching Godzilla subbed. Like I don't like it at all. I much prefer the dub.
Yeah, the dubs are way.
Yeah.
It's so much more fun. It's so much more fun.
Except for Shin Godzilla.
It also
Not
depends
Shin.
on how much dialogue is in the film. If there's a lot of dialogue in it, I don't want to read it all because it goes too quick and I feel like I lose aspects of the film. But if there's not a lot of dialogue, I'll take the subtitles.
Yeah.
-1 is what I meant, not.
Yeah, -1. Yeah, it's like it's more serious, right? So,
Dude, it was funny. I went to this Asian restaurant yesterday with Carly, and there was this Asian dude who had a Godzilla one shirt, Godzilla -1 shirt on, and he looked like I thought it was Tyler. It was like it was an Asian Tyler. Like he was like the same height, and it was
What
like
the
Tyler.
fuck?
It was Tyler when he was in like way more shape. Like so he looked like Tyler's build, like stocky, but like in shape Tyler. And I was like, dude, fucking, and he's like, the shirt looked like something Tyler would wear. Like, I was like, that's the Asian Tyler right there.
You know,
Weird.
I am a quarter Asian, right?
I know. I know.
shut up. Are you really,
Yeah.
He said that before.
dude?
Yeah.
I didn't think you were fucking being serious, man.
No,
We're,
Filipino.
minorities, Moods. You're fucking
Because you look whiter than sin. You really
Yeah,
do.
well, my mom would always say, like, when I filled out any like applications or anything, like, make sure I check Pacific Islander.
That's awesome. Crazy.
I think you could see it at certain angles, like when he smiles and stuff.
Yeah, it's
or when,
funny.
or when he like is like all like sitting there looking at the screen, all fucking
Oh, squinty eyed. That's not.
dude. No, no.
I didn't even mean it like that. I'm just
No.
saying. No, I'm just saying because he literally squints so much. Like it looks like he needs glasses.
Yeah.
All right. So last couple here: Chick-fil-A or Popeye's chicken sandwich.
Well, there's no Popeyes around here, so I got to go Chick-fil-A.
There's no Popeyes in. Wow, crazy.
No, because they got real
years ago.
fucking southern food.
We
You
got
probably have
KFC.
Bojangles, right? You have Bojangles, right?
Yeah, there's a few around here, but
I've never had
it's
that
about
before.
a 40-minute drive to get to it. So
I like Bojangles.
Yeah, there's a lot of fast food restaurants that are very regional. Like I know, like down in Texas, they have the Whataburgers, right? It's like just in Texas. Which
That's In and Out too, right?
In and Out's only West Coast.
Yeah, it's only West Coast. There's one in Vegas, so they go as far as Vegas because every time I'm in Vegas, I always make a point of going to the In and Out. But yeah, they started out in the West Coast, like in Los Angeles and stuff. So, but In and Out's good. But I've always wanted to try Whataburger because I always see people eating. I'm like, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I love Popeyes. Popeyes, like their whole menu. I don't think there's one thing on the menu I don't like. It's like one of the
Popeyes.
It's one of the rare restaurants where I actually like everything on their menu where I can't even think of another one. Like most places are just carried by like a couple products. But Popeyes, really, you don't like Popeyes? That's crazy.
Not really. I have one right next to my work.
Yeah, I love Popeyes chicken sandwich. Great. All right, last two. 22 shots or exploding heads.
Easy.
22 shots.
I do it to everybody. And last one, we ask everybody, Fulci or Argento.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to go with Argento.
Damn, I think more people say Argento on this show than Fulci's my favorite director. So it's like I'm not mad. I'm not mad. It is what it is. I love Argento.
I almost can tell before they even say it what they're gonna pick. Like it's weird. Like I
had to think for a second, but I think Argento's opera and the whole Mother of Tears trilogy really is really my favorite of those of like Italian cinema. But Inferno, I absolutely love that movie. So just because of that film alone, I got to go with Argento.
It's like every time I watch Inferno, I just love it more. It's one of those films,
especially the last time we watched it for the ranking of his films. Like, man, that thing skyrocketed for me.
It's so good, man. Like, I still think one of my favorite scenes in any movie in history is the apartment underwater scene. That scene is fucking beautiful, man. It's like amazing how they shot it and everything. It's crazy. It's so cool, man. Love it.
I mean, Fulci has definitely closed the gap over the years for me. For me, here's where the like big like separation comes from. I tend to like Argento's later films more than I like Fulci's later films.
Yeah, I don't know. I like some of Fulci's later stuff, to be honest. Like Zombie 3, which he only did about 70% of that film anyways. I don't know, man. I think
Zombie 3 is like the exception. Like, I actually love that movie.
But like some of his later stuff, I think is pretty good. I would rather go to the Fulci stuff than a lot of the Argento stuff. But I mean, even like Mother of Tears, like I actually really like that for Argento, like for one of his later films. It's funny because when that movie first came out, I thought it was a disaster. Like I was so appalled because obviously the quality dipped from Suspiria to Inferno to this, which is made like 25 years later, which was supposed to be originally made, I think, in the early 80s, right? It was around the time
it was like before
Phenomena.
It was before Tenebrae.
It was supposed to be because Inferno's 1980, and then he was supposed to make it, and Tenebrae was what, 82, right? Or 80,
I was
82.
reading a Fangoria magazine from around that time period, and he was talking about the third film.
Yeah, and it didn't get made and it sucks, man. Because could you imagine Mother of Tears, that movie being made in 1981? And that, like, 81 is known as one of the greatest years ever. But that movie being made in 1981 would have been crazy. And also, obviously the quality would have been a lot different too. But
there's actually still like a good bit of Fulci films I haven't seen yet too. So that could factor in.
Yeah, I mean, some of Fulci's
I even like a lot of the older stuff too, like not older, but I guess newer stuff from Argento, like The Card Player. People don't really like that movie, but I actually enjoy the film.
Yeah, that's our least favorite movie.
I think it's actually like when we did our ranking, I think it was like the bottom of the list for me.
Yeah, I was like my number 3, and I was the 3 from the bottom, and I was the highest on it.
Yeah,
I seem to like bad movies apparently.
I like Sleepless a lot. I like Stendhal Syndrome a lot.
Sleepless is kind of underrated. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I tend to even like the Do You Like Hitchcock and Giallo.
Yeah, I don't like Giallo at all. I think it sucks.
Yeah, Do You Like Hitchcock is probably I like it probably better than A Card Player.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's just like a cool Hitchcockian thriller type shit.
Yeah.
You know,
but I think that his return with Dark Glasses was, it was pretty eye opening. I'm like, man, it's not bad. Like,
yeah, it was pretty good.
And I do like the fact that they went strictly Italian on that too. So we got like Aja just speaking her native language actually was a lot better for me. I mean, the story was pretty simple, but I think it was executed pretty well.
I thought it was even better when I rewatched it for that show.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, this held up. Like, I think because I went into it thinking like, oh, well, maybe I just liked it because I was surprised that it was like competent, but it actually I thought was pretty good.
Yeah, definitely better than some of his previous efforts. I mean, I don't know, man. I still remember watching Dracula 3D, around the time it came out and just literally laughing because I was like, this is so stupidly bad. Like, what the fuck is this?
I don't even hate that one.
And there goes the gum flying out of your mouth. That was fucking amazing, dude. And then rewatching over the years, man, I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. It really isn't. It's interesting. I mean, the effects are pretty shitty, but it's not as bad as it really is. Aja's amazing in that film. But anyways, that's going to do it for questions with Chris. You guys have anything? You guys want to ask Chris anything? Anything off your dome?
I got one question. So Chris has been a long time friend of the show. I think on our episode 100, it was, you had sent me some stuff to give away, some mugs, from the movie The Bye Bye Man. And I don't remember, like, because I still have the one, like, I kept one because I was like, I wanted it. But I also ended up liking the movie. But how the hell did you get? Oh, look, he has one.
The pee poo poo man.
He sent me a bunch of those to give away that I sent out to people or whatever. But
who ended up winning those things? Like, I don't even remember that.
Oh, dude, we gave away so much stuff on that show.
Yeah, I know, but I don't remember the cups though.
I have no clue. I think I just threw them in with Blu-rays and stuff. But I was curious, like, where the hell did you get all those Bye Bye Man mugs at?
So I don't remember how I got in contact with her, but there was somebody who worked for, I forget what company that is that did that. Whatever company did the Bye Bye Man. I just sent an email to like their corporate office and I was telling them about 22 shots and if they had anything that they could give away for the 100 episode. And she's like, well, I need some information on the website and all this stuff. So I pretended to be a part of the 22 shots group. I was like giving her all the information. Here's our website. Here's this and this. And she replied back. She said, well, we have some stuff from the Bye Bye Man if you would like some of that. And I hadn't seen it at the time to realize how shitty of a movie it was. But I just said, yeah, go ahead and send me whatever you have. And she sent it was like 10 or 11 of those cups just in a box, and I got one in. I kept one, and then I sent the rest of them to JP. And I was like, "Hey, dude, I'm really sorry, but I had to pretend like I was part of your all's group." But
that was awesome, dude. It was so cool. Yeah, that was dope, dude. Because I actually reached out to I think Olive sent me some stuff to give away. There was Arrow sent me some stuff to give away. We gave away a lot of stuff for that 100 episode. But yeah, thanks for that. I've always kind of wondered that every time I look at that Bye Bye Man mug in my cabinet, I'm like, where the hell?
How the hell did he get this?
Yeah, do you actually use that cup?
Me or him?
No.
I actually like that movie, which is hilarious because most people hate it.
Dude, the movie sucks, man.
I never heard anyone say a nice thing about it though.
It was Nightmare on Elm Street light.
It was like STX Films or something like that did that. I'm looking at the budget on this and it says 6.2 million to 7.4. That's pretty sporadic right there. But it made money. It made like 30 million.
I went and seen it in the theater.
I did too, unfortunately.
I didn't get it. I don't think we got it in 2017. Or maybe I don't know. I didn't see it in the theater.
Probably a rare collector's item at this point.
Yeah, like how many of those actually exist? Right?
I don't
It was like a
know,
promo that they made like 20 of them. It's like, bye, man. Like, get on eBay and you fucking put that shit up and sell for a couple thousand.
But yeah, that was my question.
Tyler, you got anything?
No, I didn't come prepared with the question.
Jesus, what's new? Never fucking prepared.
Living up to that Jeremy name. Jeremy 3.0.
Okay.
So, what do you
Are you
like?
an ass man or a boob man?
Am I what?
Are you an ass man or a boob man?
That is
Wow.
totally a Jeremy question.
That's totally a Jeremy question. Dude, what was that movie that he couldn't tell us what he liked about it?
The lore.
The lore.
The
Man.
lore.
Oh my god, that is still one of my favorite moments in the podcast. It's so
I
funny.
think I have that movie.
Fuck,
yeah, I do.
man. So what do you like about it? It's just like dead air for like 2 minutes. I'm like, dude, really? Yeah, that movie.
Was that a
The mermaid movie. It's like a mermaid movie.
Yeah. Was it like top
doesn't
10
have boobs in it? I'll watch it.
Fuck, that was funny, man.
What list was it on? Like top 10 of 2015 or something?
Probably around there. That
2016.
sounds
It was a
right.
while
It
ago,
says-
yeah.
It says 2015 on here.
It probably
It's
would
probably
be
16.
2016.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably 16.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, Tyler, I'm going to go with both.
All right.
It's a good answer, man.
Combo.
I'm 100% an ass person. Like,
Me too.
that's literally, I love asses. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, boobs don't. Yeah. Whatever. That's what it is. But we should probably get into this Critters franchise. What are you guys thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, good? How long have we been going for? Because that intro felt like it was pretty long.
Pretty long.
Probably hour 45. I
Yeah,
guess.
I'm thinking. Yeah, because we had an intro. I think what last show before was like about almost 2 hours too. It's crazy.
Yeah, but that's because we got like the week in between, so we
Yeah.
got a lot of stuff to yap about.
Right. All right. So that is going to do it for the intro, and we'll be back here momentarily with the Critters franchise. Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. Now tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 291 of the Triple Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. We're going to take it back to 1986, all the way back to 1986, with a little film called Critters. Yeah. All right. So, quick little synopsis on this one. A group of small but vicious alien creatures called Krites escape from an alien prison transport vessel and land near a small farm town on Earth, pursued by two shape-shifting bounty hunters. Of course, directed by Stephen Herrick. Is that how you pronounce the name? Probably not.
Yeah, I believe so.
Is it Herrick? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Eric.
Dude
Right.
got a weird filmography. Really, I think this is the only horror film he ever did.
Yeah, because this is the guy that directed Bill and Ted, right? Oh shit, it's the same guy that did the Mighty Ducks too. Crazy.
Yeah, and the Mighty
That's
Ducks.
so
And
random.
a personal favorite of mine, Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead.
Yeah, man. Christine Applegate
And Daniel Harris.
and Daniel Harris. Yeah. I actually talked to Daniel Harris about that movie. Believe it or not. It's interesting.
I recently saw that they remade that movie like last year.
I saw that too. Was it like a made for TV thing or some shit like that? Like, or
I
was
have
it?
no fucking clue, bro.
Yeah, this is a really weird filmography, man. Like 101 Dalmatians. That was the live action movie from 96. Mr. Holland's Opus.
Three Musketeers.
The Three Musketeers. Like, I mean, a lot of notable films. He did Rockstar.
I actually saw Man of the House in the fucking theater once with Tommy Lee
I remember
Jones.
seeing a commercial for Rockstar in the theater when I was a kid, thinking this looks bad.
Is that Mark Wahlberg? It is Mark Wahlberg and Jennifer Aniston. Fuck, man, that movie. Holy cow, this is such a weird filmography. Yeah, so he did one horror film. So he one and done.
Is this a Hallmark Christmas movie?
One and done.
Next Christmas.
That is really wild, man. One and done. Like, I mean, it's not overly uncommon to like do a film and then, you know, move on to other things and stuff like that. But, you know, he did a pretty notable one and then went on to do Bill and Ted. What a weird back to back. That's crazy. But yeah, Critters from 1986, of course, starring the one and only Dee Wallace. Who else? I mean, you got Billy Zane in this film in a small role.
This cast is actually kind of insane, but I have to say this. I just noticed this now. I watched like, you know how Netflix basically just makes Hallmark Christmas movies now?
Yeah.
And I watched one that this guy directed last year of Lindsay Lohan, and I'm pretty sure I talked about it on the podcast.
You did. And then we got a bunch of thumbs downs on the video because you were talking about fucking Hallmark movies.
Oh my God.
But yeah, this cast is pretty interesting, man. We got Dee Wallace, you got fucking M. Hammett Walsh, which I love him, man. He's always fucking cool and everything.
He looked the same for like 50 years. It was crazy.
Yeah, because he like just died, didn't he?
Yeah, and he just like he looks like an old man since like the earliest movies I've seen him in, I think were like early 70s, and he always just looked like an old man.
It's actually one thing that bugs me about the sequel to Critters is that they recast Harv. And the other guy's like not as good, but of course, yeah, you got Dee Wallace. Billy Zane makes an appearance in this film as the daughter's boyfriend. We got Lynn Shay, who is like unrecognizable with all that makeup and hair color and shit. Like it makes me laugh. I can't even take her character serious in this because she just looks so damn goofy.
Lynn Shay's just goofy. Like the queen, like the queen of being in the background of movies, and then she eventually got her.
She's the unsung, queen of horror. Like, she's been in so much stuff.
She was in Nightmare on Elm Street, man.
Well, yeah, and the reason she's in this is it's New Line Cinema, and her brother, Bob Shay, was the head of New Line Cinema.
Right.
And, you know, she's in a bunch of New Line Cinema shit from around this era.
According to Letterboxd, I've seen 34 films with her, making her my third most watched actress of all
she's
time.
One of my most watched as well, dude.
It's because she became one of my most watched ones because I was ripping through all the what are the new movies that she was in? The Insidious movies. Yeah. So I like watched all like 6 of those and I'm like, oh shit, man, I've seen like 25 movies with Lynn Shay and I'm like, what the fuck?
She was in a bunch of those like it looks like those like
she's my second
comedies, like the straight to video comedies from the Blockbuster area, and I used to rent those a lot.
I haven't seen a lot of movies with Lynn Shay in it that wasn't a genre film.
She's my number two. She's my number 2 most watched actress as well. Christopher Lee's my number 1 most watched actor. But Detroit Rock City, she has a great role in that. Yeah. She plays Jen's mom.
Yeah, she's a bitch in that one. She's the religious nut.
Yeah, she's behind Willem Dafoe and Samuel Jackson for me, but ahead of Robert De Niro and Christopher Walken.
Yeah, I wonder where she actually. Dee Wallace, surprisingly, is. I've watched 20 films that I've logged on here with Dee Wallace. So she's actually the second highest female actress. My highest is Liana Quigley with 22.
Yeah, Lynn Shay is my highest.
Oh, and then Lynn Shay is 20 also. So Liana Quigley 22, Dee Wallace 20, Lynn Shay 20. And then Barbara Crampton with 19.
Is Leanna related to Linnea? Because Linnea Quigley is my number 2 female actress.
What was I saying?
I don't have any Leanna Quigley.
I got Jennifer Jason Leigh.
Whatever, man. Shut the fuck up. You're such a dick.
How is it? Scarlett Johansson's my number 3. That's kind of wild.
And then next on my list would be Carlo Mancini, fucking Italian films, and then Karen Black with 50.
You know who's like surprisingly high in my all time is fucking Ted Raimi.
That's weird.
I am.
Yeah, my number 1 watched actor on I don't know how the fuck we got on this, but it's Christopher Lee with 37 films.
I got Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, Christopher Lee's my number 1 as well.
Like my top 5, dude, is Christopher Lee with 37, Peter Cushing with 32, Vincent Price with 31, Donald Pleasance with 27, and Charles Bronson with 24. That's my top 5.
You have Letterboxd, Chris?
I got Vincent Price at 26. He's my number 8. Looks like 7.
Yeah, I have Letterboxd. I use it quite a bit,
8.
but I have only had it for 2 years, and so it's not accurate to everything. And also, I watch a lot of stuff with my daughter, so most of the stuff that's logged on there is like my top people on there are people who did like voice actors for all those animated films.
Yeah,
who did like 50 or 60 movies.
Right.
Nice.
That's pretty awesome.
So yeah, Critters.
Yes.
Also, I think like and this will come through as the franchise goes on, but the main character in the Critters franchise to me is Charlie, Don Keith Opper.
Yeah.
He's the Donald
for sure.
of the series.
No, he's the fucking Burt Gummer.
Yeah, he's the
Burt Gummer.
He gets the arc.
Yeah, and he gets, as it goes
the
on,
best
like,
arc.
by the fourth one, he's the main character. You know what I mean?
Really, even by the third one, I'd say. It's kind of his movie. It's kind of his movie in the third one.
He was the brother of the producer of the film, Barry Opper, so that's one of the reasons why he was cast in it. But they did, when Barry Opper did his first movie, which was Android from, 80 or 81 or
something like that. Yeah.
So they went on to do the next project, which was Critters. So they went ahead and cast him in, and they wrote the part just for him specifically.
He's great.
Yeah, I think I feel like he fits the role quite well, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I was little and watched this, I didn't realize that he was considered a drunk. I just knew that he was like the person. He was the person that nobody liked, and he got picked on. So that I immediately like drew an attraction to him and felt like I was a friend of his. And that's one reason why I love the franchise so much too, is because, hey, my friend is like the one that's in these movies.
Yeah, he's like the
talking-
Ozzy from Leprechaun type character.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That's
when
little
he started
like
talking
simpler.
about like how he could throw, and you could see he was the town drunk. That kind of made me laugh. So I've only seen this movie like twice. It's been like a long time, so I didn't remember a whole lot of.
Where is this film supposed to be set? Do we know
Somewhere
that?
in the South. I don't know.
It's in Kansas.
It's in Kansas, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Which there is a couple
yeah.
continuity errors in this too, like with dates and like, I don't know, man. There's a couple weird things in the franchise that are kind of goofed up with that, but yeah, it takes place in Kansas. We're not in Kansas anymore.
Yeah, I love these like sort of like farm house settings of movies. Like it almost, this movie almost feels like a, wow, this came out April 11th, 1986, so just 2 days ago.
So I actually have that noted, and we never planned that out. And it's funny too, because the second one actually can be considered to be an Easter film, which is Easter's like right around the corner too. Mm-hmm. So this not only just had its like anniversary, but the second one's an Easter film. It's so weird how that kind of worked out. But
I thought that was the reason why you guys scheduled this at this time, was because of the second film.
No,
that was just complete coincidence.
The Easter thing.
The Easter.
Oh no!
thing,
Actually, you
yeah,
did bring that up. That's right.
Not the anniversary thing. That's just totally by fluke.
Yeah.
One thing we did forget to mention, that this is done by the effects are done by the Chotto brothers, who are probably.
Did they do all four of them?
They did all four of them. Yeah.
Of the originals.
Really?
Yeah. They didn't do. Yeah. When Critters Attack, they weren't on that one. But you can obviously tell. I mean, the Critters look similar, but they're different though. But yeah, I would say the Chotto brothers. Do you think they're more famous for doing Critters or Killer Clowns from Outer Space? Especially now that Killer Clowns has got so much fucking love. You know what's actually really interesting? I was watching fucking one of the Critters films this week, and it got me thinking about it. I was like, Chotto brothers, they're really famous for doing the Killer Clowns. Got so much love. All the Funkos, like all the releases these days, like it's just fucking everywhere. You can't go anywhere without seeing something Killer Clowns. How come like the Funko line never did Critter Funkos?
Critter would be a good Funko.
Yeah, Critters never got anything. They didn't have any type of no toys, no merchandise. They had nothing.
But it's so marketable. It's so marketable. Like you think even making plush dolls, like a life size, like a movie like size Critter plush doll would be fucking ideal. I mean, I would buy one of those. I would totally buy one of those.
They had one line. They had in a Fangoria magazine back in, it was either somewhere between it was either after the first movie or after the second movie. I'm not sure which one, but they had a Critters puppet that you could buy through the Fangoria magazine. It was like the only way you could get it. And it's like real small. It's only about the size, like your fist. You can fit up in it, and that's it. That sounded go for a fucking fortune.
That sounded really bad. You can just put your fist up in it.
I love that. Like, this is basically like New Line's response to like Gremlins, right?
It
like,
is Gremlins, yeah.
It's a Gremlins ripoff, but at the same time, it was actually written and conceived before Gremlins. But
you can tell that, like, because it's not like Gremlins at all, but you could definitely see there's some things that were like influenced by Gremlins, like the montage. And like,
well, the critters themselves are they're a lot more vicious and nasty than a gremlin. Like, these are just like the setup to the movie is really funny to me because they're like criminals. Like the alien or like the critters are like being transported in jail.
I almost
think
they were supposed to look like something else. In that they kind of made them into these gremlins looking critters things as part of like even though it was written beforehand, like making it like it, because like the whole thing with him like carrying like the system around the ship, I kind of feel like that wasn't meant for like these like critters to be doing. I feel like it was supposed to be like a different creature doing that.
Chris would know. Were they always written as little creatures that roll into balls and stuff?
They were, they were conceived as more like Tasmania, or like the Tasmanian devil.
yeah.
They were conceived like that, but then of course when Gremlins got released and was popular, they kind of changed things around a little bit to kind of give them different features and make it more realistic as far as like real animals, and that's where the real difference is because Gremlins does look kind of real with Gizmo. But the actual gremlin themselves doesn't look like a real creature. But I think the critters are more conceived as real life creatures.
Because they kind of resemble like a fucking porcupine in the sense, right? With the quills
like
and stuff like that.
Armadillo, porcupine, like fucking.
Yeah. And I think that's one cool thing about the critters is that they can shoot these quills that are kind of like they're a little bit poisonous. They kind of knock you out and shit. I think that's a really cool thing. But I think my favorite thing about the critters is that they do ball up and they roll.
Yeah, and they like bounce and shit. Like,
dude. I think that's such a cool and unique idea. And like when they form the huge ass balls,
right? The big ass ball, but also like they just grow in general too. Like
they're almost like rabbits. They fucking reproduce like rabbits. Like they're literally they go from like five critters to like 500 overnight. Like it's ridiculous, and they grow super fast and like. I mean, it's just, you obviously got to suspend your belief a little bit, but it's just wild, like how they do it. And it's pretty crazy.
And it has that like the sci-fi vibe too, because it's like space and like like almost like the Blob or something like that, like a monster movie. Yeah. And it almost has like a Spielberg vibe to it, but not quite Spielberg because it's like New Line and not Spielberg. But I like that aspect.
Low budget Spielberg.
But it does capture a great atmosphere, man. Like that's one thing I love about like the first two movies. They feel the exact same. Like Nick Garris, he's not really one of my favorite directors, but like he really did capture the feel and the look and the overall aesthetic of like what the original film what had going for it in the second film. Like he really did a good job with it. I was really quite surprised rewatching it. I was like, damn.
Yeah, it has like this little slice of life, like family aspect to it that I really like. The Dee Wallace is the mom. You got Harv. You got the Scott Grimes, who's a really good and that's the cool thing about this movie too.
He's a good actor. Actually,
it's very relatable if you saw it when you were a kid because like the main character is a kid, and that doesn't happen all the time. But I love when it does happen, and we're following him around. And you also have like the sister sneaking out to visit her boyfriend, and then the whole like character they created, Johnny Steele, for the movie with the like Power of the Night song and shit like that.
The rock star,
the most 80s, the most 80s thing ever. Yeah,
the rock star shit is so funny to me, man. I just love the fact that like
that guy becomes like a reoccurring character throughout the series as well.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny actually because like, of course the kid, Brad, he was already a fan of the music. Because he actually was listening to the tunes and stuff like that. And he's like, oh shit, man, you're the rock star. I love
Johnny
that.
Steele.
You're Johnny Steele, the rock star. That's fucking awesome. But like one thing about this movie, like rewatching it, is the characters are very well written. Like no one's a stupid ass character. I feel like characters make decent decisions in this. There's not a lot of stereotypical moments and shit like that with these characters and shit. It's honestly a way better written film than you would ever really think it would be. It's just like a small little creature feature, right? But the characters are awesome. Like Dee Wallace is great. She's an awesome, strong mom. But the only problem I have with this movie is just like a lot of things in the 80s and 90s and stuff with casting is like, I feel like Dee Wallace, who was like 38 when she did this movie, her husband seems way older. I think in real life he was like 50, but he seems like he's just way older, way too old for her.
Really?
But the daughter is cast in this film and she's 24 in real life. So she's only 12 years younger than Dee Wallace. So it's like, and like, I'm looking at this going, she's way too old to be the daughter. I'm like,
I know, but she looks really young to me. I don't know. They made her look, I think that
in certain scenes with the daughter. Yeah. But I feel like I mean, I know it's a common thing for women to marry older men and stuff like that, but I just feel like he just seems so much older than Dee Wallace. It's weird.
He's actually only 10 years older than her.
Yeah. I mean, 10 years is, 12 years. Yeah.
I never paid attention to that. As a kid, anybody who's an adult, they all seem the same age anyways as a kid.
Yeah.
So that never bothered me any.
As a kid, for sure. But like watching it now, you're like, damn, dude, that guy seems really old. And I looked up their ages. I'm like, yeah, he's 12 years older. But then the daughter's 24.
Maybe because like my grandparents were like 14 years apart and they're the ones that I like raised me. So I just never really put it together. But
I mean, that's a big age gap,
feel like
to be honest.
The dad feels like such a dad character. Like he just feels like just the way that he talks to his son and stuff like that. Like with the whole, like, I think the scenes where it makes the sister look really young is like the first scene with like the slingshot where she gets shot in the ass and she runs after him. That feels like very kid like, you know.
Her hairstyle too. They purposely made her hairstyle to make her look younger too, right?
But I think each character feels really realistic because the dad does feel like he looks, he plays the farm-esque character perfectly. You feel like he's an actual farmer. You feel like Charlie is the town drunk. He plays that part perfect. And then you get the sheriff. He feels like he belongs in the town. Like everybody feels really.
Lynn Shay, like the annoying like secretary. Like
those small ass American towns. Like I feel like that sheriff is in every town. Like that's who you. Like, if you had to go find the sheriff, that's who you're getting. You're getting that guy, So yeah, I think the casting is really good in this. I think Dee Wallace, man, I think she's really good in this movie. Like she's just really, really fucking good, man. And I think Brad's character is fucking amazing too. Do you ever notice the license plate on Billy Zane's car? What the fuck does it say? It's like some stupid shit on there. I can't remember what it says, man. It's like too cool or something. I don't know. But I really love the father who's a bowler. And it's like kind of like that contrast and parallel to like, our critters, right? But his bowling shirt, I always wanted that shirt, right?
The Ghostbusters logo.
The Ghostbusters logo, but it's a pin and you're busting pins. And I love that shit, man. It's fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. But I love that.
And like the cool thing about like this movie in general too is like it could have just been like a rip off, like a little creature rip off, like just another one. But I feel like they do add a lot of creativity to it with like the bounty hunters and like the way that they shape shift their face and the design of the critters are really good. Like they look great when they're rolling around, when they're all like like they use a lot of dark shots in this movie where they're like kind of just like in the darkness, like with their glowing eyes and shit like that.
The movie feels way bigger than what it actually is because it looks like a really big budget film, but it was only a few $1 million. I think it was like $4 million to get made. $3 million. Yeah.
So how many?
And there's like tons of explosions and shit and stuff in the movie too.
Yeah, there's explosions, but like the thing that really gets me about the budget is there's a lot of critters that are actually on screen, and like just the effects of them rolling around and shit. Like, do you know how they actually did that?
The ones with their actual balls that just rolled around, there's a couple of different things. One is, they literally just took like basketballs and just rolled them.
Oh,
they also had some that were on like a rolling mechanism where underneath them was like a rolling ball, like a rolling bar, and they were built into the bar. So when they drug the bar across the ground, they would just spin around. And you couldn't tell because it was in the grass. And they did a really good job with that. But yeah, most of it was just them throwing just the little basketballs or stuff that they had wrapped with
They're
fur.
just like covered basketballs with fur, and
Right.
that makes sense why they look like they bounce and stuff like that. That's cool.
I mean, it works because it looks really good. I mean, it's simple mathematics right there, but it actually does work really well.
And there's actually some like solid comedy with the bounty hunters just being like more so in part two, but just like being like fish out of water type like people.
Total doofuses.
Yeah.
I do like the aspect of like how they explain away that they couldn't turn into somebody that if they don't fit the body properly, they actually couldn't use it. That's why they kind of morph out of it and stuff like that. I kind of like how they explain that a little bit. I mean, they get away from that a little bit throughout the franchise and stuff like that. But I mean, there's obviously other things that are pretty wonkily written and stuff. But yeah, man, the whole bounty hunter thing, man, I really enjoy that aspect of it too. It's pretty fun. It's really fun. I mean,
Yeah,
I definitely have questions about like the arc of like Ugg and shit like that, like later on in the franchise.
Yeah, it's so random.
It gets really weird. Like I love the bounty hunters, but then it loses focus for me later on, and I'm just like, I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts on that like later on. But one thing about this film though, man, like I said, characters are awesome, but rewatching this again, I really noticed that, you know, for what is it rated down there? Because for up here in Canada, it's like PG-13.
I think all
PG-13,
four of the originals are PG-13.
Okay. I think they do a really good job in these movies with the comedy, because it's that perfect like situational comedy. It's not like really physical and it's not over the top. There's a couple moments with like some goofy sound effects and stuff like that, especially in the montage scene. More so in kind of part two. But I think the balance of like having like a creature feature and, you know, being serious about it and throwing comedy in there was a perfect balance. I don't think they overdid it. I don't think the comedy takes away and you're just like, man, that's fucking goofy. You know, you get those moments in films where you're like, man, that's really too goofy. And it just keeps kind of going on and on. I feel like this one never gets away from what it's trying to do. The balance between the seriousness and the creature features and like what they're doing, the atmosphere that they created, and they throw in this comedy that I feel like is so perfectly done. It's so perfect. I never once was watching this film going, man, that was fucking stupid. You know, like it just, every time they execute some type of, you know, comedic moment, it's like done perfectly. It's awesome. Really, really well done.
It was originally supposed to have an R rating. They wanted a PG-13, but it was too violent. The scene with Billy Zane in the barn, they had to cut so much stuff out of that. Like they had it originally where it was supposed to eat his stomach out and you would see the actual teeth going into the stomach.
Yeah.
And then you see the actual hand being bitten off. But they had to cut all that because they had to get a PG-13 rating.
So why was it New Line that was going for a PG-13, or like, I would love to have seen this movie the same as it is, you know, but with the gore and get the R, because I feel like the critters they're one track. They're on a one-way street. They're just there to attack and kill and eat. That's all they're there. So like, why dumb it down?
Well, because I think also like
because PG-13 really isn't for kids. It's for like young adults at this point. So why not just go R?
So R, like the way that I've always like heard about it through like commentaries and stuff is like, if at all possible, PG-13 is the way to go, because you cut your audience in half when you go R.
Right, of course.
So unless you're specifically marketing to like adults, anything that could be marketed to kids, they will always try to cut down the PG-13, or, you know, young teenagers or whatever.
Yeah, young adults.
But even like kids who are like 10 and stuff, like can get into PG-13 with their parents. You know what I mean? So it's I think that like you look at Gremlins, which was I think originally like a PG rated movie, and I think they made the right call with this movie in particular, because I think that like me being a kid, like it was definitely, now I could watch anything, but a lot of kids couldn't, and I think this is like a gateway horror movie that is like perfect for you know, younger kids to watch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And there's some really scary scenes in it too for kids. Like the scene where the dad character goes to the basement and he gets his shoulder and leg eaten. Like when you look at it as an adult, it is actually a pretty intense moment. And that's the first time you see the creatures attack. You don't know what you're getting, and the first thing you get is a very violent kill, almost a kill scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they're like at the peak of like their seriousness or how much you're like of a threat you're taking them in this movie. And I kind of like how it's you see almost less of them, but like as far as the violence goes, I almost feel like it's most effective in this movie because they're actually like kind of like dirty and ragged looking. I think it works better than where it's a little more polished later on in the series.
Yeah, they also like the mouths look like more wet and like just like ferocious.
Well, yeah, I mean, once we get to Critter's attack, man, I mean,
just went into the toilet.
They just literally, dude, oh my God, I don't even want to.
Yeah, this is
we'll get there, but like the just the effects on the Chata brothers, they really knew what they were doing with the Critters look and stuff. Let's put it that way, because you really notice the big difference, right? You get the Critters attack and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and even when you get to like Critters 2 and Critters 3, they're more of a Muppets in those, where like in Critters 2, a lot of the puppets are literally just putting your hand up the puppet.
Yeah,
and in this one, most of them are animatronics. So you can tell the difference in them.
Yeah, like I have the first one on right now while we're recording, just like in the background, and like I'm looking at some of the animatronics, and I'm like, yeah, these are really well done.
I miss those days, man. It's like when we talk about like the Child's Play films, man, like the animatronics in part 3 are unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like it's like unbelievable when you watch that movie. You're like it's full out widescreen shots of Chucky walking around. Like it's not like a headshot. You know what I mean? Like it's just walking. It's fucking wild how they do it, man. But I love that shit though. But yeah, they definitely probably maybe budgetary. Was part 2 less budget, I'm assuming?
Well, also speed, right? Like, because that factors in a lot, that when you're making a sequel, like you want to capitalize while it's hot.
Yeah.
So they probably also wanted to speed it along. So you cut corners a little bit.
So did Critters do pretty good at the box office?
It made like 13 million, which at the time,
yeah, the first one did really good. Yeah, the first one did really good. It was almost triple the amount of what the budget was.
Well, yeah, $2 million budget. Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, part 2 really
bombed.
It didn't do anything. It bombed at the box office.
Yeah, hence why they did part 3, and they shot part 3 and part 4 back to back, and they were just straight video releases, right? So
yeah.
But yeah, all in all, man, I think this is a really good movie. Like legitimately a great small creature feature film. You know, it's got a great cast, great acting, atmosphere. Like the music's really good in it, man. The effects are awesome. Like there's really not a lot of negativity to throw at this film. It does one thing that is just like a cliche that I always get super annoyed. There's the scene in the beginning of the film where Dee Wallace's character, she makes this huge ass nice breakfast, and of course everyone takes one bite and leaves. Fucking annoys me. This shit.
That happens so
well,
every movie. It annoys me. I'm like, I want to eat that food, bro. Like you literally have so much food, and she even mentions it too. She's like, oh, yeah, just like one bite and leaves.
About it.
Yeah, it's like I'm laughing to myself, going, exactly. It's ridiculous. Who does that? But
and I will say the Blu-ray, the Scream Factory box set that they put out, the Blu-ray looks damn good on this first one and the second one, honestly.
Yeah, the second one was like, I was kind of.
I found the fourth one. Expensive. It's probably the way it was shot though. Like 3 looked better than 4, but 4 looked really muddy.
Yeah, so 3 I think looks decent, but not as good as 1 and 2, and 4 is definitely the worst looking one.
Yeah, it looks terrible. Like part 4 is a fucking beyond me. I can't wait till we get to that one, because that movie's a
probably shot it on a downstage and just like didn't have a good lighting department.
It's everything about the movie though. Like I get, with the continuity with the way part 3 ends and stuff, but like how they casted it, and like I just don't understand part 4.
Well, we'll get there.
Yeah, it's fucking, it blows my mind. It's weird.
Ratings?
But you guys have anything else on Oh yeah, I want to mention the part where the drunk, he throws the Molotov cocktail into the spaceship. I'm like, there's no way he was making that throw. He was shit faced.
It's not even a good throw either. Like, he doesn't even wind up like an actual pitcher.
It always,
it's like the worst throw possible.
Dude, I know, man. It always makes me laugh because like I forgot about him and watched him going, oh yeah. I laugh at that part every single time. Like, there's no way he was making that throw, especially with that arm angle. I'm like, bro, you never threw a baseball in your life.
Also, another really cool thing about these movies, and specifically the Scream Factory box set here, the cover arts are awesome for these films. So
except for they didn't use I like part 4. I love the DVD artwork for part 4. The part 4 on the Blu-ray sucks.
Oh, on the moon, you mean?
Yeah, the moon shit.
Yeah, that is the better cover art, but
it's way better.
The artwork for part 1 and 2 and even 3, and you got the 2 different artworks like with the Scream Factory releases that has reversibles, but yeah, I agree that part 4 one with the like critters behind like the moon or whatever planet it is, that I've always liked that as well.
I don't know why they didn't use that one, because is that like not an official artwork for it, because it was DVD, and I swear that's what the VHS looked like too.
They probably just was like,
the VHS has like the Critters 4 explosion with the spaceship coming out of it.
It does have that. Okay, I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember. Yeah. All right. I don't have a lot more.
Chris, do you have anything?
I mean, are we spoiling these? I mean, because we're kind of.
Yeah, you have.
I think you're allowed to spoil
it's franchise, right? Because
40-year-old. Like,
I'll put the warning before, anyways, because it's a franchise. I mean, there's obviously continuity between 3 and 4, and
like,
yeah.
I feel like most people have seen the first 2 Critters, and after that, I'm not sure you really care if they get spoiled.
Yeah,
I was gonna get into the ending of it. The house that they used for the main house there, it was actually built specifically for the making of the film because they knew they wanted to blow it up.
Hence how they do the reverse reaction. How they do the reverse building effect.
Like they didn't even have to do that, but it made me laugh that they did.
No, I think they blew it up purposely to have it like, to do that reverse rebuild, right? That part
that wasn't the original ending.
Okay, well, anyways, that part is the funniest part in the entire movie when the fucking critters are like taken off and they blow it up and they're just like
fucking assholes.
They're all laughing. I'm like, dude, what a fucking dick! What a dick move! They just blow up the house. They're all laughing and shit. Dude, it's fucking comical, man.
They made me laugh. I was like, this
so good.
Just did that for fun.
But the way they edited it, though, and then when they blow up, dude, I'm laughing my ass off watching this shit. I'm like, dude, that's so fucking funny. It's like perfect timing, right? It's
yeah. So what was the original ending?
So the original ending was supposed to be just the house is blown up. It's there. They go back to the family goes back to the house. And that's it. The camera works its way through the rubble of the house, and you see the critter egg sitting there, and the critter's eggs moves, and then the movie ends. But during screenings of the film, they
everybody was depressed.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, my headphones died. So the screenings that they had for it showed that people were very upset that the cat supposedly died in the movie, and it was a very upsetting ending. So they went back and they actually did a model of the original house. It was like Fantasy 2 Studios or something, I think is what it was. And they just rebuilt a whole model of the house, like a miniature set, and they made it to where it falls apart so they could rebuild it back together. And then they took the family and they kind of like superimposed an image of them standing there in front of the house over that image of the house being rebuilt to kind of get you that that kind of look of like they're watching it being rebuilt.
So they actually weren't there. Crazy. That is pretty wild.
There's, I don't know if you can really tell much, but there's part of the house, the back side of the house didn't actually have actual parts to it. It was opened up completely so they can move the cameras in and out of this,
right?
Showing it. They talk about in the commentary where that half the house was just an open backing, so you could see right through it, which you can't tell that at all when watching it. I don't think.
No. I mean, that's just the way you make movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it makes sense. So, but that's interesting.
So,
all right. Well, we'll start with Chris. What do you give Critters?
I'm a little biased, I think, on this film. I've said it before, and I think that the design of the creatures are one of the very best when it comes to looking like a real animal. And I think that's why I fell in love with it when I was a kid, was because I thought that there were something that could be real. And it just made me interested in seeing how movies were made and just the process on everything. And then obviously I fell in love with the characters as well. You mentioned it, every character is pretty well a good character.
Yeah.
The character of Charlie was another character I fell in love with just because of the sympathy you have for him, because he's the loner, the outsider, someone who always gets picked on or isn't liked much by people. And I kind of latched onto that too. So there's so many different things that goes into these movies that just made me love it more and more. Even to the part where the giant critter, the guy in the suit, they keep evolving with everything. First, the critters are small, then they can roll, then they can shoot the spikes, then they get bigger and bigger. It's just like the more stuff you add to the creatures, and you create this whole backstory with it, and it just felt real to me. And I've just loved it ever since. So I got to give a 10 out of 10 on this one.
All right, yeah, JP.
Yeah, big fan of this film. I grew up with it. I've probably seen it 15, 16 times probably in my life. I remember when they were coming out on DVD, my neighbor had bought them, and I remember me and my buddy literally had like a portable DVD player, and we were like sitting outside in like the summer one night and just ran through, I think, all 4 Critters movies. Had an extension cord outside, so I could plug it in when it was getting low on battery. But just nice summer night under the stars watching damn Critters movies. It was pretty cool. But yeah, I've always enjoyed this one. And rewatching it with like a critical eye, I'm like, okay, this is actually like a really solidly made movie. So I give it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah. Tyler, what do you got?
Yeah, Chris is pretty good. Definitely worth your time of these 80s kind of like parody on 50s monster movie mashups. But it's a really cool little gem. It's definitely worthy of the time. But it is not a film I grew up with. But I do think it's pretty solid. 6.5 out of 10.
6.5. Jesus. I'm also at an 8 out of 10 on this one. I think it's really good for what it is, man. I mean, it's one of those solid films where you just don't see, the entire cast being very respectable. I just like everybody in the movie. I mean, Billy Zane's kind of a douche, but he's still pretty fun in the film. I always find it really funny when the kid gets fucking grounded for 2 weeks for shooting his sister in the ass with the slingshot, and his dad's like, which he didn't even do, but he, but he says, he's like, no movies for 2 weeks. And I'm like, that's fucking ludicrous. Like, seriously, ground me for 2 weeks, but let me watch movies.
Child abuse.
That's fucking child abuse, man. But I will give it up to Brad, man. At least Brad has some good taste in movies because he's got a mutant poster on his wall. I always respect that, man. I always love watching movies and picking up posters and films, and I love that
like
shit.
Zombievers.
Yeah, man. I love it. It's like the movie Evil Ed, man. Like I actually created this. I was going to do this. Me and Dylan were going to do a marathon one time based on this, but there's so many movie posters in that film that we were going to watch all the movies that had posters in there. Yeah, it was kind of cool.
I forgot to mention this, but there's a little Easter egg whenever the scene where Billy Zane is getting ready to get his hand bitten off. There's a little because they're listening to music on a CD or a cassette player, and he has a couple of cassette tapes stacked by the radio, and one of them says the Herrick Chainsaw Massacre. So it's kind of like a throwaway for the director, and then a reference to Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, that's funny.
That's kind of cool.
That's funny. I still think so. Besides the end when the critters blow up the house and start fucking laughing, like that shit makes me laugh too. But I have to say, I'm surprised no one even mentioned this right now. Is when the critter goes up to the ET doll.
Oh yeah.
Who are you? What are you? I love that shit, man. It's so fucking funny, man. It's pretty goofy. It's goofy, but it's funny as hell, though, man. It's like fucking with the ET doll. I love that.
What'd you say, Chris?
They filmed two versions of that because they weren't sure if they were going to get the rights to the ET doll for licensing. So they filmed it with like a generic stuffed animal just in case. But then they were able to get the whipping.
So they actually had to license out because it's copyrighted, right? The ET image is copyrighted. So
yeah,
I wonder what that cost them. Probably half their budget. Right? Like Spielberg's like, yeah, man.
It's pretty cheap since they had Dee Wallace from where she was already.
Oh
like,
yeah, the Dee Wallace connection. Dee Wallace probably just called Steve and was like, "Hey, dog."
Holy fuck! I didn't even put the connection together. Dee Wallace and ET. Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. How stupid am I?
A lot
Crazy.
of sense.
That totally makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Damn, dude, that's fucking crazy. Wow. Oh, that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. So yeah, that makes sense. So maybe they got a discount then because Dee Wallace was in the film. Interesting. All right. So that is Critters from 1986.
They're turning this peaceful little town into dinner. Critters 2.
All right. So moving along here into the sequel from 1988 titled Critters 2, The Main Course. Directed by the one and only Mick Garris. He's probably most famous for doing tons and tons of Stephen King adaptations. Yeah. Anyways,
all the bad ones.
All the bad ones. Yeah. We always bring up Mick Garris. And I mean, he doesn't have like the worst filmography in the world, but like he really did do the bad Stephen King adaptations, didn't he?
He's right.
Sleepwalkers is pretty good.
Yeah, I can fuck with Sleepwalkers. I mean, I just rewatched it actually. It's not too bad, I guess. But Quicksilver Highway, come on, man. Ugh.
Oh, he did the Bag of Bones one. Ugh.
Yeah, but he also did Psycho 4, which is pretty good.
Psycho 4 is not bad.
That's been on my show for years. I don't know. I haven't watched it.
But he also did the Shining remake, like the TV miniseries.
Oh, yeah, I never watched that.
He wrote The Fly, too.
Riding the Bullet, Desperation.
Like, I have The Stand, too, and I've never watched it. Never made
not good. But I will
The
give...
Stand's good, but it's just very dated.
I will give Mick Garris all the credit in the world because he's the one that created Masters of Horror. So, I mean, that's like legendary to us. But yeah, he really didn't do the best Stephen King adaptations. And actually, he didn't even try to get away from that even in this movie because he even references Cujo. Right? There's a point in this movie he actually references Cujo. So, synopsis: eggs of the small but vicarious alien creatures called Krites are left behind on Earth, and after hatching, set their appetites on the small farm town of Grover's Bend. So, the sequel to Critters. So the only reoccurring character that we have from, well, I shouldn't say, actor, is actually Brad. Scott Grimes return
from the family.
From the family, yeah. Of course, we have, Ugg returns, Charlie's there and stuff like that. Yeah, so Brad is like the only person from the family.
Even Lin Shaye returns.
Yeah, Lin Shaye's back in the film, but they recast the sheriff, which always kind of annoyed me in this movie.
I honestly like him better. I'm not gonna lie.
Really? Man, crazy. I mean, you got Eddie Deason in this film, who's like probably how did that guy how is he not cast in Revenge of the Nerds? Like, seriously, like that guy is like the ultimate nerd. He should have been in that movie. It's fucking wild. But yeah, Critters 2, man. What are your guys' thoughts on this?
Also, just one other thing of note with like the actors. William Hanna of Hanna-Barbera fame did some critter voices in this, I guess.
Interesting.
I think he makes an appearance in it too. I think he there's a scene where at the beginning of it when it's showing like the country town and how peaceful everything is. I'm pretty sure that's him setting as like outside the sheriff's office when he like the fly hits him. I think it's in the trailer, like he swats the fly with his hat. I think that's him.
That's pretty cool.
Huh.
I could be wrong. You might want to fact check me on that one.
Yeah, we like doing that around here.
I believe it. But also another, we didn't mention this in the first one, but 85 minutes for Critters 2. The first 3 I think are under 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny because Critters 4 is like the longest one in the entire franchise, and yeah, we'll get there.
This one starts immediately with already like a mistake, because the first movie ends when it shows like the critter eggs in the barn, and there's only like 3 or 4 critter eggs sitting there.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden in this one, there's like stacks and stacks of critter eggs sitting in the middle of the barn.
But the weird thing about the timing, though, too, is like, when that high school punk or whatever goes and steals the eggs or whatever, does it not say, like, I mean, this is taking place in real time. So if it is in real time and it's 1988, it would be 2 years later. Why the fuck are they still sitting in there? Yeah. Unhatched.
They're chilling.
Yeah, I think they have to have like some type of like heat to hatch them.
Incubation.
Yeah,
they're just waiting for the right moment.
Taken to that place, that heater is left on, and it incubates them, and they hatch from that part inside that antique store.
So they were sitting there for like 2 years.
Yeah, no critter mom was sitting on them.
That's crazy.
Critters, do they have sexes, or are they just?
Well, that's the other weird thing about the critters is like when we get to the later when they fucking Anyways, I feel like all the critters are males, but they're laying eggs like motherfuckers everywhere, right?
Yeah, I don't think they do it until you get to like the later one, like the Critters, a new Binge fucking TV series. But I think they're just designed to where like all critters lay eggs, no matter what the sex is.
It's like
I was wondering that.
Right?
They weren't expecting you to ask that question.
Thank you, because I was wondering that, because it seems like all the critters are males because they're just so aggressive and blah. And there's really you can't tell either way.
Maybe
right?
they're genderless, right? Like they're just they reproduce. They're like graboids. They reproduce asexually.
So they're like chickens. They just drop eggs all the time. Because like they're reproducing like crazy. It's fucking wild. But yeah. It's funny, but like in the opening scene when the alien's talking, I swear to God that's Mick Garris's voice on that alien. I swear it is, but it probably isn't. I think it is, man. But so
Charlie's now a bounty hunter up in space with Ugg and what's the other one's name? Lee,
Ugly, yeah.
I never noticed that.
Ugly, yeah. Which is funny because when he takes the form of the female, turns into Lee, and then it's Ugly. That's really actually kind of funny, actually.
That shit blew my mind when I was a kid.
Unfortunately, man, she actually died a couple years after this movie, like in real life.
Yeah,
an actress.
Car accident.
Yeah, she
Dude,
died.
It is like pretty fucking sleazy for a PG-13 movie. She's in like a thong.
That was like the only thing I remembered about this movie. That was like that there was tits in a PG-13 movie,
and they're like big, like silicone-y tits.
It wasn't overly that uncommon in the 80s to have like a nude scene in a PG-13 movie, though. Like it wasn't that uncommon.
I can't think of something.
Yeah,
I know I've seen another movie like that, but I can't think of anything else.
Yeah, there is some. There's a bunch of like comedies and shit that have titties and shit that are like PG-13. Yeah.
Isn't that just one of the guys, like that movie where the girl plays the football player? Like I think that's one of them that was like PG-13 that did it.
Yeah.
She flashes her boobs.
Yeah, the shit that you would get like a hard R now for like one little boobies. Like man, like you even say fuck twice. Like you say fuck twice and it's R. It's crazy. Like language is a big thing too. So what are your guys' thoughts on Critters 2? I mean, I personally love the setup to this movie. I wish they had played it out. Like this whole church putting on this Easter egg hunt, like for the kids and stuff like that. I wish they had followed through with it, because it could have got really mean spirited, like Halloween 3, where they're just like killing kids and shit like that. Could you imagine like these kids are hunting out these eggs and all of a sudden they're getting attacked by critters? Fuck me, man. But it never goes that way. They set it up like that. I'm like, oh damn, dude, it could have been so good. Could have been so good. I mean, I like this movie, but I wish they had rolled with that theme and just played off that. That would have been fucking phenomenal to me, man. But Anyways,
the tone completely changed from this one from the first movie because the first one's so much serious, and then this one is like they almost make it like a Looney Tunes cartoon just in like live action almost. Like the critters are so comical and they're just so cartoonish, and they look more like Muppets in this one as well. And it's just it makes it too much comical aspect of it to be a serious tone, and the characters and everything take it serious, but just the actual critters themselves are all goofing around, and it's almost like a cartoon.
It's more like Gremlins, almost like Gremlins 2.
Yeah,
it is like Gremlins 2, yeah.
It was embracing the Gremlins way more than the first one was.
Yeah, which I actually don't dislike that about this movie. Like, sure, I love that the first one's more grounded and dark, but I actually really enjoy Critters too, and some of the gags are really funny. Like, I love the scene where Lee sees the Nightmare on Elm Street standee, and
you're just going, turn into
like,
Freddy.
No, please, no.
Turn into Freddy, yeah. And I gotta say, man,
that is such a good nod, man.
Like, one thing with the bounty hunters in these movies in the first two, like it's got to be like over the top phallic moments, man. Every time they see a critter, they pull out their gun and it like grows and it's got like this big mushroom head. I'm like, man, it's like the most phallic thing ever. Like, they do it over and over again. Like, if you notice the way they shoot it, like with Ugg, he's holding his gun from this angle and it starts to grow. And I'm like, dude, it makes me laugh every single time. It's totally imitating a fucking dick growing. It's hilarious, man.
Yeah. The best thing you'll notice too, if you rewatch it, is when they're in that burger joint, the Hungry Heifer, and Ugg, his gun starts to go out, and then Lee starts to extend her gun out, and they both look at each other, and then Lee extends her gun even further.
Right.
It's like they know it. They're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, for sure.
Dude,
I even mentioned like
crazy about that whole thing. The Hungry Heifer manager, that's Eddie Deason, who we literally referenced last show. He's the voice of Mandark and a bunch of other fucking.
That's so sick.
Yeah, a bunch of other fucking.
Well, I just brought him up. I said, I can't believe that guy was never cast in Revenge of the Nerds, because he's like the biggest nerdy actor ever. Like, he plays the same character in like every movie. I can't believe he wasn't in Revenge of the Nerds.
Yeah, and he's like a really known voice actor too.
Yeah,
but his
sure.
voice was the guy that I was like, man, the voice of that cop sounds like it was voiced by this dude.
Right.
But I love that guy's voice. And dude, he's like one of the rare people where you hear that voice and you see the person and you're like, oh, totally.
Right.
That's just what that
voice fits the face. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that guy. He's funny. His voice is hilarious.
I find the narrative to this movie to be so corny though, because like it just seems so outrageous that like people wouldn't accept Brad coming back to the town. Like, he's just coming back to the city to see his grandma and stuff like that. But like, everyone's like treating him like he's this fucking, like he did something wrong. I mean, in reality, the family, they were just fighting some aliens and shit like that. Like, why is everyone so pissed off and scared of Brad? And like, it's like all this unnecessary emotion that's being thrown towards Brad. He's like still a fucking teenager.
I mean,
it seems so weird to me the way people treat him.
Town's supposed to have not known that like these aliens existed.
I guess in a sense, but like, why treat him so like, oh, it's, you know, he's that dude that was doing all this. Like, it just seems
because
so
I don't know. Maybe they blamed him for half the town getting blown up by the bounty hunter guys.
But it was their house that got blown up, though. It wasn't the town. It was their fucking house.
Yeah, but they don't know that because their house was fine at the end of it.
Yeah, they just
I think most of the town people just had the bounty hunters coming in and destroying stuff, and they didn't really get the critter experience. So they're just mad at Brad because Brad blamed everything on the alien creatures that no one else saw.
Right.
Yeah, he's like the boy who cried wolf type thing. And then
so everybody just didn't want to believe. Everybody didn't want to believe.
Shit starts happening again, and they're like, well, what's the fucking coincidence here?
Yeah. But it's like this big story. It's like you got people working at a paper and stuff like that. Like, oh, Brad's coming to town, man. It's a big fucking story. I'm like, man, this is like, what? Like, really? It's not that big of a story. Come on. Get real.
And I like there's a little scene where Charlie, when he first runs into Brad, which is very touching too, you know what I mean? And whenever he's like, are you still, you know, drinking or whatever?
Oh, I don't need that anymore.
Yeah, I just like, it's like a nice redemption arc for like his
Yeah,
particular
and he
character.
has like the corniest line, but it's also like super endearing. Where he's like, "You got to follow we got to follow the cosmic ways of life, or something, or the cosmic."
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like Charlie's character.
He has a really good arc between these two movies.
Yeah. Yeah, like he becomes like a hero too. Like, he was just like the town drunk who was literally had no friends, so his best friend was like a kid, and he becomes like, even
Finds purpose.
yeah, like he finds purpose and his calling and stuff like that and gives up the booze. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Brad
that
too.
when Charlie, at the end of the film, when Charlie like risks his life and you see him going, "I'm a bounty hunter," and he like blows up the critter ball. When he comes back at the end of it and he like has the parachute on and he survived, like he's running across the town and he's like asking everybody for help to get the parachute off, and nobody gives a shit about him whatsoever. They're just like, "Get away from me," even though they're like 5 minutes ago they were like crying because they thought he risked his life and died.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, man. He almost like when I first watched this, man, I thought he kamikazed that shit, man. I'm like, wow, that's some hero shit right there, man. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
So you got the Easter egg hunt thing going on too, which is just hilarious. And I like that like some of the eggs just get smushed and they're gross and shit.
I just wish it had have like escalated from there, man, and like had people just getting torn up from the Easter egg hunt. I wish it had have went that way because it sets it up so well, and I'm just like, oh man, it doesn't go that way. But yeah. I mean, the cop gets done, or the sheriff gets done in the pink bunny suit, so that was okay.
I think it's a white bunny suit.
Is it white? Is it not pink?
I think it's pink after the blood. I don't know. Is it white?
I think it's a white suit with like a pink center.
There's definitely pink on it. Yeah. But I love that scene though, man. He's like, he gets attacked and shit, and all of a sudden he gets thrown through the fucking church. It's a good scene. Good scene. But it does annoy me that they recasted Harv though, because unlike Tyler, who likes this one better, I think the original Harv is a little bit better.
I think I like this one too. Barry Corbin is more like a Texan type character, which this film does feel more like it has like a mix of like comedy and like a Western feel to it. And I think
but it's taking place in Kansas.
I know, but the tone of it feels more like a Western feel. Like you got the sheriff coming back to town to rescue, and then they shoot the creatures at the end whenever they're all rolling toward them, and they have that huddle where they all gather at the church, and they're all trying to figure out what they got to do to like destroy the critters. It just feels like
I kind of see where you're coming from with that. Yeah,
I felt like this had the best blend or had the best balance of like comedy and like violence of anything in the series.
I think this one it antes up the goofiness a little bit, especially with the sound effects. There's certain points in the film where the sound effects are a little bit goofy. But I do feel like the aggression is a little bit higher, like especially with the scene when they're in the Ford truck and the critters are just like throwing themselves at them and beating the shit out of the truck and stuff. I'm like, I love that scene, man. I was like, wow, fuck it, they're getting real aggressive.
Yards section, or
I think it just amps up the absurdity of it too, which just works in the movie's benefit.
Dude, one scene in this film that makes me fucking laugh is like that montage when they're in the restaurant. I think it's the Hungry Heifer, which, by the way, I would totally eat at a place called the Hungry Heifer because it just sounds delicious. It
sounds Canadian.
It sounds Canadian, yeah. I love that when they focus in on the critters and they're flipping burgers. That shit makes me laugh every fucking time, man. I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it's like these little critters are like on the grill and they're flipping burgers. Like, why are they flipping the burgers? Just fucking eat it, man. It's so stupid, but it's so funny to me, man. I think the comedy is pretty good in this. It does. I mean, it's like I said, it's a little bit goofier than the first one, but it does a good job. Yeah, like the whole Freddy scene though too. It's like you want for a second just turn into Freddy, right? I mean, but it doesn't happen, of course. But yeah. So the whole thing with Ugg, like this is a conversation we probably should start here because I'm always super confused on what happens in part 4 with Ugg. And is it like the start of this? Is it like the start of like the arc with Ugg in this film when Lee dies?
I don't think so.
You don't think that's why?
No, I think it was just they just decided this is what they're going to do in 4, and that's about as much thought as they.
Well, there's no explanation whatsoever. Like, there's literally no explanation to what happens. So, but there has to be a start of where you go from being a hero to, like, you know, a villain kind of thing.
But
right?
is he like? Yeah, okay. So
well, he's a bounty hunter. He's still a hero. Like,
right? But is he? Bounty hunters are just doing their job as well. Like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they go where the money is type thing. So I mean, let's wait. I'll talk more about that in part.
I just kind of feel like when Lee dies in this, like he loses a little bit of like, he loses a little bit.
You could use that as an excuse for sure.
Yeah. Like I feel like he gets a little bit depressed. He kind of goes a different mental route. And that's kind of the start of him not being what he was before. Right. Because Lee was his partner, right. Kind of thing. Right. So I feel like that's kind of the start of the downfall. And I think I'm trying to explain this away to part 4 because there is literally no explanation of why we get this reveal in part 4 with Ugg. I feel like this is the start of it though. What do you guys feel about that?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I feel like
any of that is purely coincidental.
Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think so, man, because I feel like you can see his emotion level when Lee dies. He's like, he's fucking broken. He's like, he's not really supposed to be emotional, but like, I feel like look, like after Lee dies, look what happens to him. He goes faceless.
I don't think
he goes back to the alien. He doesn't know his identity anymore.
Any of these movies, like with the other ones in mind, I think they just said, all right, let's make another Critters movie.
I think it's because he's traumatized. I think it's honestly because he's traumatized. That's why he goes back to Alien Face and he can't find a connection again. And I think that's kind of the start of. I'm just trying to explain away because part 4 is really, it fucks with my head a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to explain it away, but I don't think that was the original intention for it.
I don't think it was either. I think just us watching these films in retrospect, right? You have to kind of look at maybe this is how maybe they thought when they were doing part 4, but they did part 3 and part 4 together. So I have no idea. I'm just trying to explain away because if you don't have any type of insight or explanation to like what eventually happens,
I think
then it just really makes even less sense. It makes even less sense, right?
It's the future now, and he's bad now. Like I think that's literally as much as they thought.
But I think also part of it is like, you know, the whole being, you know, Charlie being in the cryogenic chamber for 53 years too. Like 53 years is a lot of time to like change.
Things that happen.
Yeah, things happen, things change kind of thing. But I think there is a start to it though. I think with losing Lee was ultimately the start of his kind of mental downfall.
Yeah, I mean, the one positive thing is the writer of part 4 does seem to be like a horror guy.
Yeah.
So it is possible that he thought deeper about it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm just trying to put my insight into it too, because like watching these films so closely together, like you kind of try to piece things together and why there is certain arcs and why things aren't explained. But if you dig in kind of read between the lines in the films, because part 3 and part 4 are like totally connected, but part 2, I think, is where that arc kind of starts with Ugg. So I don't know. So
what else can we say about Critters 2?
I think they amped up the kind of like how serious the critters really are at killing and eating people, because the first one was just the small town that was only like the household family and the farm and then a couple people around town, like the police officer and stuff. But this one, they have the entire town being taken over. You'll learn that there's the giant critter ball, so there's more they can do. So if they're starting to get killed off, they can come together and they can destroy you even more. So I think they wanted to show how serious that the critters can be when it comes to like because the ultimate goal is like the critters are coming from another planet in space, and they are so deadly that they pretty much go from planet to planet, and these bounty hunters have to capture them and kill them off because they're so deadly around the entire world. And I think that really kind of amps up on how serious the tone is when it comes to like how deadly.
Yeah, because these are supposed to be like elite, like super, like sort of like the Alien movies, like this like race of things that will just like decimate an entire population. of course, like when we actually see it on screen, it comes off a little bit more goofy, but like the core idea of them, you know, needing to be exterminated essentially, because if not, they'll run rampant, exists. And was there no, I can't remember, there was not a critter ball in part one, right? It
I
was
don't
just
think
this
so.
giant critter. Yeah. So that was a cool concept to add to the like mythos of the critters, that they can sort of, if they're becoming, you know, um losing ground or whatever, they can sort of like form this giant mass of critters, which is kind of cool.
I think it works really well because the giant critter in the first movie, you can tell that it's like a man in a suit. And I think they wanted to get away from that because it does look a little cheesy, especially if you get like a really good look at it. You could, the Critters 2 mainly was filmed in the day. Like a lot of it takes place during the day. So you would see like the full suit and everything. So I think going with the giant critter ball and being able to hide it where it's actual puppets and mechanics and stuff worked a little bit better.
Yeah, it was a cool idea.
Yeah, I love the giant critter ball. It's fucking awesome.
There's that scene. I love that scene when the critter ball first comes out and like all the people are standing around looking at it and they're like, "Oh shit!" and they turn off running the other way, and the critter ball rolls over that one guy, and it's just the bones shaking after.
Yeah, like skins him. It fucking
like they
skins
just
him.
ate him so fast because they're so ferocious. They
Yeah, it was
just,
like piranhas.
Yeah, that is dope. Yeah, I like that.
Dude, I love the whole fact that like when Ugg fucking transforms himself into like that giant critter and shit, just to trick all the fucking the Krites into the what was the name of the burger place? Was it like Polar Ice or something like that?
Yeah, Polar
Burgers. Like a meat packing plant.
Polar Ice Burger. It sounds like a really cheap vodka
burger
place.
They must have supplied the hungry heifer with all their burgers.
Yeah. But I love the fact that he transforms into this giant critter just to trick them all and shit. I love that scene. It's great. It's good stuff.
But it makes sense, right? Like there's a small town, farming town, bunch of cattle, burger plant.
Yep. Yeah, what do you do, man? If you're gonna raise cattle, you might as well have a fucking burger plant, right? Well, it makes sense to me. But yeah. No, this one's fun. This one's fun. I think it's really awkward with Brad and his like potential girlfriend in this movie and stuff like that. Like again, I was looking at ages and stuff, and like she was 23 in this film and he was 17, which is crazy because he was 15 in the first film. What? He does not seem like he's 15 in the first movie. He's a really young 15-year-old.
He's way younger in the first movie.
Yeah, because he's 17 in this movie, and this is only 2 years later.
Yeah, but his character is 15 in this movie.
Yeah, so he's 17 in this one. But
I thought he did a really good job in this movie. He just felt like he was a pretty good lead.
No, he is good. He is good. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually really like this Scott Grimes dude. I haven't really seen him in much besides
He's a voice actor now, I think. He does voice acting.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in like American Dad. He does voice acting.
Yeah, he does American Dad, right. Yeah.
Good for him. That's probably a big paycheck.
Voice acting is huge money, man.
Yeah, especially a show that's been on forever, a lot of seasons. You got any tidbits or fun facts on this one, Chris?
Yeah, so you notice at the end of the movie, if you set through toward the end of the credits, at the beginning of it, it says the producers wish to thank the town of Grover's Bend. Without them, this movie could have been made. It always pissed me off because as a kid, I thought that was a real town, and I always kept trying to search. Like I could never find out. I was like, "Where is this place at?" It's not in Kansas. I have no idea where this is. Until I got older and realized that it was not an actual town, but it was built on a police fire department training facility, and all those the entire town it's basically a storefront. So they built the fronts of all those buildings around them and just kind of put them up over top of the buildings. So it actually looks like an actual town, but it's just like a little training facility. The only thing that they built was the Hungry Heifer building and the church. Those are the two places that they actually built completely from the ground up. But everything else is just fronts. So whenever you see somebody walking down the street or something, that's a fake store with all it is just a front of it. The behind it probably says like something California Police Department or something.
Yeah. Yeah, you can kind of tell that it's like a backlot type of set once you've like watched a lot of movies and stuff. I never would have noticed when I was a kid, but Something about like one of the scenes where they're like inside one of the buildings, um, like the it might be like the sheriff place or something, but like the sound in there, like that, like it sounds kind of hollow when the in there. But yeah, that's pretty cool though that they basically built all like this whole and it's like a perfect like main street in a town too. It's just like classic like stuff that you see in movies that I never had.
There's a fucking interesting little thing here in the trivia on IMDb. It says Critters 2 is the only horror film under the Playboy Enterprise title. I don't know what that means, but it does make sense because they actually do profile Playboy in the film. That's where the lead character.
Do they have a production credit on it?
Comes from.
Yeah, so the Playboy magazine that you see with the character of Lee, when it's like Roxanne Kernahan is the actress, she posed for Playboy, and it was in like they never used it actually. It was never one that was an actual official issue, so it was just like test photos and everything. So the Playboy that you see isn't a real Playboy issue, so that's the only model and make that they have of it. So that's why they get the credit for it.
And so those pictures of her naked were actually the real pictures of her.
The real Playboy pictures, yeah.
Crazy. So that's really interesting that they would do shoots and then just not do them. I wonder why.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I don't know if it was like a legal thing. If they had like, I don't know, maybe she didn't get full permit. I don't know why. It's kind of odd.
It is really weird because like those are big productions, man. Those are big productions. You don't just go to Playboy and here, take my picture. Like it's bigger than that, right?
Does anybody know how she died? 32 years old.
Car accident.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she died. She didn't die in the car accident. She died of her injuries after the accident.
Damn.
Yeah. So it was like in 92, I think, or 4 or 5 years later.
93 in Santa Clara, California.
Yes. So 5 years later. Yeah. It's funny, man. This movie right here is included on Roger Ebert's most hated list.
Fuck him.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't understand how this could be most hated. Like, what's the hate about Critters 2? Critters 2 is just a fun movie.
Yeah, he loved the first one. If you go back and watch that show that he did, like the night at the movies, with him and Roger Ebert and
Siskel.
Fuck, I think.
Siskel.
Yes, they gave like a high rating for the first film, saying it was a good, wholesome, family, scary film. And then when you jump to Critters 2, they just absolutely trash it, and I don't know why. Like it's basically the same movie, just a different tone.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't really understand how you can go. That's like a total 180, right? It's taken like, it's why I never really understood like the whole Roger Ebert thing, man. Like the guy would trash movies that were like obviously really good, but I don't know. I don't really get it. It's very strange to me. So, but all in all, man, this is I don't think this one is as good as the first movie, but I think it's still a really fun sequel. It's a worthy sequel. I like the fact that they got reoccurring characters and stuff. I would like to see Brad, potentially become more of the face of the franchise besides, Charlie and stuff. I mean, Charlie's
cool. It would have
been
dope if he would have been in the third one as well.
Yeah, it would have been cool if they continued along with that. But it's pretty cool that Charlie became kind of the face of the franchise, really.
Gummer.
Yeah, he's the Burt Gummer. He totally is. Yeah. Pretty interesting that they kept putting him in the films and stuff, but I like it. I don't really have a lot more to say on it.
I'm down for ratings.
All right, JP, you're up.
I actually really love Critters 2, watching it right now as we speak. It is, I think, a bigger version of the first movie. The first one is like more scary and like more grounded. This one does like what a sequel usually does and just like kind of amps everything up and stuff. And I like that about it. Like, yeah, it leans more heavy into the comedy, but I think it works. It's funny. I love that we get a follow-up with like a lot of the same characters, even though like the family's not there. The important people that I like are there. I actually really like the grandma character too. She's fun. But I give it an 8 out of 10, same as the first one. I might like the first one a little bit more, but if I'm gonna pick one to watch, I usually pick number 2 because it's a little bit more fast-paced and fun.
You think it more like? I think the pacing in the first film is perfect. Like it never spends way too much time with like character development and stuff, but they created these awesome characters so well.
More things happen in the second one. There's more like you're going around the town more and things like that.
It's so weird because I actually think the pacing is a little bit. It's not as good as the first one in this one. That's really interesting. Yeah, Tyler.
Yeah, I think this one's a little bit bigger. I think it's got the best tonal balance, and I think it's just a little bit better all around than the first one. And I definitely prefer it more. I'm gonna actually give this one a 7 out of 10.
Really?
Nice.
Wow, Chris.
Wait, you're next.
The one thing I like.
Moodz.
Oh yeah, it is me. Yeah. I'm at a 7.5 out of 10. I think this one has a really good balance too. I think it's a little bit goofier than the first one. Unlike JP, I think the pacing is not as good as the first movie. But
Tyler, did you think the pacing was a little bit better?
I think it's a little bit better in this one.
Interesting.
Okay, so I'm not crazy then, at least.
No, I didn't say we're crazy. I just
the
I
thing is,
prefer
like
the
in
pace
this
of the first
one, everyone kind of just gets a grand entrance, and you're like meeting up with like the crossovers from the other movies. So it just like has more to like get its engine going and like get you into it quicker than like building it from the ground up.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to really explain anything.
I do like the fact that like the critters are amped up a little bit more. It seems a little bit more aggressive and stuff. Like it seems it maybe is a little bit more bloodier and maybe a little bit more gory. I don't know. It's hard to say, but all in all, solid sequel, 7.5 out of 10. Chris.
The one thing I like the most about this one is you see so much more of the critters, because the first one was very narrow with just like 6 or 7 critters that you see. In this one, there's a whole entire town. You get a lot of critter action, if that's what you're into for when it comes to the Muppets and the creatures and stuff. And that's what I really like, is just seeing more and more of the creatures. And then you also get the giant critter ball, which everybody loves that anyways. That's one of the main things that people remember from the movie.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. And they take the character of Charlie and they make him pretty much a hero in this film. I mean, he wasn't really a hero in the first movie, but you still really, really liked him. And this one, they turn him into a hero right from the start. He's already working with the bounty hunters, and you just feel a lot of sympathy for him. And I've loved every moment of this movie, from the second the movie starts to the very end of it. It's just very well shot. The guy who did it, I believe he was the cinematographer who also went on to do the cinematography for Titanic. So a lot of Titanic references in this franchise. But again, a lot of people ask me, which one do you like the best, Critters 1 or Critters 2? And it's very hard. I kind of go back and forth between which one I like the most based on which one I've seen recently. But Critters 2 is the one I've probably seen the most. Because it aired on TV quite a bit back in the 90s.
Yeah.
That also could factor in why I like it so much too, because it's probably the one I've seen the most.
Yeah. But I got to give this one a 10 out of 10 as well. I think you'll be shocked with my ratings later on, but 10 out of 10 for this one.
No, I'm shocked with 10 out of 10 on the sequel.
I'm not. I snuck a peek at his letterbox. I read that the Chiodo brothers made 50 puppets for this film.
Yeah, I believe it. It definitely amps it up. There, like Chris is right. There's a lot more critters in this, so that actually kind of makes sense. So
yeah, you definitely see the increased budget.
Oh, big time. It's so ironic, right? Like coming up here into the next films, it's like you see this big increase and shit, and you're like, "Oh fuck, this is awesome!" And then all of a sudden, it's like, "What the fuck?"
We were talking earlier, and Chris said that this bombed at the box office.
So it only made, according to this, it had a $4 million budget with $3.8 million box office.
You know what? I'm fucking blaming Roger Ebert for this, because it's on his most hated list. He fucking killed this franchise. He killed this franchise to the point where they're like part 3 and part 4. We're going to film simultaneously and put them straight to video.
You know what?
And
I enjoy Roger Ebert as like what he was. Like he was a very important part of like cinema and cinema becoming like a real art form. But does he not always just seem like a miserable motherfucker?
He was miserable because he was caught up. He was caught up in his own little world. You know what I mean? Like he lived in his own little world, and he just I don't think he liked it. You know,
he hated horror.
He would give a bad rating just because he didn't want to watch the movie. Like, that's not a way to rate something.
No, I mean, just because you're not, I mean, if you're this world-renowned reviewer and stuff, like, you should be doing your job properly. So you get, I don't want to watch a drama like a fucking, you know, a Tyler movie, but I'm still going to watch it with an open mind and rate it how I see it. Right. I'm not going to rate it because I don't want to watch it or I don't necessarily like that genre of film. I'm going to rate it as a movie. Right. Yeah. I mean, I've rated movies 8s and 9s before that I didn't even like. I know I know those movies are really good. It's just not for me. Right. It's being very objective.
All right. I still want my Critters in the Hood.
Critters in the Hood, right? All right. So
could you imagine that, bro? Could you really imagine that?
Dude, that would be so cool.
That they would have to meet up with Leprechaun in the Hood, though. Critters first Leprechaun.
Like, imagine, like, you know, the stereotypical like Hood characters, right? And like
got post-best,
like all of a sudden these fucking critters like come down and they're killing shit. I mean, it's kind of Attack the Block a little bit.
You would probably have, like, they always have that montage scene. So instead of having them like in Critters 3 where they're eating like the chili and stuff, the Critters in the Hood would be like smoking crack or doing some type of drugs, hitting a bong,
lots of weed.
Hitting that bong, that's what they would be doing.
Smoking blunts and shit.
I could see it now. Like they hit the bong and then they just fucking eat the whole glass bong. And it's all like crunching glass. Like,
oh, the soundtrack could be cool too, man. You get hits from the bong from Cypress Hill, and it'd be awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Critters in the Hood, bro.
All right, so that is Critters 2, the main course from 1988.
Critters 3. You are what they eat. Open wide.
All right, so moving along into the 90s, specifically 1991, with Critters 3. No subtitle on this one. All right, so this one is directed by Christine Peterson. Who is, did you just say, is that a woman? How many guys do you know named Christine?
Dude, who knows, bro?
I wasn't trying to make fun of you. I'm just legitimately asking that question.
I could see it being like some kind of like Christian or something.
No, it's not that fancy. She directed Deadly Games from 1988. I think that was one of the films that was released in one of the Homegrown Horrors box set from Vinegar Syndrome, if I remember correctly.
She did a lot of like first AD and second AD stuff, including Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. She was the first AD. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
There's that connection with Bill and Ted. Bill and Ted again. Tremors. Wow. First assistant director, second unit, drawn Tremors. Fucking wild. She did Reform Schoolgirls. Nice. Oh, the Supernaturals. That's fucking weird because I literally am going to be talking about that again in a video. Chopping Mall, she was on that one.
Mm-hmm. In terms of actual directing, Deadly Dreams from Vinegar Syndrome, like you said.
Yeah.
And Kickboxer 5 Redemption.
I've never seen Kickboxer 5. I don't think. I've seen the first couple, but not part 5. Oh, actually, no. Oh, no, never mind. I've never seen part 5. All right. So synopsis: the tiny furball aliens that will eat anything or anyone set their sights on a Los Angeles apartment tower. So yes, so the setting in this movie is actually apartment horror. Mm-hmm. Is it making any top 10 lists?
It did not make my top 10 of 91.
No, I'm talking about like apartment horror top 10 list. No. So this movie right here is probably most famously known for having Leonardo DiCaprio's film debut. He plays Josh.
Which is wild.
It is wild. I mean, you got to start somewhere, right?
Of course. A lot of people start
has a good cast.
Yeah, it does have a good cast, the whole franchise.
Yeah, it really is weird, right? It's so strange, like the type in, I mean, obviously Leonardo in 1991 was just Leonardo DiCaprio. Nobody knew who he was, but it is pretty wild, man. Like, I mean, And he's like, he's fine in the movie. Like he is just, it's so fucking weird, man. He is like, what is he, 16 in this movie? He looks like he's 8.
Yeah.
He literally looks like he's 8 years old.
That fucking hair, bro.
Dude, it's so wild.
There's literally scenes where he's like battling critters and is like
fixing his hair.
Fixing his hair around his ear.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
As
But
much as
he
part
actually
1 and
is
2 were
good.
80s, this one's so 90s.
Yeah.
It is so nice. I mean, the hairstyles, man. Come on.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I remember being a little kid, probably before even probably DVDs were out, or they were out, but I didn't have any. Probably in like the mid to probably like 97 or something like that. And I was just flipping through the channels, and I had only seen the first 2, and the fourth one I had never seen part 3. And I was flipping through the channels, and this was back where you couldn't see what you were watching. Like you couldn't just hit info and see what the movie you're watching is. And it was the scene where Charlie pops out of the ground right at the beginning. And I was like, dude, that's the guy from Critters. Sure enough, I kept watching. I was like, I'm watching a Critters movie. Nice. And I remember really enjoying it that night.
And then did you notice in that scene, you probably didn't back in the day, but like how he fucks up the timeline in it too, in the dialogue?
What did he
He's
say?
like, because Charlie, he tells a story about like how the critters, like they crash landed in 1984. And I'm like, what? No, it was 86. These movies.
Well, that's when the movie came out, but maybe when they were writing it, it was
it's
set in
modern.
84.
It's present time. It's present time. Like in 1986 takes place in 1986, right, Chris?
How do you know?
Yeah.
It's a fuck up. It's a fuck up.
It's a fuck up. Yeah.
There you
I
go.
think what JP's talking about is the script was probably finished in like 84 with whenever Gremlins came out. And so they started filming in 85 and the movie was released early 86.
Yes.
So I think they were referring back to the original script and not realizing it was, it's just a total fuck up.
It is a total fuck up because I'm like, no, the movie takes place in 1986. It's present time. I'm like, Charlie, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah.
He was hitting the bottle heavy back then, man.
I guess.
Cut him some slack.
Well, he did come out of the ground.
Right? Then they fix it later on with the old man in the apartment when he's talking about the newspaper clipping, and they fixed their issue with it, but
yeah, they 100% do. Like he's telling the story, he's like, yeah, back in 1986, and he's got all this shit, and he's like, this big conspiracy theorist and blah blah blah, and I'm like, fuck, I'm like, what the hell is with the Charlie story? I'm like, he should know. Of all people in the movie, he should know. But yeah. Anyways, thoughts on part 3. This movie is like, I just feel like it should be so much better because I love movies that are set in apartments and stuff like that. But I will say one thing right off the hop. It does not fucking feel like they are in a Los Angeles apartment building. It feels like they're in some small town apartment building. Like it doesn't seem like they're in Los Angeles.
Is it set in Los Angeles?
Yep.
To me, it feels like Chicago or something.
Yeah, so the beginning of the film, obviously, when they're on vacation with the 2 kids and the father and stuff like that, when they come in contact with the critters, the eggs getting all morphed up into the motorhome or whatever. That's not obviously in Los Angeles, but they take them back there. And like when they get there, I'm just like, this doesn't feel like Los Angeles at all. I mean, I've been to Los Angeles a couple times. I'm like, this is not Los Angeles. But yeah, that's, I mean, one of my biggest complaints, but the whole movie is kind of like contained horror, right? It's like all in the apartment building, really. So, I mean, at that point, you're just like, whatever, it could be anywhere, but it definitely does not feel like it's Los Angeles. But so,
yeah. And then the movie suffers from the budget because, like we were saying, when Critters 2 bombed, the only way to get the next movie made was to make a deal with, you give us the amount of money for one movie, we'll make 2. That way you're guaranteed to get something back.
Right.
And they went for it and they gave them the ability to do it. And it really suffers from it too, because you can see the quality. Even like the film stock, it just feels different than what the first 2 does. It just doesn't feel like same movies.
It 100% does. Like this movie looks a lot grimier, doesn't it? Like it's like they use shitty film stock just for this. Yeah. Like, it's the cheapest film. But like that's where part 4 blows my mind. It's like, okay, so they shot both these movies back to back, and part 3 obviously had a very unknown Leonardo DiCaprio in it. So the cast really wasn't taking up much budget, but when it comes to part 4, you know, shooting it simultaneously is really bizarre to me because you got Angela Bassett in it, who is amazing, and you got Brad Dourif, who at the time was hotter than anybody in genre films because he was fucking Chucky. He wasn't literally fucking Chucky. I worded that very improper there. He was Chucky.
I don't think Brad Dourif ever was like really popular though. Like because he was the voice, nobody knew he
had
was
a pretty strong career.
He was getting paid huge for those Child's Play roles, dude.
He was in big movies, like in the
he
70s
needed to
and
be.
80s
They had
too,
to.
But I'm just saying. I mean, regardless of
Like,
how you look at it, Brad Dourif was a name.
No, but what I'm like, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is like, I don't think that like studios were like clamoring to get Brad Dourif to like pay him big money to be in their movie. Like,
but still, to me, looking back on it, you got Angela Bassett and Brad Dourif in a film that's on the ass end of making 2 films back to back. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened here? This is really bizarre. Like, they're on a budget here, and you got, I mean, they obviously were getting paid more than everyone else. Just put it that way. They were definitely getting paid more than everybody else. But I don't know. It just seems really weird to me.
Actors.
It seems weird. And plus you got the other guy in part 4, the guy with the ponytail. That guy always plays a douchebag in every movie. What the fuck's that guy's name, Chris? You know what I'm talking about, right? Like
in part 4?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. Eric DeRay.
Yeah, the drug addict who's like obsessed with like, I got to get to the pharmacy. I'm like, why is he a drug addict in space? It's like the weirdest concept ever. Right? It's so strange.
Yeah, he has a role. I can't remember what the show was. He was on he was real popular on a TV show. I can't think of what the name of the show was.
Yeah, it seems like every time I see him in a movie, he's always a douchebag. It's weird. It's like he gets cash as that guy, or cash as like, you know what I mean? It's like,
they also had Anders Hove, who was in like Subspecies as well. So like the whole cast is like, it's different. Like they saved all their cast for the part 4 and like skipped out on part 3.
Yeah.
I think that the thing, like,
he was on. It's uncredited.
But part 3 is, in my opinion, is way more entertaining than part 4. Like part 4 literally cast itself into a hole. And what I mean by that is like they spent all the remaining money on the cast, but they didn't do anything with the cast or story wise. They didn't do anything. In fact, part 4 is
let's talk about part
so
3.
damn fluffy.
To part 4 when we get to part.
He's been dying to talk about.
I know he just keeps wanting to talk about part 4.
I don't know why. Anyways, okay. So part 3, apartment building. Your guys' thoughts on part 3?
So I actually really like part 3. I think that it's I like the quirkiness of like all these people that feel like they live together, like in this apartment building, like everybody knows each other and stuff like that. I'm a sucker for a good apartment setting in I know Moodz does too. Like
Demons too, man.
Of course it's not like fucking amazing or anything like that, but it's fun. It's silly. The one dude, the pervert dude, the first like guy to get killed or whatever. Then you have this like scummy like slumlord dude that's like Leonardo DiCaprio's dad, who just is like so obvious. Like it's so obviously written that this guy's a dick. You know what I mean? It's like there's no complexity to the character. He's just a bad guy.
Yeah, he's that typical fucking landlord that's like selling his soul to the devil. He's like, oh well, I'm gonna fucking get rid of all these people so I can knock down the building to build a fucking strip mall.
Right. But I like the grandfather and the kids are fun. The close quarters of it makes it kind of fun as well.
I really like the actor.
Don't have anywhere to run.
Who plays Johnny, like Joseph Cousins. He's a really interesting little kid actor. I've seen him in I've seen him in a couple things.
He's a twin.
Yeah, it's two people, right?
Okay, he is a twin. Okay, I thought that I knew he was a twin. Okay, right, but they're good actors. Like they're identical, obviously, like super identical. But I liked him, man. Like his delivery on his lines and shit. He's pretty good for a kid. I don't know if he ever amounted to anything or nothing, but I've seen a couple things, but I like him. It's good.
What do you think of it, Chris? Because it's obviously a little bit of step down, but
yeah, I watched this one a lot. This was one I got to rent off on VHS a lot from the video store back in the day. So I have seen this one quite a bit too. The creature designs, they've changed them up a little bit in this one too. They're a lot bigger and they're all animatronics. I don't think there's any like hand puppets. They're all pretty much animatronic pieces.
Yeah.
So they're a lot bigger looking designs. And this might be crazy, but I actually think this is my favorite design of the creatures. A lot of people like them from part two, but I think just because they're so much bigger and they're all animatronic, I like the look of these a lot. The story itself is a very generic story. You have my favorite character coming back, but he's hardly in the movie. Charlie's only in it from the beginning of the film and at the end of the film.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the actual like characters, they're all throwaway characters. Almost every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Even Leonardo DiCaprio, he doesn't really have a large part. They're all small parts. The character of Annie is pretty much the only part that's ongoing as far as the main cast. It went downhill completely from the second film. It's just
Annie's the sister for people that are wondering.
Yeah.
What do you think about the fact that the bounty hunters are like, yeah, we got some shit to do, Charlie. Kill the rest of the critters down here, and we'll see you later.
Which actually is kind of ironic a little bit, though, because they kind of changed the rules a little bit by the end of this film. It's like, I mean, Charlie's there as a bounty hunter, kill the critters and stuff like that, but it's like, no, you can't actually kill them all.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right?
Because that too.
I think that is the corruptness of like but it is and it isn't. Like it is once you learn what's going on.
It sets up part 4. I mean, people are always critters went to space, but I mean,
it's the same thing with Tremors, right? Like,
yeah,
like they can't, as long as like they don't want to completely eradicate any species, like no matter how dangerous it is to people. And there will always be those people out there that will not let that happen.
Of course. But I just find it funny because like they are bounty hunters. Their job is to kill and extinct,
right.
And like, and all of a sudden it's like, no, you can't kill those last 2 eggs.
The whatever space commission steps in and is like, hold up.
Yeah.
Y'all can't kill because apparently they've been pretty
but at least it
successful.
makes sense by the end of the movie because where it goes into space, because they literally tell them at the end of the movie, it's like, hey, we're sending the pod down to grab those eggs, and then it actually makes sense to where they go to space. We don't just end up in space for like random reasons. We've
literally been to space.
Yeah.
The first movie opens up in space.
No. I'm talking about like actually taking place.
I know,
space,
but I'm saying
right?
like it's not like Jason going to space where it does. It's like so out of pocket.
Yeah.
Like these are space creatures, so it kind of makes sense.
But it totally makes sense in the aspect of like them coming to pick him up and then they go back and then it does make sense narrative wise.
I actually like that whole like cliffhanger ending that they actually do, where the credits are rolling and it keeps like. It's showing like more footage to like what Charlie's doing. And then like, it is kind of, I remember like, it was kind of cool to see like the surprise, like, cause you're wondering where the fuck Ugg is the whole time in the movie. You know what I mean? He's not there.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a cool, like moment where you're like, oh shit, there's Ugg.
I'd like the idea of like the to be continued scene and everything, but I hated that they kept pausing on the credits. So like, it's an extra like 13 minutes long.
Yeah, it is kind of annoying.
Every single credit.
Dude, I know, because usually like when you're watching credits, like your movie's done with 5 minutes, like you had to watch the whole fucking thing to get the rest of the story. Just like, shut up, stop. That's ridiculous. Yeah.
And they incorporate a lot of new stuff with the critters as well. Like you have like Charlie gives that green crystal to the kid, and which doesn't make any sense at all. Like he hands a crystal to him and he's like, hey, if this glows green, then that means a critter's nearby. Like how the fuck does that work?
I've got that noted in here too. I'm like, so they just randomly change things up. They got this like glowing crystal. I'm like, they're just making things up in here. I mean,
if you,
but how does it work though? Like, where did the crystal come? Like, where did Charlie even get this crystal from? That's
the space, man. From space technology.
You think so?
Because there's some time that has passed between part 2 and 3, right? So,
yeah.
But in part 2, they leave Charlie on Earth because Ugg actually goes up into space, and after he changes back from Charlie, goes up into space, and he throws like the sheriff's badge to him to basically say, hey, you're taking control of the town now, and he leaves him on Earth. So I don't think Charlie has any more introduction or yeah.
Yeah, I mean, technically,
It comes out of left field.
Have revisited like, hey, it's taking you a little bit longer. We found this new technology where we're able to like track the critters based on their blood and this stone. There could have been a section in there that could have happened. It's not impossible.
I feel like it's just thrown into the mix. It really is.
Well, it definitely is just thrown into the mix. I'm just saying, can it be explained away? You technically can't explain it away.
Kind of. I mean, again, you got to suspend your belief on it, but it's not like the worst. It's not even like a big thing in the film either. It's like the kid has it every once in a while. It's like, oh shit, it's glowing. It's glowing. And the grandpa's like, oh shit, it's glowing. What is that? That's really what it is. That's like the whole thing.
Nowhere, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you really think about it, like there has to be a way to track them. Like, how the hell would he ever have found them? You know what I mean? Like they get onto the car and take off. Like, how the hell's Charlie know where they are after that? Like, you almost have to have some way to track them at that point.
Yeah. Well, the way that Charlie finds him in part 3 is the old man in the apartment calls him.
Oh, is that
references
how?
when he gets back? Yeah, because Annie, the daughter, asked, how did you find us? And he said, "Oh, a nice gentleman called me." And he says, whenever the phone lines are down or dead, that's when that happens. Yeah, but
right.
I mean, that crystal doesn't. I mean, it would have to work on like every creature, wouldn't it? Because like, unless there's something specific about a critter that gives off like an essence that the crystal would recognize, like it doesn't make any sense at all for how they actually would track them with it.
No, that's what I was thinking too, man. I'm like, what the fuck is with this crystal shit? Like, a good thing it's not like a big part of the movie. It's like kind of there. You're just like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I like some of the editing in the film though, like when she fucking like the bowling scene. When it's like they're watching the bowling match on TV and stuff like that, and she fucking bowls down the stairs with the ashtray thing, and I like stuff like that. It always makes me laugh. I think it's pretty fun. But
yeah, I think it has one of the coolest scenes though. The scene when I think her character name is Rosie. She's in the basement. She gets attacked by the critter. And the daughter goes down to like discover her, and there's the critter there, and she takes the mop and she hits it with the mop, but it latches onto it, and she's like swinging across from like wall to wall.
It actually looks really funny when she's doing it too.
You just hear the critter, you just hear going, yeah. It's like, I don't know, it's almost like a Three Stooge type joke.
Dude, what is with the bubbles? What is with the bubble joke? Like they're just eating suds and shit, and they're like always burping, and there's always fucking suds coming out of them and shit. I'm like, what is with the fucking bubbles, man?
They needed another montage, and they've already done it with the eating the dolls and the food and stuff. So that whatever is nearby, they'll eat. They'll eat anything, including soap.
It is
honestly, they fart.
It's so goofy, dude. With the bubbles, it's so goofy. It kind of makes me laugh, though.
This one does that a lot. It even kind of makes fun of the first two films because they have that like throwback scene where it shows like previously on Critters 1 and 2, and all.
Well, that was the scene where Charlie's like telling the story, and then it gives him a reason to pad out the time by showing clips of the previous two films. I'm like, oh my god, it's showing its budget right there. It's showing its budget.
When you really think about that, and then the end scene with the credits, like they really did pad the fuck out of this movie.
Oh, they totally did. 100%. I have it written down. They padded the shit out of this movie. It's crazy.
And in that montage, all the effects are dubbed over with like really cartoony sound effects, like whoa, 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 whoa. And
yeah, I don't know, it sounds totally 100%. Yeah.
Oh man.
Shit. But I mean, again, going back to the UGG thing too, it's like, when he says, he's like, you can't kill all the fucking, again, going back to part 2 where I think this is where he's kind of changing off. I think this is like a big part of it too, though. It's like, you can't kill them all off because he was like kind of maybe turning bad at this point. Do you figure? What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I think when they went into part 3, they wrote 3 and 4 back to back, knowing they were filming it back to back. So I think that was the idea itself, is knowing that they were going to set him up at the end of the film. to go ahead and start that transition because he already has that same hair. He has that slick back hair.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible they filmed that after they filmed part 3, they filmed this with part 4, but just edited it into part 3. I mean, I don't know how that worked, but I think they had the idea going into it that he was going to be already evil and greedy. And I think it gets worse throughout the movie because like I think he's instructed to get the species. And then like when he doesn't get his job done, like he just gets more and more frustrated. And then he had to wait like, what is it, like 40
years or something?
Yeah. And then finally at this point, he's just like, he's had it and he's going to lose his job.
It's 53 years. I think it's 53 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. It takes place in like 45, I think is like the opening scene. It says
2045, right?
Yeah. So it's like,
that's actually not that far from now.
Because they talk about that. It's like, because I like this, like in part 4, when he says, he's like, no, it's 1993 next year. He's like, no, it's not. It's like 53 years later. He's like, what the fuck? But could you imagine though, like waking up 53 years later?
That's another Alien thing that they did.
It's fucked up.
Because that happens in Alien with Sigourney Weaver.
He does. Yep. Yep, he does. It does.
That would piss me off, man.
Man, you missed 53 years.
I'd be like, dude, how many Friday the 13th have came out since then? They'd be like,
I'd be so pissed at how many top 10 lists we missed. Like how many years we'd have to go back in the vault and watch 53 years of movies.
Yeah.
Never catch up.
I would be so high. Like the only thing I'd be looking forward to is like they have had to have made at least 10 Friday the 13th by now.
Could you imagine 53 years later? Not one.
Not one. I'd be like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude.
Fuck, what a ripoff. What a fucking ripoff.
That's the way it's looking.
Yeah, it is. Ah, shit, man. Ah, shit.
But yeah, what is there to say else about part 3?
I always thought it was funny when they have I can't remember the character name. Frank, when Frank's in the basement and he's like the first death that they have in the movie, and he gets attacked, and the critter rolls toward him. He's like, "Oh, hairballs!" That's always made for a really funny line. I love that part.
Yeah,
yeah. Critters 3.
Dude, what is with Charlie's gun? Like, I don't know if you noticed, Ben, but like his gun has like a pinto beans fucking like can in it or whatever. I'm like, what the hell is that? What is that in this fucking gun?
He had to fucking rig it, bro.
I know. It's the bounty hunter's gun, which he don't have like space parts to fix it, so he just has to fix it with whatever he has.
So he used pinto beans. It fucking made me laugh. I was like, it's so subtle, but it's funny because you can totally see what it is.
Yeah, so I guess that kind of breaks my theory that Ugg brought the crystal to him because he would have just brought him new gun parts as well.
Exactly. Right. So where does the crystal come from?
Don't they give Brad something in part 1?
Yeah, they give him the communicator, like the remote control thing.
Yeah, but not a crystal.
Also, why the fuck would Charlie give out his last crystal if it was real to some little fucking kid?
Yeah, fuck that kid.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. He mentions he has a like a lot of them because he's like, I only have a few of these left.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So like he does mention that.
He does. Like, he does actually say that. Yeah. Yeah.
Does he just keep him like all on him, like in his pocket of all time? Like,
I don't think he has a home at this point. Like he's probably just living on the fucking like on train cars or something, looking for Kreitz.
I feel like this movie really suffers just like not being in like the setting it was in of this like little like Midwest town.
I think like the idea of like, oh, Critters in the like, because the poster's so misleading. It's like Critters in the big city, you know what I mean? But it's like,
it doesn't feel big city at all.
In some isolated like apartment building.
It just feels like everything just scaled back, and it just doesn't have the same heart as the first 2 movies.
Yeah. A little bit, yeah. I still like it for what it is, but I could definitely say it doesn't have like the scope of the first 2. I would have liked to see it like actually have more to do with like we get like the rooftop of the building, which is like a cool idea set piece and stuff like that. But it would have been cool to like sort of like have some more like actual like city stuff maybe.
Yeah, because
Like,
it
like,
really does not
I would
feel like
love
you're in
to
Los
see
Angeles.
a critter, like some homeless dude sleeping with newspapers, and like some critter just like starts eating its foot or something.
Yeah.
It's kind of fucked up, but
I mean, give you some idea that you're actually in the big city because an
yeah,
apartment,
like, if
there's
you look at
apartment
that
buildings
damn
in every
poster,
city.
dude, it looks like it's in like New York ass city.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know, it's fucking silly.
But yeah, so
I do like the phone company woman. What's her name?
don't ask me names.
Anyways, the actress that plays the woman that plays for the phone company works for the phone company. She's pretty cool in the film.
Yeah.
She's a good character.
Yeah.
Kind of a badass thing, but again, this movie just shows its budget. It really does on all aspects. I feel like
but at the same time though, like I feel like it feels bigger than a direct-to-video movie at the same time, like bigger than like some of the stuff we were getting with direct-to-video at the time.
A little bit, but it also like if you watch part 2 or part 3 right after part 2, like there's part 3 or part 2 has like so many critters in it, and then part 3 just it feels like it's very segregated, but like there's not as much critter action in it.
There's not, but what we do get, like Chris mentioned, like the animatronics and stuff still look pretty solid.
Oh no, it does, and I feel like that's one thing that
Chiodo Brothers.
I feel like that's one thing that Chiodo Brothers did in the first 4 films. Well, the first 3, anyways, is that the look of the critters is very consistent. Might vary a little bit, but they're very, very consistently looking the same. You know what I mean? Like that's one thing I really enjoyed about this. Part 4 is hard to judge because there's fucking 2 critters in it.
But also like when I say that, like I feel like it feels a bit above like a direct-to-video movie. Like, yeah, it's definitely a step down from part 1 and 2 and stuff. But like, if you told me this was theatrical, like I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that it wasn't. Like, it still seems like. Like when I'm thinking back to the 90s, bro, like 91 and shit, like the stuff that was like direct to video, I feel was like a lot less quality than this is.
I mean, I bet you at one point this was supposed to be theatrical, and then it just after the bomb of part 2, they're just like, well, maybe not, but I don't know. I could see it though. Like, I mean, even part 4, I could see being theatrical, kind of, but they're just, yeah, I don't know.
Like the stuff that was direct to video at the time was like Subspecies and like Silent Night, Deadly Night 5 and like Dolly Dearest.
Well, Full Moon wasn't really doing theatrical films, right?
Mind Warp. Like I feel like those are a lot less quality than this.
Yeah. Well, Subspecies movies, yeah.
Subspecies looks really good. Like, I mean, that's one of the better looking Full Moon films. That and Puppet
it's the setting, man. They shot all those movies in Romania, and it's like the setting is just it's like $1 million, man.
Basket Case 3.
Yeah,
like that
video
screams video.
Yeah, it's so video. Yeah. I remember watching that on the movie channels when it came out. It was on the movie channels like right away. Fuck, is that shit ever goofy, man? Super fucking goofy.
So the Chiodo brothers actually worked on another big movie from 91 this year is Ernest Scared Stupid.
Oh yeah. I think we talked about that, didn't we? When we talked about
I can't
Ernest.
remember if we talked about it or not.
We brought that up or not, but yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Child's Play 3 also came out this year.
Yeah, Child's Play 3. Like I mentioned earlier about the animatronics in that, and it's like phenomenal. It's fucking phenomenal. So good. It's like some of the best I've ever seen, actually. That's why I love it.
Man, there was a lot of sequels in 91. Howling 6.
There's a lot of sequels in fucking 92.
Yeah.
We're doing one in about 35 seconds.
Yeah. I guess rating. Do you have anything else on? Do either of you three have anything else on Critters 3?
No, the only thing else is they added from the crystal thing. They also added the way that the critters can spin in a circle and then like shoot up, like they shoot up a laundromat.
Oh yeah. Oh, the laundry chutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they give the critters the voice where they can like scream really loudly and like attract the other critters to come help them out. There's just a lot of new stuff.
Which I thought was really interesting that they incorporated the whole screaming thing, because what we know with the critters, loud noises makes them explode. So wouldn't that just explode themselves?
I guess it
depends we didn't know that at this time. That's
but like what, like after finishing the whole franchise, you're like, shit, dude, like they should have exploded at that point.
Well, it depends, like the frequency, I guess, right? Like they probably are not. The critters themselves, they're not going to use a frequency that kills themselves.
I guess not. But I think it's funny because it's very similar to what we see later on. But yeah. Anyways, Critters 3 ratings. Tyler,
I think it's me first, or is it Tyler first?
I think it's me. Yeah. So it's definitely a step down from the first two. A little bit smaller. Don't think it has the same charm to it, but I'm not ready to say this is just a straight up bad movie yet. So I'll give it a 5 out of 10.
All right, I'm at a 6 on this one. I enjoy it for what it is, man. I mean, there's nothing really too special about it. They incorporate some interestingly odd ideas with the crystal and some new critter activities and stuff like that. But I mean, I feel like it kind of dumbs it down with the violence in this one a little bit. It's not as aggressive, it's not as violent as probably the previous efforts a little bit. I do like the setting, but it doesn't feel authentic to Los Angeles at all, but it's still kind of fun. There's some pretty good gags. The roof scene's cool. JP alluded to that earlier. Pretty fun stuff, but all in all, I don't mind this movie. It's okay for what it is. The credits are tedious as hell, but I'm not going to dock it for that. But anyways, yeah, 6 for me.
Well, like I said, I like the design of the critters in this one. Like they have my favorite look. They have my favorite feel to them. Just because they're bigger, you can see them more. The more the animatronics.
Yeah.
And but yeah, it's a downhill from the second movie. First and second movie by a long shot. And even though I watched this one a lot whenever I was a kid, like I rented it a lot, and I still enjoy it. It's not a bad movie. But it is definitely not as good as the other ones. And I do give this one a higher rating than you all probably like, but 8 out of 10 for me on this one.
Yeah, so I've always genuinely liked Critters 3. I watched the trilogy many times growing up, and yeah, the third one was probably the one I've seen the least, not counting the fourth one. But when we watched it for 91, I actually considered squeezing it onto my top 10 at one point. It did fall off. But I like it. I think it's fun and it's an easy watch. I give it a 7 out of 10.
Wow. Crazy. All right. So that is Critters 3 from 1991.
Critters 4. They're invading your space.
Chill out, asshole.
All right, so moving into Critters 4 from 1990 Dukes. Are we going to be talking about this one at a later date?
Probably not.
Probably not. Probably not. Is
mentioned.
JP wins a $10,000 question right there. All right, so quick little synopsis. After being cryogenically frozen and waking up on a space station in the near future, the critters aim to have the unwitting crew for lunch. This one's directed by Rupert Harvey.
Critters 4 was ahead of its time. Before Leprechaun in Space.
Excuse me? It was ahead of its time?
Before Hellraiser 4.
Okay.
Before Jason X. I mean, it did it first.
Leprechaun.
Yeah, Leprechaun was 94.
Yeah, 94. Yeah.
Space.
Yeah, so this movie right here is is really interesting, man. I mean, it's got Charlie's back.
No, it was 96 Space Leprechaun, I think.
But the cast is crazy. You got Angela Bassett in this film, plays Fran. Brad Dourif, who of course is Chucky, who plays, his character's name is Albert. Albert.
I met Brad Dourif at a convention, and I took a Critters 4 poster up to him and had him sign the poster. And
yes,
and
you
I was
did.
like, yeah, I did, yeah. And he looked at me and he was like, I was in 2 of these. And I was like, no, you're just in Critters 4. He's no, I did 2 of these movies. No, Brad, you did only Critters 4. He goes, nah, I'm pretty sure I did 2 of these things. I'm credited for 2 of them. And I just stopped. I looked at him. I was like, okay, I think you did 2 of them, and just had him sign the rest of the poster.
What the fuck was he thinking that he did?
I think from where the movies are filmed back to back, that maybe he got like the script for 3 and 4, but was only
maybe like originally they were supposed to blend together even more or something, and maybe there were going to be characters from part 3 that were in part 4 or something like that, you know.
But his character wasn't even introduced till part 4, so part 3 doesn't make sense, right?
And I'm sitting here like I'm standing in front of this crowd, like arguing with Brad Dourif about whether he was in 1 or 2 Critter films. Like, that's surreal.
But you were right though. He was only in Critters 4. That's fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah,
he has a great voice, man. Like even when he's just like being a character, like not like voicing, like his voice just is like awesome, dude.
And every time he talks in this, like when he goes all high pitched and stuff, you can hear Chucky in it every time.
Yeah,
it's Chucky.
Oh yeah, you hear Chucky no matter what movie he's in. Like whenever, what's that one movie where like spontaneous combustion? I think it's the title of it. Like
I
you
think
just
that
hear
came out in like 93, 91, maybe 92.
Yeah, like all you can hear is just anytime he has that like bit of rage of some sort, like you just hear Chucky every single time.
Yeah, even in Argento's Trauma, like he yells at one point in the movie, and you're just like, dude, that was Chucky.
Mm-hmm. So this movie starts out with a little bit of header in there, and it's like they're in it's basically it's straight continuity from part 3. So this one starts where they leave off in part 3 in the basement of the apartment in Los Angeles, right? But it tells you it's in
back to back. You got to rewatch the whole shit ending of part 3 again.
Yeah, but the problem is with the start of this movie is that it gives you a header. It's like somewhere in Kansas, and I'm like, no, part 3 took place in Los Angeles. It ends in the apartment building with the eggs, and they're coming to grab them, which is a setup for part 4. Why is it telling you it's in Kansas? I'm like, are you fucking with me?
Or are they saying like the beginning of the story was Kansas?
No, it's saying because it says somewhere in Kansas, and it shows Charlie in the basement, which is the end of part 3 with the eggs, and then we go through the whole rendition before they go up to space and stuff like that. And I'm like,
part 3 never really describes where it is. Like you never actually fully know. There's no indication that part 3 actually takes place in Los Angeles, except for the DVD, the back of the DVD case. The VHS tape does not say anything about Los Angeles or anything. It's just that
the
DVD
characters
case.
don't say anything about
No,
Los
the
Angeles.
characters in part 3 actually do say they're from Los Angeles, though. There's a point
from Los Angeles.
But they were heading back. They were on vacation outside. They were on vacation. They were heading back. So,
and they pass by Grover's Bend, Kansas, because she makes a reference to the sign. She's like, Kansas, what a crock, or Grover's Bend, what a crock.
Yeah.
And so they're somewhere either leaving or going somewhere in Kansas, but it's never, I mean, it's probably just another fuck up,
but for sure, like, I mean, geography wise, this is like ridiculous because where Kansas is located to Los Angeles, we're talking the other side of the fucking America here. You know what I mean? Like they're on a long road trip on their fucking, they're gone for a week, but they're in Kansas and they're from it makes no sense. But anyways, it does tell you, it says somewhere in Kansas. I'm like, but the movie starts out in the basement of that where part 3 left off. I'm like, what the fuck? Because it was supposed to be Los Angeles from what we know. Anyways, I just thought that was really interesting. So we get the whole thing with Ugg, and he gets basically thrown into this pod, and he wakes up like 53 years later. Our characters here, they're what, salvage people in space? Is that what they are? Like the ship that they're on with Brad Dourif and Angela Bassett, like they're floating through space and they're just salvaging things, and they come across this one. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and they're making like a round trip, and they have so many days to get back to Earth.
Right.
A lot of inspiration from the Alien franchise.
It totally does feel like a really low budget Alien film. without the fucking aliens, even critters. There's literally no critters in the movie. So this movie
spent so much time just farting around, like wandering around.
Dude, stop! You're fucking so Jeremy, bro.
Dude,
farting
that
around.
Is so funny that you use the phrase "farting around." Jeremy used to use "farting around."
It's because you're
an old ass man, bro. You're an old ass.
He probably watched a lot of South Park.
Well, he did. Why.
But
they say that in South Park a lot. Like, what far around?
So this movie right here is like the longest one in the franchise. And for what reason? There's nothing but padding in this. Like, honestly, you don't even see a critter until about 40 minutes into this movie. And then we find out that we only get to see two.
It's called building suspense.
Literally 2 critters in the entire movie. There's only
don't they lay eggs in this one?
No.
Yeah, there's baby critters in this one. That's the eggs hatch at the beginning. In that pod that Charlie puts the eggs in, those are the ones that hatch into the babies, and then the babies turn into the adults.
Yeah, so there's 2 critters.
Only 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's funny. Well, it's funny because it's part 4
where they build them.
Right. So like it's part 4. And there's less critters than the number of sequels here. It's bizarre.
I think they were trying to go for like a close quarters, like Alien, like.
Oh, absolutely! They were trying to capitalize on the success of Alien.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to make them seem really dangerous again, where it's like 2 can take out a whole ship of people.
But they really don't
a complete Alien ripoff.
But they don't utilize it at all, really. Like, I mean, a lot of focus is like on our fucking character that's a drug addict. He's like trying to find the pharmacy, and there's just a lot of like, Tyler said, farting around in the movie. There's really a lot of downtime in this.
Standing around with their dicks
in their hands. 40 minutes. Nothing. It's 40 minutes before we even see a critter in this.
It has this like dramatic, like fucking like stock garage band soundtrack that like wasn't just like just wandering around the ship like. Yeah. It's like all like the fun campiness is taken away. This movie takes us way too seriously.
And it sucks too, man, because we got this one character, Rick, who like wants to get off of the fucking ship and stuff like that. And he goes all crazy and he beats up the kid and stuff like that. And it kind of leaves behind our 2 main features, which is Angela Bassett and Brad Dourif. And like, they really don't even appear until like more like into the second half of the film. Like they're there. And then they get away from their characters forever. And of course they show up in the end. And what happens to Brad Dourif's character just pisses me off too. He just like, they just expose him, like they just delete his character like that. I'm like, fuck, man, come on, do something else. But this movie just feels like it's just going through the motions. The entire movie just feels like it's going through the motions, trying to like
it's going
do something, but it never really does anything. And then we get this really ridiculous reveal of how Ugg is turned completely bad. And you're just like, what? Like, there's no explanation for it whatsoever. And it just...
so the Ugg thing...
Well, there literally is no explanation.
I do feel like it betrays his character a bit, because I feel like he is like a heroic character. But at the same time, like 50 some years have passed.
53.
Like, people can really change in just a decade, let alone 50 years.
Of course, but I mean, some type of explanation as to why you would go completely badass and,
Charlie
change your whole image.
I see you got a promotion. He's making the big dollars now.
Yeah. But there's really, I mean, like I said, going back to like, his down, like with Dee dying in the second one and stuff. I think that was kind of the start of it.
Lee.
Did I say Dee? Lee.
Yeah.
I feel like that is the start of the downfall for him, and how maybe he turns into a bad character, because it just seems like it's just like out of left field. You're like, fuck, really?
It almost feels like they had the character of Charlie and they had a character of Ugg, and they were like, "Hey, we can't have two heroes in this franchise. We got to figure out a way who likes who the best." Well, Charlie's the lovable character from part 1, 2, and 3. Let's just have him be the one that everybody loves.
Yeah.
So we'll get rid of Ugg. So we got to turn him evil. So we have
I think
more
it was
sympathy on
also
Charlie.
supposed to be like a twist reveal moment too, where you don't really know that he's a bad guy in part 3 at the end. He's just like saying, "Hey, like unfortunately, due to the law, we're not allowed to kill these things."
Yeah, it was big trickery, man. It's I don't know. I just feel like it's a cop out. I don't know, but I mean, I guess in a sense, like you do need a villain, but the way they reveal it, though, that I think that's the problem with it. It's just like, oh shit, he's like fucking bad. You're just like, what? It's not really my biggest problem.
I actually
with the movie.
don't mind it either.
It's not my biggest problem with the movie. I mean, I really don't like it. I'll admit that, but it's not my biggest problem with the movie. My biggest problem with the film is that there's 2 critters in it. There's very limited kills, and there's a lot of what Tyler said farting around in this film. There's a lot of padding in the time.
Saying that.
There's a lot of farting around in the film. Like I said, 40 minutes in the movie, you finally see a critter. There's 2 critters. There's literally 2 fucking critters. It's fucked.
It's a very character-driven movie when this is supposed to be the last one to wrap up the franchise for a film about creatures, and there's hardly any creatures in it.
And it's a small body count, too. I mean, there's only like 6, 7 total characters in the entire movie, and not everyone dies. You know what I mean? Like, it's very far in between. I feel like when I'm watching this movie, I literally said to myself, I'm like, they couldn't pad this thing out any fucking more. It's insane to me what they're doing. It honestly is a boring movie. It's just boring. There's nothing happening. And I hate using that adjective, and I really don't like to use it, but there's really nothing happening to the movie within the film. So,
I don't know. Like, I've never liked it. Like, this was always my least favorite. Still is. Well, yeah, still is. But I've always like avoided watching this one. Like, I've seen it a handful of times. I've watched it for 91 or 90. What is it? 90. Oh no, I didn't watch it for 91.
It's 92, bro.
Yeah, I watched it for this, I guess. But I've seen this a handful of times. I have it logged on Letterboxd, so I've at least watched it in the last 10 years. And I've never really like felt strongly positively about it, but for some reason watching it this time, I actually liked it more than I ever have.
They don't even shoot quills in this movie.
I think like just
like,
being, I think it just being like more of like a toned down, like sci-fi, like alien movie. I kind of enjoyed it a little bit.
If you're gonna rip off Alien, at least do some fucking good kills and special effects and stuff. Like, have more than 2 critters. Like, I'm
fine with the 2 critter thing.
It just shows its budget, man. It's so low budget. Like,
we have a whole like 3 movies filled with critters. Like, I kind of like the idea of just making 2 really threatening critters.
It's the longest film in the franchise, like 95 minutes or whatever it is, and
I don't agree
the least
with
action.
Making it. I don't agree with making it the longest film.
It should have been 15 minutes shorter, and even then, I don't know what the fuck would make it better, even being 15 minutes shorter.
Yeah, I agree with JP on this one. Like, whenever I was a kid, I kind of avoided watching this one because there was no critters in it hardly at all. But the older I got, the more I found liking it because it's more character driven, and you focus specifically on the character of Charlie, who is my favorite character in the franchise. So that's one reason why I like it more as an adult than I did as a kid. But then they put the sympathy thing toward him at the end of it when he has to kill Ugg. And you're just like, well, now he's been through all of this. He woke up in space. All of his people he knows is dead. And the only person that he ever trusted, the only person he ever trusted and liked and cared for has now turned against him, and he has to take care of him too. It's something about the characters in this film that I really, really love. And that's why I'm okay with it as an adult.
I just feel like the way it goes down, like it feels corny to me.
Charlie's like fully the hero in this film. Like, he's the star of this film.
Of course.
And maybe that's why I like it a little bit more as an adult too, is because I watched Charlie's journey from like this farmhand, alcoholic, nobody.
But it's the only thing it has going for it, though. Like, it doesn't have anything else that's even redeemable, in my opinion. Like, I mean, the lack of critters, lack of kills, just a lack of just having Angela Bassett and Brad Dourif in the film for what their characters are. They don't accomplish anything. I mean, the way Dourif dies is like so pathetic.
You just keep saying Angela Bassett. Like, am I supposed to know who that is? Like, she's like
very big, yeah.
Really?
Dude, I just don't even need to explain when I say names like this, because JP, like, if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't see anything in their filmography that is notable.
She's a very respected actress, dude. Just put it that way.
Okay. But not horror wise. Like, I don't.
No, absolutely. No. She's not a genre. She's not. She's not like
okay. Because you're saying her name, like, you got Brad Dourif and Angela Bassett.
Yeah, but I mean, I've seen a lot of films with Angela Bassett, and she's always good in everything.
She's like another, like, horror person. But okay, I see what you're saying. She's just a notable name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one,
right before this too, she would have done like 1 on 4. So this came out the same year as Malcolm X. Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
Boys in. She probably was shot before Boys.
Just came out Boys in the Hood. Like,
this was probably made before Boys in the Hood. To be fair.
She's in another horror film from this year, Innocent Blood. How about that?
Oh yeah,
yeah, she is actually. And I just rewatched that too, which is a fun film.
Yeah, she's in a lot of big '90s movies like Strange Days.
Oh, she's in Vampire in Brooklyn. Okay, she's in another horror film. All right.
Oh yeah, she is in that. I forgot about that. Actually,
I actually love Vampire in Brooklyn. I know that's crazy to say, but
dude, I saw that in the theater, and I walked out of there, and I was so pissed off. I was like, that movie fucking sucked. I was so mad, but I've grown to like it though.
Well, she's in the Wes Craven movie. That's not a horror movie.
Really?
Oh, in the French one? Yeah. Oh, I sent JP that movie actually.
No, you sent me that movie.
Yeah.
The Sound of Music of the Heart or whatever.
Yeah.
Music of the Heart.
Yeah, she's in that.
I'll watch that one day.
That makes sense why he casted her in that, because he probably really enjoyed her in Vampire in Brooklyn.
Yeah. But it's also Angela Bassett. Like, she's.
I always give Craven credit for casting a lot of black actors.
He was ahead of his time, man. He was ahead of his time. Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that really pisses me off about this movie is like the fucking critters don't shoot quills in this one. You notice that? Like, I love the shooting the quills. I think that's such an awesome aspect to what the critters are. I love that.
Well, you got some of that in the new Binge, bro. They did it just for you.
Ugh.
They used up all the quill shooting in part 3.
Yeah.
Apparently they did, yeah. Fuck. I just don't understand how Bernie was a fucking drug addict in this movie. Like, he's like, oh, where's the pharmacy? And he's just going ape shit. I'm like, you're in space, bro. How are you a fucking drug addict? Like, it makes no fucking sense to me. I don't know. I mean,
I guess even in space, there's just regular people who have drug problems, I guess.
But where are you getting drugs to be a drug addict in space?
They got a whole ass pharmacy there, man.
Drugs.
They found a pharmacy. They
obviously have drug dealers.
Yeah. Intergalactic drug dealers. That's fucking ridiculous. That sounds like an awesome rap song right there. Intergalactic drug dealer.
That's
honestly, if you think about it,
I'm surprised there's not something like that in Deltron 3030, right?
It's something that Cool Keith would actually do, man. In
There's a movie
Intergalactic.
about that. That movie, Dark Angel, I Come in Peace. That Scream Factory put out. He's like,
Dolph Lundgren.
Yeah, he's like, the guy he's chasing is like an intergalactic drug dealer.
Yeah, right. Oh, good call. Good call on that one. Yeah, I actually like that movie. It's fun.
It was cool.
Yeah.
One movie that has an intergalactic drug dealer. He remembers that one.
Yeah, it's a cop drama. It's like a cop thriller with an intergalactic drug dealer.
Yeah. I mean,
I think also, like, this one is probably the least comedic out of all of them, right?
This one is actually, that's a good note, because I actually
there's like no comedy in this, which I don't like.
This one is dead serious. It's so weird how this one is so super serious, and it has that feel to it too. And you're just like, where's the comic relief in this? But I guess they probably couldn't do it because there's only 2 critters. They couldn't get the relief from the critters, and the characters are space people. They're serious. Like there's
space people are serious. Damn it.
Well, I mean, there's like 6. I mean, I don't know. I just look at like Bass's character and Durst's character as being like, why would they be super comical? Like they're in space doing a fucking job kind of thing. I don't know. But yeah, you're right. That this one has like no comic relief in it at all. Which I think that hurts a little bit.
Too. But did you guys feel like it also had a like a Western feel to it too? Like the music is a very Western feel.
No, I didn't feel like that at all, honestly.
Like soundtrack wise?
Yeah, the music feels very like a Western type tone.
Yeah, I mean,
I
guess
space Western.
Which is like a really weird concept. Space Western. Wow.
Star Wars.
That's what Star Wars is.
Yeah, Star Wars sucks, man.
What? You're fucking weirdo.
I knew I would spark some shit with that one. No, I like Star Wars.
Space.
I like the original 3 films.
Yeah, I like the
pretty
original.
Much all I
I'm
like.
not like a Star Wars like no.
No, I don't really like anything.
I really like the second trilogy.
I don't.
I don't really care for the Disney trilogy though.
Oh my god, I hated it.
Yeah, the episode 1, 2, and 3. I could live without
episode 1
7,
is awesome.
7, 8, 9.
I like the one
and 3.
I like
episode
what's the one? Episode 6 though, or whatever.
I'm not actually a big
3,
fan of the first Star Wars film. Like I like the Empire. Man is probably my favorite.
Yeah, Empire's the best.
Actually, New Hope is like my 4th favorite Star Wars movie.
Yeah,
probably.
it's not like a personal. Like Empire is way better.
You know, it's basically a ripoff of an Akira Kurosawa movie.
Everything's a ripoff.
Journey
of
to the West.
Everybody rips off Kurosawa.
Fortress. Yeah.
It's actually incredible how you could probably relate every movie back to Kurosawa. I swear to God.
Well, fucking, what's his name? Leone, like, really ripped them off in the first movie in the Dollar trilogy that I can't name right now.
What?
In a fistful, yeah, the Fistful of Dollars. You don't know about that? It's like a direct ripoff of Yojimbo. That to the point where, like,
well, I've seen that too. I don't. What's the ripoff?
A Fistful of Dollars. It's the same exact movie to the point where Akira Kurosawa got a settlement for it.
Jesus Christ. Can you stop ruining shit for me? Fuck.
He was like, I'm going to copy this movie. It's fucking doing guns.
I never really even thought of that before, actually.
Yeah. He's like,
and I've seen the Man with No Name trilogy so many fucking times, dude.
They're great.
I love those movies.
I love both the movies. Like, I even probably like the Leone version more. Like, I'm more likely to grab that off the shelf. But
oh fuck, I love all 3 of those movies.
Yeah,
I could watch them all. I could watch them all back to back.
Where he got a settlement.
It's one of the best. It's one of the greatest trilogies ever made.
Yeah. I really love the last 2.
All right, so Critters 4. Anybody got some more thoughts on Chris? You got any new antidotes for Critters 4? I didn't really look into this one too much because I was just appalled watching it again. I'm like, fuck. But
a part of the filming from where it was filmed back to back with part 3, there was only a 1 week like leeway that they had to build the set. So the second that Critters 3 was done filming, they were already working and building the set for 1 week, and then filming began that following week. So there wasn't a lot of time to get the sets the way they wanted them to. That's why if you look at them, it looks very like a Roger Corman-esque. It's because it's all put together so quick. And I think that also hurts the film too.
Yeah, it doesn't look super sci-fi techy.
it feels like straight to video. It really does.
Yeah, this one does feel a lot more straight to video.
Yeah, it feels like very soundstage.
So, ratings?
Is that me?
Yep.
Dude, you guys are gonna trip dicks on this, man.
That's how you really feel.
Balls and toques are out right now, man. I'm telling you. But I really don't like this movie, to be honest. This one's like appallingly bad to me. I want to like it. Like, I love the setting in space. I don't think it's a bad thing. We always joke about it. Mm-hmm. I'm not a big hater of like films in space. Shout out to Carly. She hates the space movies. But I don't. And I think this movie should have just been a lot better. Like, there's so much potential there, and it just doesn't deliver, man. 3 out of 10. It's horrible.
Like, I agree with a lot of the points that you have about the reason why you don't like them. There's not very many critters in it. The movie's really slow. Nothing happens until really 40 minutes into it.
Yep.
They go out of their way to make sure that the character that you liked in part 1, 2, and 3 is now evil and then has to be taken care of. But a part of me really enjoys that aspect of it. Like I was saying earlier, as an adult, I find a liking of it a lot different than I did when I was a kid. And I really did try to avoid it when I was a kid. I probably fast forward a lot of it until I got to the critter action. But this was the one that I watched the least amount of. But I still really, really enjoy the character of Charlie. And this one has a focus where he's pretty much the star of the film.
Yeah.
And I could watch his character do
It's the best part about the movie, yeah.
Yeah. And my rating's way above you, Moodz. But I give this one in at a 7 out of 10.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm biased, though. I'm 100% biased because of the franchise. It's my favorite ever.
Right.
Fair enough.
For me, I think watching it this time, it was the most like fun I've had with it. And I think that one of the reasons I like it is because it is so different from the first 3, where it's like more, it's trying to be like more dark and, you know, more of a horror film. And I think that it actually is like a good final for Charlie. I think his character comes full circle and truly has to like be the top dog in this one. He even when he is like more heroic, he's always sort of like the sidekick hero, whereas this one he has to fully like lead the charge. He's telling everybody what's going on. He's basically explaining the whole thing to everybody. And he also has to deal with like someone that he cared about and kind of showed him the rope. It very kind of Star Warsy in a way. I also just I kind of just like the world building that happens before the critters come into play. Might be crazy because I've rated this one pretty low in the past, but I'm giving it a 6.
I saw whenever I gave it a 7, I saw Tyler's face. And he literally was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Like he just had that look in his face.
That was probably just a coincidence because I kind of expected you to be around there.
I actually expected him to be higher, so I was like, okay, at least he's
I'm closer to Moodz. I did not enjoy this movie. I felt like a whole lot of nothing happened, and it just felt like a complete mismatch that it went on way too long. I'm gonna give it a 3.5.
all over the place on this one. 3.5, 6.
I don't know, mixed bag.
Yeah. But to be fair, like I've always not liked this movie. Like, and then for whatever, I think like sometimes what happens with me with like franchises is like the ones that I watch so much I love, and it almost makes me like want to like see other stuff that I haven't paid as much attention to and sort of like find things that I like about it as well. Like that kind of happened with me with like the like all franchises really. Like the ones that I've always avoided, I'm more interested in watching just because I haven't seen them as much. And I think that kind of happened with Critters 4 a little bit, where I was just like, oh man, I've seen the other 3 so many times. Like there's another one to sort of dive into and see if I could take anything away from it that I always sort of just like ignored in the past.
Yeah. I didn't want to just dive in and just be like, no matter what, it's a Critters movie. It's automatically 10 out of 10. I wanted to be a little more fair on the actual movie itself with it. And even though I'm a little bit biased when it comes to what I love about them and the reason why I love them, I still wanted to have a little bit more fair rating. They're higher than most people's, but I still think they're a little bit more fair toward the films than just being a 10 out of 10 on everything, no matter what.
Gotcha.
Like Derek would do.
Oh, what would you give that one, JP?
I gave it a 6.
Tyler, what'd you give it?
3.5.
Wow, I was the lowest. How the fuck did I come in the lowest?
You really hated it.
Yeah, I really didn't like it, man.
I'll tell you why in a minute.
All right, so that is Critters 4 from 1992. It's not making any top 10 lists.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
I think this is my bottom movie of '92 so far. It's actually a TV movie that I watched that was really bad.
It's so close. I think I have one movie less.
It's probably better than the made for TV movie I watched that was really bad.
This one is. Oh yeah, Mad at the Moon was worse.
Oh yeah, Mad at the Moon is worse than this. Never mind. Mad at the Moon is definitely
I give that one 2 out of 10. I only have 3 films. I only have 3 films under 5. House 4, Critters 4, oddly enough, and Mad at the Moon.
Yeah, Mad at the Moon's definitely worse.
It appears there are hundreds of hairy balls descending through the air.
All right, so moving into the next, well, I guess it's not a film, it's a TV series, which is basically just a film chopped down into 8 episodes. And it is called Critters, A New Binge from 2019. Who is this directed by? IMDb is not giving it to me.
Bobby Miller. That's the other guy.
No, it's Jordan Rubin, I believe, is the actual director.
Critters Attack.
And he did all. I mean, it's basically just a movie. Like, okay, so what's the story with this? Because why did they release this as a web series into 8 parts and not just release it? Because it's a film chopped up into 8 parts.
It was developed as a web series, from what I understand.
But it plays out like a movie.
That's what a web series usually does.
Okay.
Like, so a web series is slightly different than a TV series. Like, a web series usually is just like one story that's just in webisodes.
Right. Which are like about 10 minutes, right?
Yeah. From what I understand, this was originally a web series was in production in 2014 from Warner Brothers. And I don't know if it ever actually like got off the air or what, like got off the ground, or if this is what that became. But
right.
I do know that it does have the New Line Cinema like attachment to it, which is kind of wild.
Mm-hmm.
I figured it was just some sort of license thing.
I just find it so weird to like when you're watching this shit, it's just like you're watching a movie in parts. Because I was going into a Critters new batch.
It's like back in the YouTube days where someone would upload a movie, but you can only upload 10 minutes at a time.
Yeah, exactly.
Watch parts.
So did you guys watch this when it premiered on Shudder?
I watched the first episode and I was like, what the fuck was that? And
dude, you know what's funny, JP? I literally watched the first episode on Shudder too and never went past it. So I'd seen the first episode and I thought it was so bad. I was like, oh God, I can't do this. So, but
so did you know about this? Because like, obviously you're a big Critters fan, right? It's your favorite thing. I assume you were wanting a new movie forever. Like you probably were like always looking to see if there was any developments on anything new Critters. So when this was like good.
I knew the development of like from 2014 when they had the original idea to do like a mini series, web series, or whatever the original idea was. But nothing ever came from it. And then it wasn't until like 2018 or 2017, whenever they finally announced that they were going to do something new and it was going to be a web series. It was actually done for like, I don't know what the main idea was, but Verizon app, like Verizon Wireless, had an app that you could download for your phone. This was originally going to be on that app as part of like their entertainment side for Verizon. So if you were like a Verizon user, you could have a streaming service for free, and it was just like an add-on. But that was concepted just for that app, and then that app didn't last very long. It like only lasted, I want to say, like 4 or 5 months before it just collapsed. And then there was no news about what was going to happen. That it was almost dead in the water. And then out of nowhere, like a year later, it was just, oh yeah, this is going to be a Shudder original. We're going to put it on there. It's going to be a mini series, web series, and we're going to see it in 10 parts. But the guy that filmed it, Jordan Rubin, I talked to him, and he said he was going to be filming it like a movie. So he was just going to go into it, film a regular movie, and then whenever they were in the editing process, they were going to chop it up into 10 parts and release it that way as a web series.
So I still don't understand though, like why not try to just release it as a movie then? Like if you like it's clearly a movie.
It's clearly a movie. Credits and have a 80-minute movie.
Well, this is an easy edit for a movie. This is a fucking probably 85-minute movie. I don't know. Maybe not even, maybe 80-minute movie.
Yeah, you take out the intro for each one of the episodes and you're probably looking around like a 75-minute film.
Yeah, it's definitely a full-length film, but like I just don't understand why it wasn't done as a new film.
Well, maybe because I don't understand, be like, bro, if we marketed this as a movie, people are going to be fucking pissed. Like that's the only thing I could think that like the people would just. Well, I mean, you would be pissed quality enough to be a movie, but if you actually watch it as a web series, like these 10-minute segments, I actually don't think it's like the worst thing ever.
But like, but like when you watch as a web series, like. It's just a movie cut up into 8 parts. Like I was going into this thinking it was going to be a little bit kind of different stories. Like it was going to be 10-minute, like kind of like mini stories.
Episodic.
Yeah, like episodic. Exactly. But this is a movie chopped into 8 parts. And I was like, the fuck is this?
I think because I have watched some web series in the past, I kind of expected it to be similar to this maybe.
I think Tyler nailed it right there. He said the attention span. He's like, this is aimed towards. I know it's almost like an R-rated version of Critters, but it's aimed towards kids and teenagers. And what do teenagers like to watch? They like to watch web series because they can't focus on anything long enough. I mean, make it a web series.
We've talked about the attention span of millennials and over again on this show. I mean, it's nothing new to us. Yeah, I mean, we're older and we have attention spans. I mean, which is so fucking sad that you have to take a movie and chop it up into 8 parts. Could you imagine, Chris, developing your movie, your slasher film, and then going, fuck it. My audience cannot stand an 80-minute movie or 90 or 85-minute movie, so I'm going to chop it up into 8 parts. Wouldn't it just piss you off to have to do that so it could comply with what people's mentalities are of today? That's mind-blowingly fucking stupid.
I feel like on one hand, like, yeah, it is like basically a movie, but I feel like movie. The way that they make sure that something like there's not one episode where it's just dialogue and nothing happens in it. Like every single episode, like something like there's some kill or some like.
No, the pacing is fine, and for like if like I would just prefer to watch this as an 8 or 75-minute feature. I feel like it's fine. Having to hit play every fucking 7 minutes was ridiculous, dude.
I didn't even have to. Well, that's because you watched it because you're fucking in Canada where you have nothing. Like for some reason, you guys don't have any streaming anything ever. It seems like
no, we don't. No, I don't even. We don't even have.
It just played all of them in a row.
We don't even have internet. This is what we're doing right now is fake.
Yeah, but once I hit the credits, I was like, oh, next episode.
Yeah.
But anyways,
so let's talk about the actual like.
So Critters, a new binge. Synopsis on it: the Critters return to Earth searching for a lost friend that was left behind. Fuck's sakes! I'm not reading this now. I'm like, oh my god. They land in Burbank and soon torment a group of high schoolers and their families. Okay, so first of all,
starring Gilbert Godfrey. How about that?
I feel so bad for Gilbert Godfrey because he died right after this, and I'm like, oh my god,
he does not look good in this movie.
He does. Well, he was dying. He was definitely dying during this. You could tell he was not.
Good. I like him in this.
He's funny because he keeps talking about like he's talking. I just think it's funny because he keeps talking about like, do you need some Viagra? And he keeps talking about like sex and penises and shit. I'm like,
yeah, he's like my penis is gonna
be the creepy uncle that just can't stop talking about his wang.
I was kind of on board for this movie at first. Like I liked the way he kept calling his mom a whore. Like I thought that was pretty funny.
Dude, I
hate like some of the decisions it makes. Like,
I hate the mom in this. The mom is the worst fucking character in
it's
this.
just it's just a weird like choice. I don't know,
dude.
Like the twist where it's like, oh, this is your dad. Like I thought that was the dumbest shit. Like I was actually on board.
Dude,
with
this shit.
I was on board with it for like half of it, and I'm
yeah,
like,
exactly.
Actually, isn't that? I mean,
happened,
the effects are cheesy, and it's like it feels like a web series, but like it's entertain. I was like entertained by it, and like once that fight, like the half critter, half human thing, I was just like, this is the dumbest shit.
You know what pisses me off about this movie, about this web series? I mean, keep calling the movie. Is that like from the first episode they make it? Oh, by the way, I have to mention that. So I watched it on that fucking website. What the fuck website you guys sent to me?
Daily Motion.
Daily
I
Motion,
put on one episode and I realized it was somebody filming a TV. So
Dude, the fucking subtitles are sideways, but they're all cut off. So like you can't even read half the fucking
some
shit.
dude filming it with his like phone, like filming it on Shutter or something. You know?
Yeah,
like
but the subtitles are like half cut off. I'm like, oh my god.
I was wondering like, what the
it
hell
doesn't
was
really matter. You don't really need to know.
Some guy like filming a screen.
It was way better on Plex.
You don't really
good on Plex.
You don't really need to know.
Like, every shot was like uneven too. Like everybody looked like they were like standing on a hill. Like
yeah, it felt like it was stretched too. So, anyways, that's how I fucking watched it. So I missed like half the subtitles on the crates, but the crates dialogue didn't really fucking matter. It wasn't that big of a deal.
They were kind of funny, honestly.
But that was one thing about this that really caught me off guard is that how much they talk. They were like full on characters.
Yeah,
like they were full on characters. Like the Krites were the
they
were
eventually
like the
start speaking English, bro.
Yeah, well, they have to press a button, but
Chris, what up, man?
I hated everything about this fucking movie.
Thank you. We're in the same boat on this one. Oh my god, this is bad.
With JP's like reaction when he first turned it on and he was like, what the fuck? I did that throughout the entire movie on every episode that you had to go to.
It's fucking horrible.
When you first see the bounty hunters and they show up and it's like a giant green screen and they're just barely doing their running motions and it's like I thought it was fake. It's almost like a fan film that's like,
dude, what? It's like, what is with them landing in Australia? And all of a sudden, they like take the identities of the dudes in Australia. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
It feels like some dudes with a YouTube.
Like, it makes no sense.
Yeah. I mean, but it's a web series, so that's like kind of what it's supposed to be, right? Like it's super low budget and stuff. But I wanted to ask you because I know there are a lot of Critters fan films. Have you watched any of those?
Yeah, there's one that's made now that I haven't seen it yet. It's called All You Can Eat, Critters All You Can Eat, and it's got Eddie Deason in it. I don't know how big of a part he has in it, but there's a couple of, most of them are really, really bad, but there is one fan film called Bounty Hunter, and it was done by a guy named Jordan Downey, and it's way better than a new Binge. It's even better than Critters Attacks. Like it's on point. It feels like an actual Critters film.
Wow. So you hated New Binge. Like when it came out, did you watch it when it came out?
Yeah, I was like the second I got a chance to watch it, I was watching it. I downloaded Shudder specifically just to watch a new Binge.
You didn't have Shudder at the time. Crazy.
No.
And you were like, what the
Did
fuck?
you throw Shudder away after that? You're like, fuck Shudder.
Oh god, no. But I just couldn't believe what I was watching. Like it felt fake to me. Like I felt like it was something that was a joke that was played on me. Like it was like the entire world got together and decided to make a joke toward the one person who loved the franchise.
So I feel like a new Binge is basically just a stupid, ridiculous, really badly, poorly written satire of Critters. Because where it goes, I mean, like we've alluded to, like the first half of it isn't the worst thing in the world, but then you get these reveals and you're like, this is the stupidest fucking thing I'm watching. Why am I even watching this right now?
And even like the joke with the critter.
She fucked a critter.
That was the dumbest. I like.
It's so fucking stupid, man. It's so
it
dumb.
felt like something from a cartoon, like a Futurama.
I kind of felt I've been watching a lot of South Park lately, so I don't know. It just clouded my judgment, but I was like, this is like some shit out of a South Park episode.
Yeah, but South Park is at least clever and funny. Like this isn't clever or funny.
It's a cartoon, and it like you can do stupid shit like that. But like, yeah, I totally got the vibe that it's like, is this like Cartman's mom? Like she's fucking
that's
absolutely. I felt like it was a rip up of Cartman's mom. Yeah,
this is Cartman's mom. Could just call it this.
Yeah.
Chubby could just call her a whore the whole movie.
It's like really it's so bad.
Even the jokes that the critters do are completely outdated because they have them. One of them is like a Matrix reference where the critter does that whole like,
and it looks so shitty, like because they couldn't even like bend the puppet, like it's the size.
Yeah,
of it,
dude, this whole fucking, I'm gonna keep calling it a movie because it's just easier to say than web series, but it's just nothing but satires. Like that stupid fucking scene, like where they do the Mission Impossible thing. It actually kind of made me laugh out loud. But I'm like, this is like, it's just one joke after another, like satire in fucking big movies and all that stuff. I'm like, this is so stupid.
I thought
so dumb. The critters themselves look pretty shitty. To be honest, they look similar, but their noses and like there's something fucked up in the middle of their face. Like they don't look right. You know what I mean?
They look very, very puppetish. They look like a very fan-made puppet. Is what it really reminds me of.
Yeah.
And like whenever the opening scene in the first episode, when they're sitting there watching that crappy horror movie on TV, and then they reference watching crappy horror movies on TV, they're like, this is a low budget crappy monster movie. And
while we're watching a crappy horror film. Yeah. It's fucking...
Yeah. I felt really insulted by it. I did not like it at all.
Yeah. It's basically like,
it's bad
saying that the critters movies are like garbage, basically.
But it's like a satire, but like they weren't even clever with anything that they did. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to do a satire, you have to be clever with the jokes, right? That's why I hate TCM4, man. It's just a straight satire. It's fucking garbage. It's fucking garbage.
I think that dude thought he was making a horror movie.
No, he was making a satire
because after he realized it sucked real bad, he tried to say it was a satire.
I don't know what the fuck, Ben. But when you're involved with the first one and you do that one in like '94, it's a fucking satire. It's terrible. It's awful. It's god. This was painful. This was actually really painful. Like I get what you're saying. Like the mom in this movie, I was like, oh my god, it's a live action version of fucking Carbon's mom, but she's so much worse. Oh, dude, it was so stupid. It was bad. It was so bad.
Like the jokes are not like he's like, so did you fake your orgasms? I faked three, what did he say? Like 11/13 or 11 like 19ths of them or something. It's just
stupid. He's like 7/10. He says 7/10.
No, it was like 7/13 or something. It was like worse. It was like weirder than
just like I completely got detached from the movie once that shit hit.
Yeah, I don't know. Like at first I was like, okay, there's some funny stuff in here. Like I mentioned the date rapey thing where she gets stuck in the neck with the porky quill and the dude thinks he like date raped the girl because she's like knocked out all of a sudden.
Mm.
That was kind of funny.
Gilbert Gottfried was only in it because I feel like they were like, hey, Critters 2, I remember that one. They had a nerd playing in that movie. Let's get a nerd looking person in this movie.
Probably. Did you ask Jordan Rubin like what the fuck were you doing, bro?
I've reached out to him. He was excited to talk about the movie when it first came out, and then when it did come, I bashed this movie bad because I have a Critters podcast as well that we do from time to time, and I bashed this movie hardcore. And I never heard from him again. I think he might have listened to it and he didn't want anything to do with me.
You know what I can't fucking stand is when like the scene with the cop and he says to the other cop and he's like, yeah, I'm going to go drop the kids off at the pool. And he just turns around right away and he's like, yeah, I'm going to go take a shit in the pool. Fuck, we get the joke, bro.
Well, that's just the dumbest. Like that is just like poor writing.
It's so bad, dude. It was so bad. I'm just like, this is so cringe. Like, I don't like to use the word cringe, just like boring when we're talking about films, but it definitely wasn't boring, but it was cringeworthy. It was really fucking cringeworthy.
The weirdest thing about this,
I think it was hella cringe.
It's super cringe, man.
It was filmed around the same time period that Critters Attack was filmed, and they're not related whatsoever, but there's so much like relevance to both films. Like there's so much things that like this one does that the Critters Attack film does as well. They incorporate the whole like critters exploding because of the sound
because of the movie with that the frequency.
Yeah. And they did that in Critters Attacks. And then they also have like there's like the colored critters, like you have like the red critter, just the different color critters you see throughout the film. Or web series. They did that in Critters Attack, so they kind of different. It's almost like they were filmed separate, but they knew what they were doing, and they like maybe got together. I don't know. It's very strange how two separate films released the same year and had identical.
We literally just talked about this with Deranged in Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Like Deranged is a Canadian film based on Ed Gein, and there's similar scenes, but like Toby Hooper's down in Texas filming TCM, and there was no way they knew about the films, but there's similar shit. It's fucking weird.
The kid in this movie, he has a Zombievers poster on his wall, and at first I was like, that is so just out of like, why? Well, it turns out that the director directed that film as well, which is much better.
Yeah, actually, totally right.
Zombievers is actually pretty solid, man.
Zombievers is actually fucking funny. It's pretty funny, actually. Man, dude, this thing is like, I tell you, man, like the second half of this film, like they set it up so corny. Like it's so corny too. It's like, man, the mom is like making fun of the kid for like eating too much and shit. Like when the reveal happens and you think back about like how she's treating her son the entire film, it's so stupid. It's so dumb. Like she's just a piece of shit, man. Like it makes her even worse. It doesn't make
any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense. Like
because at the end of it, he has those. He shows that he has those teeth, but like he's never noticed the teeth before because his teeth fall out, and it's like, oh, they're gonna fall out the second you realize that you're a critter. And then the eyes, he pulls like the contacts out, and he has like the reason why he had to wear the contacts, but there was never any notion or any talking about him ever having to wear contacts, never anything about his teeth. It's just, well, we needed to be in this scene, so all of a sudden it's there. Right. Like it makes no fucking sense.
No, and of course there's like a combination of like, CG and, practical effects. The critters are, they're practical, but like there's a bunch of fucking random shit CG in this too that are just like, oh my God, every fucking couple minutes. Pretty bad.
The worst one is whenever he, as the critter hybrid, whatever, bites the head off of the bad bounty hunter.
Yeah.
At the end of the film, that is probably the worst CG effect in like recent years. Like I can't imagine an actual movie itself from a studio having this bad CG in it.
Right.
It's so weird that this is like actually like an official thing. Like it feels like it was just like a fan thing.
You know what the weird thing is, man? This whole movie, I'm like I said, I'm gonna call it a movie. It was shot in Vancouver, like where I'm from.
It always is.
Everything is always shot in Vancouver because it's so fucking cheap to shoot there, right? You come up to Canada, your dollar's worth more, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, it doesn't even feel like watching this. I didn't even realize that. I looked it up after. I'm like, where was this shot? I'm like, Vancouver. I wouldn't have known. And like, there's a lot of films, like when we watch Masters of Horror, that every episode was filmed in Vancouver. And like, I can pick out places. Like I've been to a lot of those places that they filmed at and stuff. And here I couldn't fucking tell you, man. I'm like, well, I don't know where that is. It's weird. It didn't feel like Vancouver to me. Not a slight on the whole film, but I mean, just everything else is. Like, this is one of the most unlikable things I've ever seen in my life. It was horrible. I was laughing watching this today. I'm like recovering because I probably drank way too much last night. I'm like, oh my God. And I'm like, this is horrible. This is some of the worst shit. Because like I remember watching the first episode on Shudder and thinking to myself, I can't do that. Here we are all these years later going, yeah, I got to watch all 8 episodes. This is as bad as I anticipated it to be after watching the first episode. It was bad. I just don't fucking understand. Like, can you give us any explanation onto why this even exists? Like, this is fucking bizarre to me, man. Like, even the narrative of like, obviously it's a parody. It has to, the only explanation I can give for this, it's got to be a full-on parody of the Critters franchise. We're just going to go out in left field. And I mean, there's even a little bit of offensive jokes in this and stuff like that. I could see people being offended by it. I'm not offended by them, but other people being offended by them. But the whole half human, half Krite thing. Why?
It's so bad. Like
The fuck is
not have
this?
put something worse in the movie.
It's like so stupid. It's not even funny, dude. It's like if it was funny, it would have worked, but it's not fucking funny. And especially the way they presented it, it's just stupid.
Yeah. And you realize what's happening just moments before they actually make the announcement of it. And you're like, don't fucking go there. Just please don't do it. And then they do it.
And the way they explain it away, like with the mom and like how the kid, like, I'm like, it just got worse and worse and worse. Like episode, like what, 6, 7, and 8 were the worst shit I've ever seen in my life. I'm sorry. It was horrible. It was some of the worst written shit. I'm like, how did this ever make it to Shudder? Like, how is this a thing? I don't get it. Like, this should have been buried. This should have been filmed and just been
I mean,
buried.
this was one of the first like Shudder things, exclusive things. So, I mean, they probably just like knew it existed and licensed it. It's not on there anymore.
Yeah, I know. I had to watch it on those fucking stupid ass bootlegs.
Can we rate this bitch?
Sure. Who's up? I think it's back to Chris, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up. Yeah, this was one of the most what the fuck things I'd ever seen. I felt completely insulted by it.
It's
every single moment of this movie was just, I don't get it. I don't understand how it's made. I don't understand why it's made. The choices that were made, the jokes in it aren't funny.
Yeah.
There's only like one redeeming factor in it is that there is a lot of like critter action, but even the critters themselves don't look the best.
Yeah.
It's the worst that they've ever looked in any, even going forward. I only watched it the one time when it came out, and watching it this time around for the show was the second time I watched it. And again, I was like, I couldn't remember why I hated this show so bad. And then I started watching it again. I was like, yep, that's the reason why I hated it. It's still just as bad. I give this one a 2 out of 10.
You know what, too? I don't even, did I even tell you that we were doing this? Or did you just know from listening to the show that we were including the new binge?
I didn't know if you were going to or not, so I watched it anyways.
Good job.
I think somebody
that is a good job.
Somebody mentioned it on like in a comment on Facebook if you were going to watch it or not, and you were like, "I'm not sure." Mood was like, "Probably not." So I just went ahead and watched it just in case.
Yeah, because I even posted a picture on Instagram, I think yesterday, of the whole Critters collection, but I actually failed to mention plus a new binge. So for the people that follow me on there and stuff, like this will be kind of maybe a surprise or whatever, but maybe not a surprise. You want to fucking call it.
Somebody out there really loved this web series and is like, I hate 22 Shots now. They hated this movie.
Yeah. We're losing followers because we hated a new binge. Oh my God. JP, what do you give this one?
Same as Chris, 2 out of 10. It was watchable for me, but I think halfway through I was just like, I'm done with this.
I'll give it a 2 also. 2 seems fair.
So already in the Hall of Pain.
Yeah, so it doesn't really matter what I give it, but I actually gave it a 2 also, so that's interesting.
Makes Critters 4 look amazing, huh?
It does. It does actually. Yeah, it really does. All right, so that is Critters, a new binge from 2019. Well, at least we're on the same page on that one. That's interesting.
Oh, I almost forgot to mention, when Critters, a new binge came out, I contacted this special effects artist to do an interview for our Critters podcast and asked him if he had any like behind the scenes footage or pictures that he would like to share for our Facebook page. He was like, yeah, it's just going to be on Facebook. Right. That's fine. I'll share some stuff. And he gave me like 30 or 40 pictures behind the scenes of like all the Critters, and nothing had been announced or released or anything yet. Not even a trailer had been out yet. And I made this post with all these behind the scenes photos. And like it went like viral, like it was shared by like 300,000 people, and it was like covered by Dread Central for a news article. And this special effects guy contacted me, and he was like, "Hey, I'm getting in a lot of trouble. Can you take that down?" And I was like, bro, this has already been shared and like on.
It's on the
websites.
internet.
Like,
You can't remove stuff on the internet, bro. You're right.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
He got so mad at me. Like I'd never seen like a post, just the behind the scenes photos of stuff go so big. It was because nothing had been announced for it yet. And I kind of really broke the news on like the behind the scenes pictures and videos of it. I got that guy in trouble.
Wow.
Damn. But he gave you that shit, right?
Yeah. He willingful sent me it through Facebook.
Wow.
Well, that's his bad.
Yeah, that's his dumbass's fault.
All right.
Who the hell is that? I don't know, but that's a really big gun.
Critters attack.
All right, so moving along here, man, into the other film from 2019, TV film called Critters Attack, directed by Bobby Miller. What has Bobby Miller done?
Hopefully nothing else.
Hopefully nothing else. Oh, I see where this is going. No, he's apparently got 14.
Oh, Jesus.
It's nothing.
They're like shorts, I think.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of whatever. All right, so Critters Attacks. Synopsis: a reluctant babysitter must protect 3 kids from an invasion of ravenous critters. So this movie came out apparently after that shitty ass web series. And this one's also starring what's her name? Sheena Washington.
Ugh.
And the return of Dee Wallace. Now, JP had mentioned prior to like review or watching these films, he's like, man, I fucking hate when series do this and they bring back characters from a franchise playing different characters and stuff. And I do agree with that. I think that's like kind of a bullshit thing, but it's weird because I was digging into it and after you said that, JP, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I swear to God, I remember Dee Wallace saying that she was playing the same character.
She did say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I looked into it and I found her saying that she was playing the same character, just a different name. But they do show it in the film, though, right? There's a scene where they introduce Dee Wallace's character and she's on her computer. She's like, Krites. So she's obviously been dealing with the Krites and stuff like that. So we'll just assume that she's the same character, but a different name kind of thing. So she's a bounty hunter.
I don't understand why they can't use the name, because her character name in the first movie was Helen. They have the rights to
Helen Brown,
franchise, which means, yeah, like why couldn't they just call her Helen?
From how I understand it, and it could be like wrong, but so this was not produced by New Line. This was licensed to, I believe, the Sci-Fi Channel, was it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you're right.
So usually when that happens, you get the license for the name of the movie,
not characters within it,
and certain like general concepts, but not individual like characters that were written throughout the franchise.
But that doesn't go for all films. It varies on films, though, right? It definitely varies.
It does vary because obviously you could be like, well, no, we want that stuff too, and then there's usually more of a fee. But it's the same reason that like when the Friday the 13th films went to New Line Cinema from Paramount, there was only certain things that they could use. They couldn't use the name Friday the 13th actually. Yeah. So that's why it's called Jason Goes to Hell, Jason X, and Freddy versus Jason, and there's no Friday the 13th name in there. Same thing happened with Child's Play when they went into away from like MGM or something.
MGM, yeah.
And the Child's Play remake was called Child's Play because that was the original owners of the Child's Play film series. Yeah. And all the other ones have been called Chucky movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is this one was done by Warner Brothers. It was actually just like, even though that it was done for Sci-Fi Channel, it was in-house created by Warner Brothers, who owns
New
1
Line.
through 4. Yeah,
and they own New Line, I believe.
Right.
So it was just strange that they didn't. It's almost like they went out of their way to make it where she wasn't named Helen.
What it probably was then is like,
it's
they
fucking
probably
weird, right?
would have been fine to do it, but they would have probably had to hire lawyers to like check on all that stuff. So they just figured it would be easier not to even bother with it.
I do like that. Like they allude in the film though, like she is the same character, like obviously, but
where do they allude to it at?
I don't know. I mean, just the fact that like she is sitting there on her computer. She's like, Christ. I mean, it's obviously, we know D. Wallace's character, right? And I mean, it's alluding to the fact that like she is the same character. That's what I mean.
I did not like her in this movie,
but she's barely in the movie. That's the problem with the way the direction of the movie is. It's like we get introduced to her. She's on her computer. She's like, great. And then she really doesn't show up again until about 15 minutes later.
Yeah, it was probably like one day
or 15 minutes left in the film kind of thing. And like obviously in the third act, she shows up and blasts that one. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, Critter's attack, man. In a nutshell, for me, this movie feels like I'm watching a family-orientated Nickelodeon character-driven film. Everybody in the film annoys the shit out of me because they're too prim and proper. I honestly can't stand any characters in this fucking movie, man. I mean, that goes to Washington too. Like, she's just. Everybody drives me nuts. It just feels like I'm watching some 90s Nickelodeon bullshit that I don't care about.
I hated everyone in this movie. Yeah, I felt personally lobotomized by this movie.
It's just the characters are so prim and proper, and it's like everybody is like, dude, when we get introduced to the kids that she's babysitting, I want to shoot myself in the fucking head. I want to shoot
things. Critters Attack.
Dude, I will tell you the DVD, the Blu-ray cover to this is some of the most atrocious shit I've ever seen.
Yeah. This just felt like such a Stranger Things rib too. Like it's just the same. Even the music, it felt like fucking Garage Band Stranger Things edition.
Yeah,
I actually like the music.
I couldn't stand it.
No,
yeah. I was super pumped when this first got announced when the trailer came out, because they went back to that retro style with like the voiceover trailer reminiscing of the 80s, and they were referencing the original film from 1986, and I was so excited for this one to come out. And again, like you were saying, the characters are so bland, they're just so stale. Yeah, I mean, the one thing it does have with it is that the critter puppets do look a lot better than what they did in a new Binge.
100% they do. I agree with that, dude. This might be one of the, like, honestly, like, what the fuck were they thinking with the writing with this? It, like I said, it feels like you're watching a family-orientated Nickelodeon Critters film. Like, it's weird.
I feel like it's more gory to be like that.
No, I'm talking about the characters. Like, the characters are like, the characters come from like Nickelodeon family shit, and then they're like placed in like a horror film. It's like weird. It's like a weird concept, and it doesn't work for me at all.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, like, what is this movie supposed to be? It's like, they call it a reboot, but like, I mean, it's essentially kind of like a remake, but like, just done a little bit differently.
It's a reboot, basically. Yeah, they just, okay, we're doing this again.
Yeah. So I guess that's what you call a reboot. It's like, I mean, it's kind of the same thing, but it's not. But fuck, dude. You know what is one thing that really bugged me about this movie was our lead character, the babysitter, Washington.
I thought she was terrible.
So where I come from an area where
the land up over.
I live with a lot of Asians. I've never once in my entire life ever walked into a sushi joint, which I actually had sushi tonight, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I've never went into a sushi joint and ever seen somebody that wasn't Japanese working in the sushi place.
That's because you have a lot of Asians. I've seen Mexicans doing it.
Yeah, see, that's fucked up to me. I've never once ever seen that ever. I've never seen a white person. I've never seen a black person. I've never seen it in India. I've never seen anybody else but Japanese working in a sushi place. It's just how it is over here, because I live right across where I live in BC. The pond is right there. Japan's right there. I mean, I'm a minority where I live. And I was watching this movie going, what the fuck? That would never happen where I am. I mean, apparently it is where you, JP, are, but like, I mean, come on.
I mean, it's not.
I've never seen anybody not Japanese work in a sushi place. It like blew my mind. But anyways, I just thought it was an interesting choice of job. for somebody that wasn't Japanese. I'm
Well,
like, this is
when
so
you-
weird. When you're working at a sushi place, I'm like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's so weird to me. But yeah,
I feel like the director watched Critters as a kid, and he also watched Gremlins as a kid, but never went back and rewatched them and was like, "Oh, I remember those movies," and then just made what he like remembered from watching them as a kid.
right.
That's a good description.
There's so much stuff that again doesn't make any sense. Like we bring in newer stuff that the Critters can do, like the same thing from a new Binge where they die from the noises, which doesn't make any sense. That was never given to the first four.
Yeah.
At the opening scene, the Critters eat that guy on the bicycle, and then they like lay eggs inside of him, and then they hatch from inside and they eat their way out. That doesn't make any sense because that was never a thing either. They shoot the quills. They finally bring the quills back in this one, Moodz, for you. But guess what? It doesn't do anything to them. They get shot and they're like, "Oh, hey, I got shot by a quill. Cool." Like nothing.
I know. It's so fucking weird, right? Like I thought that opening scene, like with the eggs hatching inside the dude, I was like, what am I watching right now? What's going on? I'm like, he was a delivery guy for the sushi place.
It also has like this ugly look to it in like the daylight scenes that come off like very like TV movie sci-fi channel look to it.
Yeah.
Like there's no like texture. There's no like natural lighting. Like everything looks like
it's got that same like Netflix cinematography that drives me insane where all it is like close. It's like face shot, medium shot, face shot.
But the Blu-ray does look really good though. Maybe it's because I was watching it.
There's actually like a lot of like quick cutting in it, which is such a modern thing. I can't
hate it.
Yeah, me too.
I hate that's like the cinematographer is so boring. It was the same.
Awesome point. Awesome point.
No big shots, like no like moving shots.
Yep.
Fucking awful.
Yep. Awesome point, man, on the fucking editing, man. It's terrible. It's really bad.
I hate that stuff. That's like some
too.
things that is so like in modern movies where everything is like the editor, it's like they feel like if I'm not editing, if I'm not cutting, then I'm not doing my job or something. But it's like, bro, sometimes there's no need for an edit. Like stop cutting, like especially like in the critter attacks, it's just like I hate that shit so much.
You can totally tell that Shadow Brothers didn't do the effects in this film too. Like right away, you see those fucking craters and you're like, yep, that's not right.
What do you guys think of the white one?
I hated it. I checked out at the same level I did with like the fucking half person.
I seriously think the worst thing in the entire franchise, besides the whole new Binge thing, is the fact that they have a fucking good. It's like the answer to Gizmo. It's like it's Gizmo.
It's Gremlins.
It's Gizmo. It's Gizmo, but she's a female and she's there. She was sent there to like stop the Krites from doing bad shit. I'm like, this is fucking stupid, man. It's so fucking
That's why
dumb.
you have the sushi joint is because you have to have the character like the Mr. or whatever the character's name from Gremlins is that does like that holds Gizmo at the beginning of the movie. Like you have to have that type of character. So that's why the sushi thing is there because they wanted to. I honestly feel like they got the movies mixed up with Critters.
The writer, like, yeah, I think that's a good point.
That's so
like,
true.
I think he's just like, oh yeah, I remember those movies, and like just mix Critters and Gremlins together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because like the Gremlins movies have like a Chinese like backstory type thing, you know, with which sushi is Japanese, but
Japanese.
And this movie is like such a product of its time though too, man. I mean, if you notice anything in like the first four movies, I mean, I would say the cast is probably 100% white, right? I don't think there's anybody of any other denominations in those movies. Am I just
your girl
besides Angela Bassett?
Yeah.
So she's probably the first person that isn't white in the first four films. Now this movie, it's just like multicultural, but again, it's like a product of its time, right? Like, I mean, here in Canada, man, it's like everything has gone that way. It's like every commercial you watch, man, there's always multiple. You
have to have a token, whatever.
Yeah, with a perfectly diverse friend
Well,
group.
in Canada, you can't have a commercial anymore where there's not a white person and a brown person. It has to be like that. It's just the way it is. Every commercial is like, it's just, you can tell it's just being forced. It's just being forced. It's not like how it was. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or anything. I'm just saying it's, you noticed of the times. It's like a totally different type of cast and stuff, right? But yeah, no, watching this movie, I'm just like, if I was young enough to watch Nickelodeon in the 90s, which I was too old for it, you guys were the perfect age. I feel like these characters were right out of those products. Am I wrong?
I mean, it doesn't feel like it to me, but that's maybe because I love Nickelodeon shit, and it's like,
honestly, they didn't feel like very Nickelodeon to me. But
maybe like Disney Channel or something, which I really
maybe
closer to Disney.
Maybe it's Disney, but like there's something going on with these guys. Like those kids that she's babysitting. Come on, dude, that just feels so like maybe Nickelodeon, Disney. I don't know. It just
like Kenan and Kel was Nickelodeon, dog.
You know, like when you're watching a sitcom and a character has to like act in like a commercial or something, and they don't know how to act, so it's like bad acting, but it's like a regular actor portraying a bad actor. Like that's what this reminds me of. It's like especially the college kids, like the one guy who like runs down the street from the, like he takes his shirt off.
God,
why
does he take his fucking shirt off? By the way.
Because he's trying to act tough, bro.
Dude, that's the worst shit ever. It's so bad, man. Like, who does that?
I did. It was funny.
That's literally the most chachi.
You don't do that.
It's the most chachi shit ever.
You are. And...
Fuck no. I wouldn't even wear a leather jacket, bro. I wouldn't even wear a leather jacket. I'm wearing a fucking like. Come on, man. I wouldn't leather jacket shit. Fuck that.
Yeah, but I thought it was funny that he just like died instantly.
It's kind of funny, actually. It's kind of funny. Right.
It looks really odd, too, because like you have a close-up of his face with like the critter ball behind him, and you can like see him fake running. And it's so awkward to watch.
So you don't like this movie?
I don't like it, but I also don't hate it. I think watching Critters a new binge and then watching this one, I was so happy that it wasn't as bad as Critters a new binge that it made me like it a little bit more. But there's so much stuff that I don't like about it.
It's definitely better than the new binge for sure.
For me, the stuff like, and this goes back to even when I watched it for that, I had a screener of it during Fantasia. Like the stuff that I said about it back then, I still feel strongly about. It's just like, it's not a real Critters like film in terms of like, it doesn't feel like anybody cared to make it part of the franchise. Like it just feels like it's a name, it's an IP, and we can make a new one because it might make us some money. And it doesn't feel like anybody actually gave a fuck to make like a sequel in this franchise.
That's why I hate I can't decipher the difference between, reboot, remake, or whatever. Like, what the fuck is this movie?
A cash in.
Heard.
Cash in. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's confusing.
Like, see, this is the perfect example of like the difference, right? Leprechaun Returns came out around the same time. That movie
so much better. So much better.
Great.
The first film, the first film at least, and it's like, oh, let's like actually continue this story from there, and it had like continuity. It brought back Ozzy. It had it tied in.
It was technically like
Aniston's character.
It was a sequel, right?
Yeah, it was a direct sequel to the first one, but it seemed to care about the IP, right? The intellectual property. Yeah. Like they seem to actually care about Kostansky seemed to like want to make like a film in the universe for fans of those movies.
Right. Absolutely.
Where this one just feels like it's like, oh, we have this name, Critters. It was a successful franchise or whatever. Let's make another one.
Just feel like this movie was made by somebody that never saw the Critters films.
Right? No, I think Chris nailed it. So he saw them, but it was back when he was a kid, and he also saw Gremlins, and he didn't revisit them.
It's such a funny way of putting it. Yeah. It's great. Yeah.
There's some okay gore.
Yeah, I mean, it's decent, I guess, for a TV film, I guess.
I think this one's the only rated R one, right? if you count that.
So it's a
R.
TV film that's rated R. How the fuck is a TV film even rated R? It's weird.
Is it rated R? I don't even know. Might not be.
Better
No, it
for
is rated
marketing.
R. It is rated R.
Yeah. I think it actually came out on DVD and Blu-ray before it hit Sci-Fi Channel.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because I watched it online before I bought the Blu-ray. Well, actually, I just picked up the Blu-ray. I forgot that I didn't pick it up, but I picked it up a few months back.
There's literally on the special features, there's a fight scene commentary. So not even like a full commentary on the film, just like the fight scene.
They even half-assed the commentary. Brilliant.
He
That's all
did,
I wanted to talk about.
he did his own commentary outside of that, and he posted it on his website. If you go to I think is it Bobby Miller? Is that his name? If you go to his website, you can listen to his full commentary on the movie there.
Have you ever
If
had
you wanna
any
sit through it again.
interaction with him?
No, I've emailed him, I've messaged him, and I don't get any response. So I don't think he really cares about the movie. On his website, when you look at it, he makes a bunch of like articles, like he posts a bunch of articles, and at the end of the articles, he'll post, "Yeah, hey, I even made Critters attack," and it's almost like he's like he's not proud of it, like it's a joke that he even made something like this, and it kind of rubs me the wrong way when directors don't care about their work.
Yeah. So did you have
Gas
did
crab.
you listen to that commentary that he posted on his website?
Nope.
You're just like
Not giving it a
"F
chance
this."
yet. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
No, but I know what
I'll
you mean
watch-
too. Like, I don't like filmmakers that like basically make fun of like their own work, or well, I guess make fun of it's fine, but like, kind of like roll their eyes at it.
Yeah, like they're
Especially
embarrassed
when
to be
it's-
a part of it.
Especially when it's like something that isn't like a popular franchise that a lot of people like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody
The whole franchise has a like a cult status to it because of the first two films, at least. Like everybody knows and loves the first two films. So like having a cult status and just not being able to be a part of that franchise and not caring and not willing to like put an effort toward it as much as you can just seems strange. Like what's the point? Like why even take the job if you don't care about what you're making?
Yeah, I never understood that, man. Like if you're gonna do something like this, where it's like not a legacy sequel, but like, kind of a spin-off kind of thing. Why not? Like, if you don't want to do it, like, do you think, like, why would it ever get?
You got to make money, but it's just like, it's just lame that like.
You think the production company came to him and like, hey man, we're going to give you
even if
50
even if I didn't particularly care for something that I was involved in, like didn't really have any interest in it.
I would never do anything.
I would still try to learn about it just so that I could like do it justice.
Yeah.
I just never would take a job where I wasn't interested in doing what I was potentially, hired to do. I just wouldn't take the job. Right. I mean,
well, I don't know. I think I've done jobs that I didn't like just because I needed a job.
No, when it comes to film and shit like that, like, I wouldn't want to do, if I was a filmmaker and someone came to me and like, hey man, can you direct a new Star Trek film? I'd be like, no.
I'd still do it.
Even though they're going to give me $1 million to do the new Star Trek film.
Do it,
I definitely do it.
I would 100%
would do things. I would do
because I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about
I
it.
have $1 million.
Different like that, man. I wouldn't want to put my name on something that I'm not passionate about doing.
Like,
money's not everything, dude.
Eat ramen tonight or filet mignon?
Okay, man, you guys are fucking sellouts. See, that's sellout shit right there, man. That's like complete sellout shit. I would never attach my name to something that I didn't want to fucking do. I would never do something.
It's easy to say that if you're in a position to say that, but if you're like,
I'm not a millionaire, bro. I could take $1 million right now, but I wouldn't do it
specifically. But I'm just saying, like, if I've been trying to be a filmmaker for years and years, and I'm like living on no budget, like my life sucks, and someone's like, "Here's your opportunity," I'll be like, "Okay, let's do this." Star Trek.
After you make,
but then we're talking about your film like this right now, being like, this is made by somebody who doesn't give a fuck.
Differently, where I would fucking sit there and binge the Star Trek series.
Yeah, I would do that.
But there's so much more. Like Star Trek would be so hard to do. Like you got to go back to the original film or series, and you got to do all the films. Oh my god, there's so much. There's so much content.
After you make that too, you can be like, I made this giant budget movie. Can I have like $1 million to make like a way smaller movie? They're gonna be like, hell yeah, guy that made that giantly expensive movie. Like you're set.
The question is, who's making a documentary about 22 shots? Who's doing that?
Nobody.
You don't think somebody wants to make one?
Chris? You want
the history of 22 shots. Actually, our history is getting pretty interesting, man, with all the fucking, I mean, we're like Spinal Tap, man, with the drummers. They're always dying. We're always replace them. Tyler's like the new drummer.
Jeremy
right. When I was making that list for all the films you guys reviewed, I was like, oh, this won't take too long. I'm just going to go through each one of their shows and see the headlines of which ones. And then I got about 120 like episodes in. I was like, how many fucking episodes have they done? Like it just never ends.
We're pushing 300.
Crazy. Like I was thinking of that the other day where I'm like, dude, we're actually like one of the longest running horror podcasts that exist right now that have consistently stayed going.
Well, we know we're going to outlive fucking Exploding Heads because they're done.
Yeah, they're wrapping up soon.
Yeah.
And we've, there have been so many that have come out after us that some are still around, but most aren't. The ones that came before us, Dead Pit was, they're still around, but even they took like a long break, I think, for a while there.
I was getting into like the Italian horror month, and I was like, oh, I'm getting close to the end of the list here. They're on the Italian horror month, but nope, we still have like 7 different years left.
Yeah, because I think where we were on like volume, that was 10. We just did the 10th one last.
I mean, it's one thing if it's one thing that we can, hold our name to is like our longevity. I mean, we've been around for a long time. Like,
I started getting excited whenever
say what you will about the show.
When I clicked on an episode and Tyler was talking, or Tyler was listed in the intro or something, I was like, now I know I'm getting close.
Getting close, yeah. But he's been on like longer than I can even think of, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, what, like 2 years, Tyler? Or what has it been?
How long has it been?
Yeah, it's been a while, man.
So yeah, it would have been pretty much around from earlier this year, because you had a shorter season that year. Like from about 2 years ago, from there on, I've been on every show.
Yeah, and we've been cranking them out since then too.
Yeah, we've been very consistent.
Yeah, because I think we did the 40 or what was it, 41 episode in like February. Maybe you did 1 or 2 after that, and that was it.
Do you want to rate Critters Attacks?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
I believe it is my turn.
Yeah, it is your turn, yeah.
I don't dislike this movie that much. It's definitely like not what I wanted out of a legacy sequel or whatever you want to call it. But I think if I just saw this on the Sci-Fi Channel, I wouldn't have a problem with it that much. I don't know. I'll give it like a 5. Think it's pretty average.
Tyler.
All right, I actually really hated this. I've talked about this before. I have a problem with Gen Z movies, so like all like that like fucking like synth score and the loud like fucking music with an air horn and like dopamine drops and like this fast editing cinematography, along with just like the general characters and the fucking white critter that I couldn't stand. Yeah, I did not have fun with this movie. I literally said to my girlfriend after the movie was done, I yelled upstairs like, I think this movie just lobotomized me. So I didn't have a good time with this one. 3 out of 10.
Jesus. Only one more point than New Binge.
Yeah, I hated this movie, honestly. Like I liked the first half of the New Binge. I just like did not like this movie from like start to finish. And like the white critter was like on par with half human, half critter.
Yeah, I hated that aspect of the film too. It's fucking stupid. All right, Chris.
When it first came out, I thought I liked it. I watched it and I had to really get into what I liked about it and what I didn't like about it. So I started talking to people, and the more I talked about it, the more stuff I kept finding that I didn't like. Like I didn't like the new stuff they brought in with the critters, with them exploding because of sound. I didn't like the idea of the critters hatching through the body at the beginning of it. The white critter, which is the female, which I don't know if you saw that ship that whenever she flew in on was like 3 times smaller than the size of the actual critter. She couldn't fit in that thing.
Right.
Dee Wallace returning as a bounty hunter. To me, I didn't like that idea. I didn't think it made any sense. She didn't feel like she was a bounty hunter. Didn't even know how to hold the gun properly to be a bounty hunter. There was just so much stuff I didn't like about it. But then again, like a New Binge just came out, and I fucking hated that show. So it was way better than that. I think it's just an average movie. It does have that Sci-Fi Channel original film look and feel to it, but it's not absolutely awful. I'm with JP. It's a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's my sentiments too, man. I'm at a 5 out of 10 also, man. I feel like it's very, very fucking average. It just feels like the whole time I'm watching this thing, I'm like, it's like a low budget fucking like sci-fi film. It's not horrible. There's so many elements to the film that I fucking couldn't stand. I think the setting down the good, I keep wanting to call it gremlin, but the good critter, the female critter. Oh, dude, I just couldn't stand that shit, man. I thought it was horrible. It really bugged me, but it's the characters. It's a Nickelodeon feel to it. I just couldn't get behind this one at all, man. It's a very, very average film. I don't think it's horribly made per se. I mean, it's not Chiodo Brothers fucking, effects and stuff like that, but like it doesn't, I mean, the critters don't look that bad. There's decent gore in the film. So there's pluses, but otherwise it's, to me, very average, kind of a throwaway film. So yeah. And that is going to conclude the Critters franchise. That is Critters Attack from 2019. God damn. Yeah, we're pushing, man. I mean, this is I don't know how long this has been.
Pretty long episode.
I mean, over 5.5 hours right now, something like that.
Yeah.
So not too bad, but
Chris, thank you for
typical 22 shots fan. Or yeah,
thanks for sticking through the whole episode with us. I know it's
thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys having me on, especially over this episode with Critters. Like, you had to have me on here, but I would totally return for any other episodes you guys want to do as well if you ever want to have me back.
Yeah, for years we've talked about doing this franchise for a long time, and I remember from the first time we discussed it, I was like, I don't think we could do it without having like the number one Critters guy on here, Chris, because it just felt right. But yeah, once you come on the show, you're pretty much welcome back to come on other shows. So we would love to have you for another type of show that isn't Critters, obviously, and you'd be able to talk about some other films as well. So yeah, we'll definitely have you back on in the future.
Absolutely. 100%, man. Great job, Chris. It was awesome. It was a pleasure having you on. Hope you enjoyed your time here on 22 Shots. Hopefully the intro wasn't too evasive or, whatever you want to call it. But I mean,
if you have anything that you want to plug as well, we always forget that part.
Absolutely.
If you have any like things you want to point people to.
Well, I hate plugging stuff. I don't like doing that to myself. Moodz already had me talk about my movie that I'm interested in making. So it's like, I already mentioned I do a Critters podcast. I do another podcast called Fright Fights. We do that from time to time as well. But I don't really like plugging my own stuff on other people's programs. So it's all about 22 Shots here. So
respectable.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, guys. Anything else?
No.
All right, man. That's going to conclude episode 291 here on the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. And we are outie. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Drop comments. And we'll check you next week in 292. Deuces.
Peace.
That's all, folks.